Will they or won't they last? That is the question when we're talking about Kim K and Lewis H. So let's get into this. All right, guys, Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton have become one of the most talked about celebrity pairings lately. And while fans love the idea of two global icons joining forces, there are some pretty big questions surrounding this rumored romance. Because when two people this famous start spending time together, the internet, they don't just watch, they basically put the whole relationship under a microscope. And when, it's Kim and Lewis, there are definitely some things that have people raising their eyebrows. So first, let's talk about the timing as a red flag, because Kim Kardashian's love life has been under intense public attention ever since her very public divorce from Kanye West. I mean, their marriage ended after years of headlines, controversy, and a very messy public breakup. Then came her relationship with Pete Davidson, which we all remember, and it was short, but became one of the most heavily covered celebrity romances of recent years. So, when rumors started swirling about Kim and Lewis Hamilton, spending time together, fans immediately started asking one question: is this a genuine connection, or is this another celebrity power pairing that looks better on paper than it actually works in real life? Because let's be honest, Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton are not exactly two low-key people who can quietly grab coffee and just disappear for the night. One is a billionaire reality television mogul who built an empire around being watched, and the other is one of the most famous Formula One drivers on the planet with a career built on speed, pressure, and constant global attention. So, their lifestyles are both massive. Their schedules are insane, and relationships between two people who are constantly traveling, surrounded by cameras, and managing billion-dollar brands are not exactly easy, right? But that's only one potential issue. Another thing people have pointed out is that Kim and Lewis appear to come from very different worlds. Lewis Hamilton has spent years speaking about activism, environmental issues, fashion, and personal growth. He's known for being outspoken and deeply focused on his legacy beyond racing. Kim Kardashian's world has always been centered around entertainment, branding, business, and the Kardashian machine. Yes, she went to law school, but that's, what it is. Now, it's different backgrounds, and they don't automatically mean a relationship won't work, but sometimes, opposites do attract. But celebrity relationships often look perfect from the outside while completely falling apart behind closed doors. And then there's the biggest red flag people always bring up with famous couples: the attention factor. Both Kim and Lewis know exactly how to handle publicity. They understand branding, they understand headlines, they understand that even being photographed together creates massive buzz. That doesn't mean anything about their intentions, but it does mean fans are naturally going to question whether this is a serious romance or just two extremely famous people enjoying each other's company while the world watches. There's also the reality that Kim's relationships have always played out under unbelievable public pressure. Anyone dating Kim Kardashian isn't just dating Kim Kardashian, they're dating the cameras, the headlines, the fans, the critics, and the entire media machine that analyzes every outfit, every interaction, and every facial expression. That is a lot for any relationship to survive. Now, to be fair, there are also reasons people think Kim and Lewis could actually make sense. They're both incredibly ambitious. They're both, understand fame at a level very few people can actually relate to, and they both know what it takes to build a successful brand from the ground up. But the question whether that shared understanding is enough to overcome the chaos that comes with their lifestyles, because sometimes the biggest red flag isn't that two people are too different. Sometimes it's that two people are so similar in their drive, their fame, their need to constantly be moving, that there's no room left for a normal relationship, whatever that looks like. So whether Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton are the real deal or just another celebrity storyline, that remains to be seen. But one thing is guaranteed: the second these two step out, the entire world is watching, and that might be the hardest relationship test of all. Timothée Chalamet threw an embarrassing tantrum after Kylie Jenner gifted him something unbelievable. So apparently even Oscar-nominated indie prince can throw a low-grade tantrum, and when they don't like a surprise. So yes, Timothée Chalamet fully admitted he was grumpy, his words, not mine, after Kylie Jenner planned what should have, objectively been one of the most thoughtful celebrity birthday gifts of all time. But here's what happened. So Timothy is on stage doing a public conversation with Matthew McConaughey, talking movies, artistry, the whole, cinema is sacred vibe. And during the conversation, it comes out that Kylie secretly planned a private IMAX screening of Interstellar for his 30th birthday. Not a party, not a flex, not a headline, grabbing stunt, just a deeply personal, niche film lover gift. And his reaction, well, before he knew where they were going, he was annoyed, like openly annoyed. He literally said he was grumpy during the drive because they were heading 30 minutes outside outside of LA and it was his birthday. 30 minutes. I mean, who cares? That literally is not even like traffic jam type of timing. Like 30 minutes, Timothy, really? Like over an hour, I get it, but 30 minutes is literally just 2:15s, you know, sir? Yeah. Anyways, that is not, you know, mysterious French adjacent kind of artistry energy. That is like, why are we leaving the house boyfriend behavior and ick. Now, what makes this go viral isn't the gift. It's the fact that he told this story out loud, proudly, casually, like it was relatable somehow, like the audience wouldn't immediately clock the red flag energy, you know, of being irritated that your billionaire girlfriend planned something meaningful instead of letting you rot peacefully at home. I mean, the funniest part is how fast the switch flipped though. The second he walked into the theater and realized it was Interstellar on the IMAX screen, his favorite movie, which also is one of mine, by the way, so I would have loved this, he instantly backtracked. Suddenly it was apology. Suddenly it was gratitude. Suddenly the grumpiness evaporated like it just had never happened, you know? Which means he wasn't mad about being surprised. He was mad about being inconvenienced. And that's where people side-eyed this whole thing, you know, because Kylie could have done literally anything. She could have thrown a massive party. She could have made it about her. She could have turned it into content. Instead, she picked something incredibly specific to him, something very private, something thoughtful, something very special and meaningful. And his first instinct was to complain about a 30-minute drive. Yeah, that's not really evil. That's not even cancellation worthy, but it is very telling. It's giving, I like romance as long as it doesn't disrupt my mood or keep me in a car for too long. And the reason this moment blew up online is because, you know, it cracked the carefully curated image they have. Timothy is usually very polished, self-aware, media trained to like perfection, but this was raw and it was unfiltered. This was him accidentally exposing how he reacts before the magic reveal. Meanwhile, Kylie didn't say anything. She didn't clap back. She didn't correct the story. She didn't frame herself as a victim. She just let him tell on himself. And honestly, yeah, that's power. So is this a full-blown relationship red flag? Not necessarily, but you know what? It is a reminder that even the internet's favorite soft-spoken heartthrob can be a little bratty when things don't go exactly his way. Absolutely. That's what this is. And that's why this went viral, not because of fake drama, not because of rumors, but because it was real and it was awkward and painfully human, but you know, in a celebrity way. I mean, sometimes the most revealing moments aren't actually scandals, they're just car rides. Selena Gomez, honey, it is time to get those divorce papers ready. You guys, I'm not joking. The internet lost its mind over something absolutely absurd, and I have to talk about it with you. So this week, Benny Blanco drops the first episode of his new podcast, Big Energy, Chill Vibes, except the clip that went viral wasn't about hot guests, it wasn't about tea, and it sure as hell wasn't about music. No, it was literally his dirty, dusty, crusty, musty feet and a fart. Yes, all of that happened. People are watching this thing and screaming into the void like Benny Blanco is the embodiment of like every nightmare roommate that you would ever possibly think of having. Now on camera, he literally sits back barefoot, props his feet up on the couch, the sofa where Selena Gomez sits, mind you, and his soles look like they've been through a mud wrestling match with a construction site. Fans are like, bro's feet looks like they've been mining coal for a living. No, honestly, it really is giving he hasn't showered in like 5 days. Yuck. But if that wasn't enough to make everyone collectively gag right now, he then leans into the mic and goes, wait, see if you guys can pick this up. And then he just farts, like on purpose, on camera, like in front of people and everyone watching, and he's not even embarrassed by it. So let me put it this way, this is not how civilized adults behave, okay? It's just not. I mean, this is that guy in college who thought, you know, belching into the crowd would get you laid. I mean, at 37 years old, like, he's married, and somehow Selena Gomez is just loving it. I mean, fans are horrified. Some are straight up begging her to divorce him after this, like this is the final straw, like this, you know, instant of cringe, you know, equals betrayal of human decency. I mean, one commenter literally said, I have never been more disappointed in Selena than I am right now. Another person in all caps wrote, literally, why would she marry him out of all of the men in the entire world? People are like, he's got dirty feet on her couch, and then just casually decides to fart into a mic like he's starring in a low budget, you know, gross out comedy. So yeah, let all of that sink in for a second. But of course, you know, Benny's defenders are like, it's just feet and a fart, calm down. Like, this guy was starring, you know, in a foot fetish documentary and didn't even send send a polite RSVP before wiping his soles on a celebrity sofa. Meanwhile, others literally think the feet are worse than the fart. I agree. Like, who hurt your feet that badly? Personally, I honestly do think the feet is worse. It's disgusting, okay? But here's the real twist. Selena doesn't even seem bothered by it at all, because within 24 hours of this going viral, she's out here posting couples content, looking very happy, and fans are losing their minds, screaming, "Wash the mic, wash your couch, wash the man, please." So yeah, if you didn't catch all that, let's recap quickly, okay? So 1, his podcast. 2, showcases his corncob level dirty feet like it's Vogue. 3, he farts into the mic intentionally. 4, fans are begging Selena Gomez to reconsider her life choices. And 5, she's still out here posting very cute couple content. Honestly, I don't blame the fans for being grossed out. So am I. If I, was paying attention to someone's podcast and the highlight reel was him farting with dirty feet, I'd be like, no thanks. I'm like, oh. But at the end of the day, if Selena is happy and genuinely digs these unique quirks, I guess that's what we'll call them, more power to her. Just like, don't ask the rest of us to applaud being exposed to that level of barefoot broadcast chaos. I mean, stay tuned though, honestly, because the internet is absolutely not done roasting this moment, and neither am I. Is Kristen Bell trapped in a toxic marriage? Let's dig into it. Lock in with me. The internet just collectively short-circuited after she casually said something that absolutely detonated her carefully curated Hollywood healthy marriage image. Now, Kristen Bell, America's quirky, relatable sweetheart, openly admitted that she doesn't really care if her husband, Dax Shepard, cheats on her. And no, she didn't whisper it in like a therapy session. She said it out loud in an interview like it was a normal Tuesday thought. And the moment that sentence left her mouth, well, people stopped hearing nuance and started hearing sirens. Her logic was basically this: humans are attracted to other humans, marriage doesn't magically turn your eyes off, and pretending otherwise is kind of delusional. She framed it as honesty, emotional maturity, and realism. The internet framed it as blink twice if you're trapped. Because let's be real for a second, when a woman says she wouldn't care if her husband cheated on her, people don't hear confidence, they hear resignation, they hear coping, they hear someone who's talked themselves into accepting less than they deserve, especially when that husband is Dax Shepard, a man who has openly talked about his past cheating, substance dependency issues, and just emotional chaos for literal years on his podcast. So timing did her absolutely no favors either, because this comment resurfaced right after Kristen posted that deeply uncomfortable anniversary message where she joked that Dax once said he would never unalive her, even though he had every incentive to. And yes, she probably meant it as dark humor, but the internet read it and collectively went, girl, are you okay? Honestly, people were not laughing, they were concerned. And when you combine that post with her cheating comments, suddenly it stopped sounding like edgy humor and started sounding like someone normalizing dysfunction because it's easier than unpacking it. And that's where the toxic marriage conversation really kicked off. Even recently on a podcast, Dax admitted that he enjoys flirting with other people, and his close friend Monica Padman, who was the host of the podcast, told him, maybe you lost that right when you got married. He responded, well, in typical Dax Shepard way, saying he basically just likes to flirt. Okay, so Kristen and Dax have always branded themselves as brutally honest, therapy-obsessed, self-aware adults who fight hard but love harder. They've talked openly about, screaming matches, resentment, attraction to other people, and the constant work it takes to stay together. But there's a fine line between transparency and oversharing, to the point where people start questioning whether you're actually happy or just committed to the narrative of being real. Kristen tried to clarify that she wasn't saying cheating is okay, just that attraction is inevitable, and it's what you do with it that matters. But here's the issue. That explanation only works when your relationship doesn't already have visible cracks, when the public already knows your partner has a history of cheating. That clarification stops sounding philosophical and starts sounding like pre-forgiveness, and Dax didn't exactly help. I mean, instead of shutting it down cleanly, he kind of leaned into jokes, sarcasm, and podcast-style deflection, which only fueled the idea that this marriage survives on humor instead of boundaries. He even had to publicly clarify that they're not swingers, they're not in an open marriage, and not quietly redefining monogamy behind closed doors, because rumors had spiraled that far. But here's the uncomfortable part nobody actually wants to say out loud, but I will. Sometimes people normalize behavior not because they're enlightened, but because accepting it feels safer than confronting the possibility that your needs aren't being met. Kristen's comment didn't sound like someone empowered by trust, it sounded like someone emotionally detaching from a scenario because engaging with it would just hurt entirely too much. There's also a power imbalance people ignore. Kristen Bell is widely successful, yes, but she's also an emotional stabilizer in the relationship. She's the caretaker, the communicator, the one constantly framing chaos as character. And when that person says they wouldn't care if their partner cheated on them, it raises a bigger question. Who is doing the compromising and who is benefiting from it? This isn't about judging how people structure their marriages, it's about optics, patterns, and what happens when being chill starts looking a lot like emotional self-abandonment. Kristen might genuinely feel secure enough not to spiral over a hypothetical, or she might be doing what a lot of women do when they love someone complicated, redefining expectations so they hurt less when they're violated. And the reason this went viral isn't because people hate her, it's because they recognize the dynamic. They've seen it, they've lived it, they've told themselves the same stories to survive toxic relationships that ask them to bend further than they ever should have. Whether Kristen wants to admit it or not, the red flags aren't hypotheticals. They've been public for years.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce just announced their engagement in a cute Instagram post, but some fans are worried about red flags in their relationship. Now, remember when they first started dating and a relationship contract was leaked? Well, some people still believe this, and that their relationship is fake and PR. And I mean, the people who think this do have some valid points, as it's very strange timing to announce an engagement while Taylor is in the middle of an album rollout titled The Life of a Showgirl. Now, is this just for show? Maybe. I mean, when you Google Taylor Swift and the announcement, there's confetti on her Google page with a heart button and the phrase, "And baby, that's show business for you," moving around on the screen. Now, it's just so suspicious the timing of all of this. Not to mention, they announced the engagement 13 days after Taylor appeared on Travis and his brother Jason's podcast. And on the podcast, Taylor spoke about how much she loves numbers and finding a way to incorporate 13 into her life. Now, many fans think this is an Easter egg, but the thing is, in that very same interview, Taylor said she would never Easter egg her real life. So, is the engagement not real then? Is it not a part of her personal life? Is it all for show? For this showgirl? Some fans think all of this is just performance art, and regardless, it is quite interesting the timing of all of this. Now, whether this relationship is true or not, there will always be doubters expressing their opinions and calling them out. And if the relationship is real, it's pretty crappy to think that a bunch of people think you're lying. And then there's also the fact of the couple's privacy. Apparently, the couple got engaged 2 weeks ago, which is great because the information didn't leak to the world, but now that they have announced it to the world, Travis's dad, Ed Kelce, has been talking non-stop about the couple to the press. Now, Ed revealed Travis actually did the proposal, maybe 2 weeks ago. Travis had these plans to do it the next weekend before flying out to Brazil for Kansas City Chiefs game against the Los Angeles Chargers on September 5th. He was gonna make a big production out of it someplace and wanted to make it a bit special, Ed continued. I told him the same thing Scott Swift told him, that's Taylor Swift's dad. Asking her is what's going to make it special. It's not where you do it, you know what I mean? You could do it on the side of the road. He added, just get it done, don't worry about any special date, just you're ready, you got the ring, do it. Now, Travis ended up listening to the advice of his dad and future father-in-law and proposed to Taylor in his garden. He got her out there, they were about to go to dinner, Ed said. Let's go out and have a glass of wine. They go out there and that's when he asked her, and it was beautiful, he added. They started FaceTiming me and their mother and her folks to make sure everyone knew. So to see them together is great, he added. In another interview, Ed revealed that his son asked Taylor's dad, Scott Swift, for his blessing to marry his daughter a month ago. With someone revealing this much information, it could interfere with the couple's privacy, and who knows what will happen.
Is something off about Jen Aniston and Jim Curtis, or are people looking too deep into business that isn't theirs, like usual? But let's get into it. So something is seriously off with this Jennifer Aniston and Jim Curtis relationship, and the internet can smell it from a mile away, because the more details that come out about these two, the more this starts feeling less like a Hollywood romance and more like a very expensive wellness retreat that somehow turned into dating. So according to new reports, Jennifer Aniston is now taking a huge next step with Jim Curtis by building a relationship with his teenage son. And apparently this is a major deal for her, because sources are saying she has fully made peace with motherhood not being possible for her anymore, at least not for herself, right? Now, first of all, let me just say Jennifer Aniston has been dragged by tabloids for literally 2 decades over this whole motherhood conversation, and honestly, it's insane. I mean, the woman could eat one burrito and suddenly magazines are screaming miracle baby at age 56. The obsession has been weird for years, but this relationship relationship specifically, something about it feels incredibly curated. Like every update sounds like, it came from directly, a manifestation podcast or something. Because who exactly is Jim Curtis? Well, he is a hypnotist, wellness coach, manifestation guru, self-help author, and professional aura cleanser, apparently. This man sounds like somebody who, charges $900 to teach celebrities how to breathe correctly under a full moon. And somehow Jennifer Aniston, who has spent years being one of the most private celebrities in Hollywood, is suddenly dating a guy whose entire career is built around emotional healing, buzzwords and Instagram therapy captions. And that alone has people raising some eyebrows. Then there is the timing of all of this. Suddenly stories are leaking about how serious they are getting, how she met his son, how, his ex-wife approves of her, how Jen finally found peace. It all sounds very carefully packaged, like somebody sat down with a vision board and a publicist at the exact same time. And listen, maybe they are genuinely happy. Maybe Jim Curtis really is the, calming, grounded, emotionally evolved king the articles keep describing. But the internet is skeptical because celebrity wellness, men have a track record that is not, let's just say, amazing. And every time Hollywood introduces a new spiritually enlightened life coach boyfriend, it lasts usually about 6 months before you find out he was charging people $400 to scream into the ocean while holding crystals from Etsy. I mean, even fans are confused because Jennifer Aniston has always had this very cool, untouchable energy, America's eternal it girl. And now suddenly she is dating a hypnotist named Jim Curtis who talks about relationship flare-ups on podcasts like he's kind of auditioning to host like couples therapy in Malibu. I don't know. And people are also noticing how fast this escalated. One minute they're quietly vacationing in Spain. Next minute he's suddenly everywhere in the headlines attached to her name, like a human sponsored ad for emotional alignment. But honestly, the saddest part of all of this is how much Jennifer's fertility struggles became public. I mean, over the years, she's openly admitted she went through IVF, privately, while, the media kind of painted her as selfish and career obsessed for not having kids. So now seeing headlines about her finally accepting motherhood may never happen, it feels heavy because behind all this celebrity gossip, there is a real person there who clearly went through painful stuff while the world turned it into tabloid clickbait for decades. Still though, this relationship has the energy of a couple, that drinks celery juice together in total silence while pretending that counts as intimacy. And I cannot be the only one getting suspicious when every article describing this man sounds like it was generated by ChatGPT after, typing emotionally available silver fox who owns, singing bowls. And at the end of the day, maybe Jennifer Aniston finally found her peace, or maybe Hollywood has officially entered its wellness boyfriend era and we're all just forced to watch it happen in real time. Either way, this entire relationship feels less like a romance and more like a Netflix documentary waiting to happen. Something is seriously wrong with Hollywood's most royal couple, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Have we missed all the red flags, or are they just really good at keeping up their facade? Let's dig into it. When you look at Beyonce and Jay-Z and it all seems so perfect, golden couple energy, billionaire brand, kids, you'd swear they're living the fairy tale, but if you peek behind the velvet rope, baby, the red flags are waving hard. First up, the age gap. Jay-Z is 12 years older than Beyonce, and they started dating when she was just 19. That kind of gap in your late teens isn't just different phases of life, it invites a power imbalance. Experts point out that older partners can have parental-like influence, and Bey has said, he taught her how to be a woman. That's not romantic, that's mentorship. Or even manipulation. Then there's the cheating. Beyonce didn't just write songs, she went nuclear. Lemonade was her epic, emotional, rallying cry, unpacking betrayal and hurt in a way only she could. But she didn't leave it at heartbreak, she built an entire art project around it. And Jay-Z, well, he didn't stay silent either. On his album 444, he finally owned up. He raps about apologizing for emotional distance, for womanizing, for the guilt over lost pregnancies. He even says, he wasn't ready for her maturity, begging her not to walk away. That sounds like more than an old fling, that's deep, like generational trauma. There's also the family tension. Anyone remember the elevator fight? Well, her sister Solange straight up attacked Jay-Z while Beyonce was just there watching. That didn't come from nowhere. Something, or some people think it hints at deeper resentment beneath the perfect couple image. Another huge one is their relationship isn't just personal, it's part of their brand. Their love lives are tied to their business empire. When you're a multi-billion-dollar power couple, breaking up might break more than your heart. It could crack the whole business. And don't think Beyonce's not paying a price. Between her endless grind and the emotional labor, she's pushed herself to the limit. Meanwhile, Jay's made grand apologies through his music, but has has the real change stuck? Or is this just another stellar album cycle? I mean, when you add it all up, the age gap, the infidelity, the emotional baggage, the business stakes, their marriage starts to look less like true love conquers all and more like a high-risk corporate merger. So yeah, their relationship might be legendary, but it's far from flawless. They're not just Beyonce and Jay-Z, they're a billion-dollar brand, and sometimes the stakes of staying together feel way bigger than the stakes of leaving. If this were a movie, I'd call it Empire of Regret. Hollywood has always loved a controversial romance, from actors dating women young enough to be their daughters to relationships that sparked endless debates about power dynamics and maturity. These are some of the Hollywood age gap couples that made fans seriously uncomfortable. Let's get into it. First up, Leonardo DiCaprio and Camila Morrone. I think that's how you say her name. At this point, Leonardo DiCaprio's dating history has practically become its own internet meme. When Leo was 44 years old, he was dating actress and model Camila Morrone, who was only 22. That's a 22-year age gap, and fans immediately had opinions. I mean, lots of them. The criticism got so intense that Camila actually had to publicly address it and tell people that anyone should be able to date who they want to date, which is fair, but you know, the internet wasn't having it. People became obsessed with tracking Leo's relationships and noticed a pattern here. Many of his girlfriends seemed to be like under 25. When Leo and Camila eventually broke up shortly after she turned 25, the memes exploded all over social media. I mean, whether fair or not, the relationship became one of the most talked about age gap romances in modern Hollywood. Next up is Aaron Taylor-Johnson and Sam Taylor-Johnson. This couple still sparks debates to this day. Aaron was just 18 years old when he met director Sam Taylor-Johnson on the set of the film Nowhere Boy. Sam was 42. That's a 24-year age gap, and that immediately raised eyebrows. Critics questioned the power dynamic because she was the director and he was the young actor starring in the movie. Now, the couple got engaged quickly and married in 2012 and are still together more than a decade later. Aaron has repeatedly defended the relationship and called the public obsession with their age difference just bizarre. But even after all these years, many fans still debate whether the relationship would have received the same reaction if the genders were reversed. Next up is Dane Cook and Kelsey Taylor. Now, comedian Dane Cook managed to shock the internet without even telling a joke. When people discovered that Dane was dating singer Kelsey Taylor, there was immediate backlash because of their age difference. Dane was in his 40s when the relationship became public, while Kelsey was still a teenager. Yeah, rough. The couple has a 26 to 27 year age gap depending on the year being discussed, and online criticism was, you know, relentless, obviously. Dane has openly joked about the age difference in interviews and stand-up specials, but that hasn't stopped people from questioning their relationship. The controversy followed them all the way to their engagement and eventual marriage. Next up is Dennis Quaid and Laura Savoy. Now, Dennis Quaid found himself back in the headlines when he started dating Laura. The reason? A nearly 40-year age gap. Quaid was in his mid-60s while Laura was a PhD student in her 20s when they met. The internet immediately had opinions, and many people questioned how two people from completely different generations could even relate to each other, right? Dennis has repeatedly defended the relationship, saying age simply wasn't something that came up between them and that their connection felt, I don't know, natural. The couple married in 2020 and remain together today, but their romance is still frequently mentioned whenever people discuss celebrity age gap relationships. And lastly, we have Al Pacino and Noor Alfallah. Hopefully I'm saying that right. If you thought the others were surprising, wait until you hear this one. So Hollywood legend Al Pacino welcomed a child in 2023 with Noor. The age gap? More than 50 years, yeah. Pacino was 83 years old while Noor was in her late 20s. The news immediately dominated headlines and social media. People were genuinely stunned and shocked. Some fans joked that Al Pacino's birth certificate belonged in a museum, while others questioned how a relationship with such an enormous generational gap could even function. To be fair, both, appeared completely unbothered by the criticism, but online reactions ranged from disbelief to absolute confusion. Even in a town famous for unconventional relationships, this one, had people doing like a double take. And honestly, if somebody told you 20 years ago that Al Pacino would be changing diapers in his 80s, would you have believed them? Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun's relationship is getting a lot of attention lately, but not necessarily for the reasons they were probably hoping for, because every time these two step out in public, the internet seems to have the exact reaction. Wait, Are we buying this? Now, before anybody comes for me, yes, Sydney and Scooter are a real couple, allegedly. They officially went public earlier this year after months of rumors, Instagram posts, and increasingly public appearances together. Now, reports say they've been dating since late 2025 after meeting at Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's wedding in Venice. And, by all accounts, things have gotten pretty serious. Again, allegedly. But serious doesn't mean people aren't skeptical, right? So let's start with the biggest elephant in the room, the age gap. Sydney is 28. Scooter Braun is 44. That's a 16-year age difference. And while plenty of celebrity couples have larger gaps, we know this, fans haven't exactly embraced this pairing. I mean, a lot of people still associate Sydney with her young Hollywood image, while Scooter is known as the music industry executive behind artists like Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande, and of course, the infamous New York Knicks fan, Taylor Swift. And that controversy brings us to the PR problem. Whether it's fair or not, Scooter Braun has baggage. Lots of it, like a few suitcases full. For years, his name has been linked to one of the most public celebrity feuds of the modern era. So when Sydney started dating him, many fans immediately questioned why she would willingly attach herself to somebody who already comes with a built-in public relations headache. Then came the Knicks games. If you've been anywhere near social media recently, you've probably seen the photos. Sydney and Scooter have been showing up together at multiple New York Knicks playoff and final games. They were there wearing their Knicks gear, sitting courtside, posting selfies, looking very, very camera aware. And here's where things start getting a little messy. Many fans began accusing the couple of looking overly staged, very performative, if you will. Not because celebrities attending basketball games is unusual, except maybe some, but that's basically an American sport at this point, right? Because every appearance seemed to generate another round of perfectly timed photos, social media posts, PDA moments, and of course, headlines. At one finals game, photos of Scooter kissing Sydney on the cheek quickly spread across entertainment media. Another appearance generated headlines after the pair coordinated matching Knicks outfits. Cute, I guess. And online, people immediately started debating whether these were authentic couple moments or carefully managed image building opportunities. But then things got even more awkward thanks to one unexpected person, Taylor Swift. At Game 4 of the NBA Finals, fans realized Scooter Braun and Sydney Sweeney were sitting only a few rows behind Taylor Swift, and the internet absolutely lost its mind. Within minutes, social media was flooded with memes, jokes, and reactions pointing out the irony of Scooter sitting behind the woman whose Masters controversy helped define his public reputation, and not his good one, the bad one. To be fair, reports later claimed the seating arrangement was completely coincidental, but don't you buy your seats like us regular folk? I don't know. Whatever. Scooter said Sydney had actually surprised him with family tickets and the location had nothing to do with Taylor. Let's remember, Sydney's got good genes, right? But once the internet creates a narrative, good luck stopping it, am I right? Because suddenly Sydney found herself getting dragged into a conversation that wasn't even about her. And that's been one of the biggest reoccurring themes of this relationship. Every time the couple makes headlines, the focus often shifts away from Sydney's career and right back to Scooter's reputation. Even stories that should have been harmless, date night coverage, somehow turned into debates about Taylor Swift, PR strategy, celebrity image management, or, whatever the relationship feels authentic or not, which it doesn't. Now, none of this means the relationship is fake, of course. In fact, multiple reports describe them as committed and very serious. Friends close to the couple have said things are going well and that the relationship has become increasingly important to both of them. But perception matters in Hollywood, and we know this. And right now, the perception problem isn't going away. Between the age gap discourse, Scooter's controversial public image, the endless Knicks photo, ops, and the PDA-filled social media posts, and also the accidental Taylor Swift connection. Yeah, this relationship seems to generate controversy every single time the couple leaves the house. So the real question isn't whether Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun are actually happy together. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. The real question is whether they'll ever convince the internet that they aren't starring in a celebrity PR campaign every time they're photographed. Because at this point, the relationship itself may not be ugly, but the public reaction to it definitely is. Could a divorce for Justin and Hailey Bieber be on the horizon for the new year? 2026 might be the year they say, we're done. Okay, let's talk about Justin and Hailey Bieber, the couple that has been trying so hard to convince the world they're fine that it has officially become the biggest red flag of the decade. I mean, if you have to repeatedly announce that you're good, strong, and taking things day by day, you're not announcing stability, you're announcing the countdown to your divorce. Let's start with Justin, because this man has spent the last 2 years expressing his feelings exclusively through Instagram captions that read like the diary entries of someone who just discovered heartbreak for the very first time. I mean, at one one point, he wrote a whole paragraph confessing that he's broken, angry, fragile, struggling, everything except happy in his marriage. These weren't cryptic quotes. These were the emotional equivalent of a flashing neon sign that says, "My marriage is on fire and I'm standing in the flames with an acoustic guitar." Meanwhile, Hailey has been posting her own curated kind of melancholy stuff. I mean, she's dropping lines like, "I am imperfect, I have been rejected, and I still have purpose," which is exactly the kind of thing you post after realizing, affirmations won't fix a relationship that feels like a group project where you're the only one doing the work. And when she said they were just taking it, a day at a time, every therapist worldwide quietly raised an eyebrow. Nobody who's in a healthy marriage says we're taking it a day at a time. That's what you say when your relationship is on the same life support machine as a plant you forgot to water for 3 weeks. And let's talk about the dynamic here, because these two have an energy that screams, we love each other, but we don't actually like each other. The vibes are tense. Justin has publicly shaded Hailey more than once, like when he told her she'd never be on the cover of Vogue, and then she went and landed the cover of Vogue, and he posted it with the enthusiasm of a man who just realized his wife exceeded a standard he set as a joke. That is not support. That is embarrassment disguised as pride. I mean, their public moments don't help either. They look like a couple whose arguments start with, "I'm fine," and end with one of them crying in a Range Rover while paparazzi zoom in from across the street. And yes, they've got a kid now, but adding a baby to a shaky foundation doesn't magically fix anything. We all know that. It just means now there's a witness to all of this. The truth is their entire marriage feels like two people trying to heal a million emotional wounds with, aesthetically pleasing photos, vacation montages, and PR approved statements. But behind the scenes, the cracks are loud, the energy is off, the chemistry is giving situationship that accidentally got a marriage certificate. Every year people say they won't make it, and every year they do, but barely. And now, after all the emotional breakdowns, cold body language, sad interviews, and oddly timed spiritual quotes, it genuinely feels like both of them are living in separate realities and occasionally scheduling a kiss for optics. So yeah, I don't know. Is 2026 the year Justin and Hailey finally call it quits? Honestly, the evidence isn't subtle. I mean, when you have two people broadcasting emotional distress like it's free Wi-Fi, that's not a couple that stays married forever. That's a couple kind of inching closer and closer to filing a divorce and releasing matching notes app statements about love, respect, and growth. I mean, at this point, the divorce papers are basically warming up in the bullpen, and honestly, it might be the best thing for both of them, because when your marriage causes more emotional monologues than a Taylor Swift album and more cryptic posts than a teenage breakup, that's not romance. That's a storyline waiting to happen. And 2026 is looking like the year that this storyline finally drops.
Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis's marriage is in serious trouble, and insiders are now saying things are worse than fans thought. Fans used to gush about them as the cute Hollywood couple. Now they're whispering that Ashton has checked out emotionally, while Mila feels isolated, frustrated, and alone in the relationship. And it's not just rumors. Friends are raising red flags. Let's get this straight. Ashton Kutcher isn't ignoring his marriage because he's jet-setting for romantic getaways. No, according to insiders, he's so absorbed in the tech world and his latest business obsessions that he's barely present at home. Sources say Ashton's focus has shifted entirely to networking with tech bros, investing, and building his second career, leaving Mila to deal with life, kids, and Hollywood on her own. Friends are reportedly worried that Ashton's priorities are so out of balance that Mila is left feeling very isolated. A pretty brutal description for someone who's supposed to be your partner for life. And here's where it gets even messier. Sources who've known them for years say things have changed dramatically in recent months. According to insiders, Mila and Ashton no longer share the same energy, goals, or even the same circle of friends. And that's exactly how marriages crack and collapse behind closed doors. One friend reportedly warned Ashton that he's lost interest in building a life with Mila like he used to, because all of his energy is tied up with tech events, fundraisers, and business lunches with new associates. Now, let's talk about isolation. Not as some cute quote on a coffee mug, but the real buzzword insiders are using. According to reports, Mila doesn't want to give up her Hollywood life or her career, and she doesn't want to be left alone raising their kids while Ashton chases deals and board memberships across Silicon Valley. That's not tension. That's a relationship growing apart. When one partner feels sidelined and the other is emotionally unavailable, flames go out fast, and the pressure is only getting worse. Fans haven't forgotten past controversies, like the backlash over their apology letters supporting convicted that 70s show co-star Danny Masterson, which still haunts their public image online. Even when they try to appear united on red carpets, some fans are now shouting that they're not forgiven and their public smiles look more like PR damage control than real happiness. That's the kind of heat that gets under a couple's skin when the cameras stop rolling. Ed out together, coordinated denim looks, Rome strolls, even family vacations. But insiders say those moments are more about saving face than saving a marriage. It's the old Hollywood playbook. Look happy in paparazzi pics, ignore the cracks nobody sees off camera. But when people who actually know you are saying things like, he needs to step up, you know it's past denial. So what's really going on with Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis? Are they heading for divorce or just in the worst rough patch of their marriage? Here's the brutal takeaway. When one spouse checks out emotionally and invests their time elsewhere, it's not just trouble, it's a slow unraveling. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is this marriage on the rocks, or are they just weathering a storm Hollywood style?
Something is seriously wrong with Benny Blanco, and yes, the clips are terrifyingly uncomfortable. Since marrying Selena Gomez, the internet is panicking, and nobody wanted to say this until now. Look, they should be Hollywood's power couple. She's a global icon, he's a hitmaker. But something weird is happening behind the glamour. Ever since that Santa Barbara wedding, the internet isn't just talking, it's obsessing. Fans started noticing strange behavior and hilarious but cringe habits from Benny, like that Golden Globes chewing gum moment people couldn't unsee. Fans called it nasty, open-mouth chewing, and straight up distracting on camera. People were like, tell him to stop on Twitter and on Threads. And it didn't stop at gum chewing. Every camera cut had people talking. One comment said it made them want to punch a hole in the wall. That's not love, that's Monday morning tantrum energy. Now fans online have actually started roasting the whole relationship. Some saying Benny just looks uninterested, like he's not even in it unless the cameras are on him. Some Reddit threads brutally claim that Selena chased him and that he never really gave love back. Now that's a hard narrative. Then there's the other side of this story. Selena herself recently opened up about how she cried and feared the worst right after their wedding. She said that even amid the happiest moment of her life, her brain went straight to, what if this all goes wrong tomorrow, and sobbed. Now that's raw vulnerability, not a PR spin. Fans took that though and ran with it. Some supportive, some saying it's signs of insecurity, others saying it's just pressure from fame. Either way though, people are talking. And fan reactions, well, it's mixed chaos. Some fans are straight up shading the couple's Golden Globes appearance, saying they didn't even look like a couple. Commenters insist that they looked like a mess and claimed that there was zero chemistry. Oof. Others insisted that Selena's the one putting in all the emotional work, and Benny's just there for the front row perks. Yikes. Now, you have to see social posts, memes about Benny's habits, clips gone viral, people mocking everything from gum to awkward expressions, and it's like watching a reality show without the producers. Commentary's wild, from supportive to savage, and that split makes everyone talk even more. Now, just at the 2026 Golden Globes, they were supposed to be the picture-perfect newlyweds, Selena glowing in Chanel and Benny beside her. They even hit a diner afterwards, like total relatable couple goals, but even amid the glam and the PDA, the online narrative was already writing itself. Is this just pressure, a weird habit, or a sign that their marriage isn't what it looks like? That's the tea everyone's sipping. So tell me, is this just quirky celebrity behavior, or is there something seriously weird going on with Benny Blanco's energy since marrying Selena Gomez? Comment team concerned or team it's nothing below.
Brooklyn Beckham and Nicola Peltz may be headed towards a divorce sooner than we thought. So Brooklyn Beckham and Nicola Peltz are officially giving marriage under pressure. No, this isn't just tabloids being dramatic. This is a full-blown family implosion with billionaire in-laws, image control, and decades of Beckham branding crashing headfirst into a very young marriage. Because right now, Brooklyn isn't just distancing himself from his famous parents, he's publicly choosing sides, and the side he's choosing is Nicola. Now, sources close to the situation say Brooklyn has become completely estranged from David and Victoria Beckham, and the reason allegedly is Nicola. Now, or more specifically, his decision to actually defend her at all costs, even if it means torching his relationship with his own family. And, you know, that's where things start getting messy. According to reports, the tension that's actually between Nicola and Victoria didn't magically just kind of appear out of nowhere. It's actually been simmering since the wedding, the infamous wedding, the one that was supposed to be a fairy tale and instead turned into a Cold War with floral arrangements. Yeah. The dress drama alone was enough to fuel headlines for, years to come. Now, Nicola didn't wear a Victoria Beckham gown despite early plans, and that reportedly struck a nerve. And from there, everything escalated. I mean, passive comments, hurt feelings, power struggles, and control issues disguised as, misunderstandings. But here's where it gets interesting. Brooklyn is no longer playing neutral. Behind the scenes, insiders say Brooklyn feels his parents have repeatedly crossed boundaries in his marriage, that they've inserted themselves, questioned decisions, and treated Nicola less like his wife and more like a problem that needed to be managed. And Brooklyn, he's had enough. He's reportedly told friends that his loyalty is with his wife, full stop, period. He also said that Nicola makes him feel supported, understood, and protected, things he allegedly hasn't felt with his own family for a very long time, which is a big statement when your parents are literally David and Victoria Beckham. And this is where people start whispering the word divorce, because when a marriage becomes the center of a family fracture this deep, the pressure is unreal. On one side, you've got a woman who comes from extreme wealth, who doesn't need the Beckham name, who doesn't rely on their brand, and who isn't interested in playing polite when she feels disrespected. And on the other side, you've got a family whose entire legacy is built on image, loyalty, and, control of the narrative. Also, allegedly, the parents have said, that they won't talk to him unless he splits from her, which is crazy. So Brooklyn, of course, is stuck in the middle, except lately he's not in the middle at all. He's fully aligned with Nicola, and friends of the Beckhams say David and Victoria are devastated. I mean, they feel blindsided. They believe Nicola has pulled Brooklyn away from them and created distance that didn't need to exist. But people close to Brooklyn, they see it very differently. They say this isn't Nicola isolating him, it's Brooklyn finally setting boundaries. And if that's true, that's a dangerous emotional position for a young marriage to be in, because when you cut off your entire support system for your partner, the relationship suddenly has to carry everything, every, disagreement, every bad day, every crack. That's when resentment creeps in. And that's why people are watching this marriage so closely, because while Brooklyn is publicly standing firm, insiders say the pressure behind closed doors is intense. He's balancing loyalty to his wife with unresolved pain from his parents, and that emotional weight doesn't just disappear because you post a cute little Instagram photo. Nicola, meanwhile, is said to feel constantly blamed, like no matter what happens, she's the villain or the woman who took their son away. But the question is whether this marriage can survive being the battleground for one of the most famous families in the world, because love is one thing, but love under this much pressure, that's where cracks start to show. And if this keeps escalating, don't be surprised if headed towards divorce stops sounding like less speculation and starts sounding like a headline that finally comes true. Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel aren't exactly living in marital bliss, and I've got some tea on that. Let's get straight into it. Justin Timberlake, ex-boy band heartthrob, solo pop legend, actor, king of sexy back, and Jessica Biel, A-list Hollywood actress, mom, producer, have been married since 2012. But peel back the red carpet gloss and what looks like a fairy tale in tabloids might actually be a struggle. Now, this isn't your typical they had a fight at brunch celebrity drama. No, insiders have told outlets that Jessica Biel has been frustrated with Justin's alleged lack of effort to actually, help with their marriage, especially at a time when his schedule should have given him space to focus on family. And yeah, it doesn't stop there. Sources have even described the couple's marriage as having little to no intimacy, a dry, passionless dynamic that would be tough for any relationship, let alone, one always in the public eye. To understand why this is such a topic, we have to rewind a little bit. Justin Timberlake doesn't exactly have a spotless reputation when it comes to relationships. Even before Jessica, his history was, punctuated with rumors and controversies, from the infamous Crimea River era, and all the speculation about Britney Spears, to flirtation scandals and very public celebrity moments that kept his name in gossip columns. Now, that particular pattern didn't magically disappear once he married Biel. I mean, in 2019, Justin was photographed hand in hand with his Palmer co-star in New Orleans, cozy enough for a public apology. He ended up deleting the post, claiming it was a lapse in judgment and blaming, alcohol, while insisting nothing happened physically. Okay. That's the kind of message the public remembers, and one that sparks serious public gossip about, fidelity. But fast forward to the marriage years and things started getting, let's just say, weirder. Despite the couple's long history of reaffirming their love publicly, including, birthday posts, anniversary shoutouts, sources more recently paint a picture of strain. People close to Beal reportedly feel that Timberlake is not doing enough to actively contribute to fixing problems, even though his work plate isn't overloaded. So that's a telling detail, a husband who appears too busy for growth in his marriage, even when he has time. Then there's the matter of distance, emotional and otherwise. One report described Beal and Timberlake as being like day and night, as if they just don't relate to each other the way they once did. And, if that weren't enough, some outlets even floated the possibility that this marriage, already public and complicated, could be in a precarious place, with gossip fueling speculation around a potential split down the road. Meanwhile, Timberlake, been handling his own personal curveballs too, widely covered DWI arrest in 2024, embarrassed the whole family. It was in public, it added stress, and reportedly didn't win him any brownie points at home. So let's be clear, this isn't just tabloid, fever or whatever. Multiple outlets have reported on marital strain and lack of intimacy between Jessica and Justin, even after years together. Jessica's frustration at Justin's perceived lack of effort to improve things, energy and connection issues they've publicly, been described as facing, and ongoing speculation that this isn't a settled, happy Hollywood marriage story, the way PR might want you to think it is. But here's the twist. Every time rumors wind up circling, the drain, Justin and Jessica both come out with statements or public posts about how committed they are, how much they love each other, and how they're working through it. That's the Hollywood duality, struggle behind the scenes, positivity on the surface. So what's really going on? Is Jessica Biel quietly reevaluating her marriage to a man who makes headlines for scandal more than romance? Is Justin Timberlake quietly trying to fix things but losing traction with time and missteps? Honestly, probably a bit of both, just like many relationships not happening under the spotlight of millions every day. At the end of the day, a marriage can never just be about the glamorous photos. And in this case, the report suggests the gloss might be hiding a lot more conflict, frustration, and emotional distance than fans ever expected. Is Kristen Bell trapped in a toxic marriage? Let's dig into it. Lock in with me. The internet just collectively short-circuited after she casually said something that absolutely detonated her carefully curated Hollywood healthy marriage image. Now, Kristen Bell, America's quirky, relatable sweetheart, openly admitted that she doesn't really care if her husband, Dax Shepard, cheats on her. And no, she didn't whisper it in like a therapy session. She said it out loud in an interview like it was a normal Tuesday thought. And the moment that sentence left her mouth, well, people stopped hearing nuance and started hearing sirens. Her logic was basically this: humans are attracted to other humans, marriage doesn't magically turn your eyes off, and pretending otherwise is kind of delusional. She framed it as honesty, emotional maturity, and realism. The internet framed it as blink twice if you're trapped. Because let's be real for a second, when a woman says she wouldn't care if her husband cheated on her, people don't hear confidence, they hear resignation, they hear coping, they hear someone who's talked themselves into accepting less than they deserve, especially when that husband is Dax Shepard, a man who has openly talked about his past cheating, substance dependency issues, and just emotional chaos for literal years on his podcast. So timing did her absolutely no favors either, because this comment resurfaced right after Kristen posted that deeply uncomfortable anniversary message where she joked that Dax once said he would never unalive her, even though he had every incentive to. And yes, she probably meant it as dark humor, but the internet read it and collectively went, girl, are you okay? Honestly, people were not laughing, they were concerned. And when you combine that post with her cheating comments, suddenly it stopped sounding like edgy humor and started sounding like someone normalizing dysfunction because it's easier than unpacking it. And that's where the toxic marriage conversation really kicked off. Even recently on a podcast, Dax admitted that he enjoys flirting with other people, and his close friend Monica Padman, who was the host of the podcast, told him, maybe you lost that right when you got married. He responded, well, in typical Dax Shepard way, saying he basically just likes to flirt. Okay, so Kristen and Dax have always branded themselves as brutally honest, therapy-obsessed, self-aware adults who fight hard but love harder. They've talked openly about, screaming matches, resentment, attraction to other people, and the constant work it takes to stay together. But there's a fine line between transparency and oversharing, to the point where people start questioning whether you're actually happy or just committed to the narrative of being real. Kristen tried to clarify that she wasn't saying cheating is okay, just that attraction is inevitable, and it's what you do with it that matters. But here's the issue. That explanation only works when your relationship doesn't already have visible cracks, when the public already knows your partner has a history of cheating. That clarification stops sounding sounding philosophical and start sounding like pre-forgiveness, and Dax didn't exactly help. I mean, instead of shutting it down cleanly, he kind of leaned into jokes, sarcasm, and podcast-style deflection, which only fueled the idea that this marriage survives on humor instead of boundaries. He even had to publicly clarify that they're not swingers, they're not in an open marriage, and not quietly redefining monogamy behind closed doors, because rumors had spiraled that far. But here's the uncomfortable part nobody actually wants to say out loud, but I will. Sometimes people normalize behavior not because they're enlightened, but because accepting it feels safer than confronting the possibility that your needs aren't being met. Kristen's comment didn't sound like someone empowered by trust, it sounded like someone emotionally detaching from a scenario because engaging with it would just hurt entirely too much. There's also a power imbalance people ignore. Kristen Bell is widely successful, yes, but she's also an emotional stabilizer in the relationship. She's the caretaker, the communicator, the one constantly framing chaos as character, and when that person says they wouldn't care if their partner cheated on them, it raises a bigger question. Who is doing the compromising and who is benefiting from it? This isn't about judging how people structure their marriages, it's about optics, patterns, and what happens when being chill starts looking a lot like emotional self-abandonment. Kristen might genuinely feel secure enough not to spiral over a hypothetical, or she might be doing what a lot of women do when they love someone complicated, redefining expectations so they hurt less when they're violated. And the reason this went viral isn't because people hate her, it's because they recognize the dynamic. They've seen it, they've lived it, they've told themselves the same stories to survive toxic relationships that ask them to bend further than they ever should have. Whether Kristen wants to admit it or not, the red flags aren't hypotheticals. They've been public for years.
Divorce rumors are exploding around Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra after one viral Golden Globes clip, and social media is losing it. So let's dig in. Here's what kicked off. At the 2026 Golden Globes, Nick Jonas was caught stepping outside mid-show alone. In a viral video, the internet instantly flipped over. Fans started screaming, "Something's wrong," and of course, divorce rumors hit at warp speed. But wait, before the rumor mill goes full meltdown, Nick actually explained why he walked out. He said the awards show noise triggered his social anxiety, hitting him like a gut punch, and fans actually rallied behind him for speaking openly about it. Now, of course, some corners of the internet did not wait for facts. Clips of Nick alone sparked comments like "divorce coming soon," and strangers online began breaking down their body language like amateur therapists. One user even tweeted that their chemistry looked non-existent, saying Nick looked annoyed while Priyanka looked confused. That's the fuel that ignites the headline fire. And let's rewind, as this isn't the first time people have read too much into this couple. At the 2025 Met Gala, body language experts and social media detectives claimed that their red carpet energy was tense, awkward, and less romantic than usual. Experts said they looked strained, less tactile, and not as playful as we're used to. And fans immediately spun that into trouble in paradise. And years before all of this, relationship analysts listed some supposed red flags, like Nick sometimes photographed without his wedding ring, and the couple spending weeks apart due to work commitments. But here's the catch. Experts also point out many reasons this doesn't mean divorce, like how they still show affection publicly, support each other's careers, and celebrate being a family. Not everything is doom and gloom, but gossip culture loves distraction. Now, back at the Golden Globes, Nick didn't disappear for a romantic escape from Priyanka. He literally took a breather due to social anxiety, which he linked to his new song Gut Punch, as he discussed before in relation to his mental health. Meanwhile, Priyanka slayed the red carpet in custom Dior, fixed his bow tie in a cute moment, and later shared behind-the-scenes date night vibes on social media. But of course, some fans can't see that without twisting it into a headline. So why is the internet so ready to write them off? Part of it's simply celebrity culture. People love seeing a perfect couple fall apart. Plus, long work schedules, different cultural backgrounds, and past bouts of awkward body language keep fueling speculation online, despite no confirmed breakup. Comment threads are wild, with fans dissecting every photo, video, and split-second moment, a reminder that fans can create drama faster than Hollywood publicists can stomp it out. But let's look at the actual moments from them. Nick and Priyanka walking the carpet together, Priyanka adjusting his tie playfully, romantic getaway clips on Instagram where they're clearly affectionate. That doesn't scream divorce imminent, it screams Hollywood couple under a microscope.
Brad Pitt Pitt and Angelina Jolie are officially over. But what red flags did we miss that we should have known would lead to disaster? Former Hollywood power couple Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt were married for only 2 years. Then they spent 4 times as long undoing their union. Miss Jolie and Mr. Pitt met each other on the set of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, a 2005 action movie in which they played married assassins. Now, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's highly publicized divorce in 2016 was a complex and tumultuous process. The Oscar winners, who were together for about actually 12 years before Jolie filed for divorce in 2016, reached a written settlement agreement just recently that actually finally ended one of the longest and most contentious splits in Hollywood history. There were so many red flags that emerged during their separation, starting off with allegations of substance abuse and anger issues. She accused him of having a substance abuse problem, which allegedly created a toxic environment for their children. She filed a cross complaint against her ex-husband Brad Pitt on disclosing new details about what she described in court papers as abusive behavior by him on a private plane in 2016 that led to the dissolution of their marriage. Her filing goes on to describe as extended physical and verbal outbursts in September 2016 as Mr. Pitt, Miss Jolie, and their 6 children flew from France to California. It's alleged that he grabbed Jolie by the head and shook her, and then grabbed her shoulders and shook her again before pushing her into the bathroom wall. And at one point, allegedly, he even poured his beer on her. A lot of other terrible things happened that I won't get into, but it was hostile, aggressive, and I would say traumatizing for everyone on board that plane. Jolie did actually decline to press charges on him, with a close family friend making a statement that actually said she could have pressed charges against him. She could have told the world what happened. She didn't. All she wanted was for Brad to get the help he needed and for their children to get the support they needed to heal. Immediately following this incident, Brad did actually check himself into a sobriety program, which many looked at as a way for him to just kind of save face. It was also reported that Brad wanted Angie to sign an NDA, to which she refused because according to her, that would just cover up his DV. Jolie's divorce attorney, James Simon, said in a statement that since filing for divorce 8 years ago, Jolie has focused on finding peace and healing for their family. He added, frankly, Angelina is exhausted, but she is relieved this one part is over. A source close to Pitt said Jolie's one-sided attacks over the course of their divorce proceedings have included a never-ending distortion of facts, causing tremendous collateral damage to those in and around the family. It is also actually alleged that Brad Pitt has virtually no contact with their adult children. However, per an agreement with Jolie, he has visitation with the younger kids, and it's recently been exposed that several of the children have taken measures to actually remove Pitt from their last names. Jolie and Pitt disagreed on financial matters, including child support and division of assets. Jolie accused Pitt of hiding assets and not providing adequate financial support. Now, in February of 2022, Brad Pitt filed a lawsuit against Angelina claiming that she sold her shares of Miraval, which is a French company including a chateau and vineyard that the former couple purchased together in the south of France. The two first gained a controlling interest in Miraval in 2008. They began selling their own rosé in March 2013 and actually got married at the chateau in August of 2014. Pitt alleges that when Jolie filed for divorce in 2016, they actually both agreed not to sell their Miraval shares without each other's permission. However, fast forward to 2021, Angelina sold her portion of the business to Tenute Del Mondo, the wine division of the Stoli Group owned by Russian businessman Yuri Scheffler. Now, in his filing, Pitt argues that his ex-wife made the business decision without his knowledge or consent. The lawsuit claims that she sold her interests with the knowledge and intention that Scheffler and his affiliates would seek to control the business to which Pitt had devoted himself and to undermine Pitt's investment in Miraval. Now, Pitt allegedly tried to purchase Jolie's stake in the company before she sold it. A source explained that Angelina made the negotiations difficult and was not being fair, and according to the insider, Pitt Pitt was blindsided when he learned that Jolie had sold her shares in October 2021. He assumed they'd work it out because she knew how important the winery was to him. Now, in June 2022, Pitt's lawyers claimed that Jolie made the decision to sell her shares knowing it would negatively impact Pitt's business standing. In the filing, it was alleged that through the sale, Jolie actively sought to inflict harm on Pitt. She knew and intended Scheffler and his affiliates would try to control the business Pitt had built and to undermine Pitt's investment in Miraval. It continued to claim that Scheffler has gained notoriety through cutthroat business tax and dubious professional associations, and that the association jeopardizes the reputation of the brand Pitt so carefully built. An insider said that Brad always dreamed of leaving Miraval to the children as part of, the family legacy. I hate to be the one to say it, but Brad, those kids do not rate you. If we're being honest, I don't think they'd want it anyway. They don't even want your last name, so fast forwarding to November 2024, Brad secured an important win in this ongoing legal battle. In the new court documents, Judge Leah Martin of Los Angeles County Superior Court dismissed 3 motions recently filed by Jolie's legal team, stating that Jolie violated a verbal and written agreement to not sell their stakes in Miraval without both parties' permission. So a win is a win, I suppose. Now, there's so many red flags that should have been bad signs to begin with. It seems like they both just didn't care or take it into consideration, but let's talk about the fact that when they both went on the set of Mr. and Mrs. Smith in 2005, they both were in a relationship, and not just a relationship, but legally married. Brad was married to Friends star Jennifer Aniston, and Angelina was married, but at the end of her rope with actor Billy Bob Thornton. Now, before I get into this, I do want to point out that Angelina has a knack for falling in love with married men, because she also started seeing Billy Bob while he was married to someone else, and that's a whole other story that we won't get into right now. But now that the settlement concludes, attention has resurfaced on a 2004 encounter between Jennifer Aniston and Angelina. Aniston allegedly warned Jolie about her then husband Brad Pitt. According to reports, Aniston recalled the encounter took place on the Warner Brothers lot in Burbank as Pitt was preparing to film Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Jolie. Aniston shared in an interview that she said, "I pulled over and introduced myself. I said, Brad is so excited about working with you. I hope you guys have a really good time." Unbeknownst to her, the on-screen chemistry between Pitt and Jolie during the film's production would lead to the end of their marriage. While both Pitt and Jolie denied having an affair during filming, their undeniable connection marked the beginning of a new chapter in Pitt's life, and by January 2005, Aniston and Pitt announced their separation. No one ever talks about this red flag, and I think it's worth discussing because up until recently, I honestly had no clue either. So let's talk about Brad Pitt and Juliette Lewis. Yes, they were in a relationship, which at first thought isn't anything crazy, but it is when you hear their age gap. So when the two actors started dating, Lewis was in her late teens and Pitt was in his late 20s. Both of their careers were about to take off in a big way. They were together for about 4 years, and after they split up, Pitt told Vanity Fair it was one of the greatest relationships he's ever been in. Lewis had achieved a lot before she met Pitt, the daughter of character actor Jeffrey Lewis. She hung out on film sets as a child, so she was used to the whole scene. Her parents actually split when she was very young, and she spent time living with both of them. But when she was still a young woman, she became legally emancipated from them so that she could work longer hours. She quit school young and took on roles in TV shows like The Wonder Years and movies including National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, where she played Audrey Griswold. She actually once said as a teenager, "I was severely, cripplingly dramatic and in search of self," and that she would deliberately put herself in situations that were just not healthy. While still a young woman, she played in a movie alongside Brad Pitt, which is actually how they met. Now, Lewis told the Los Angeles Times in 1993, "We met on a movie and started dating when it was over. I already liked him as an actor, plus you gotta respect somebody who's in the same field as you." Pitt, nearly 10 years older than Lewis, had already been romantically linked to a number of other young actresses, but his relationship with Lewis got serious pretty quickly. The two of them moved in together, together. Pitt told the Rolling Stone in 1994, "We were trying to be Sid and Nancy or something. We were idiots. We were just having a great time." As their careers took off, Lewis got nominated for an Oscar for Cape Fear, and Pitt became immensely popular from his role in Thelma and Louise. They became the it couple of Hollywood in the early 90s, and they were photographed basically constantly on every red carpet you can think of. They were thrilled when they were cast opposite each other in a 1993 thriller movie called California. Their relationship didn't last long beyond the making of that movie. They actually split in 93, with Lewis' publicist saying they planned on remaining friends. Now, despite their plan to remain friends, Lewis and Pitt drifted apart, and at the time, no one really batted an eye and didn't consider the age difference to be anything special or dramatic, but many people today have now revisited their history and are cringing at the fact that Lewis was not yet an adult when they dated, and Brad was, well, almost 30 years old. So their 10-year age gap wouldn't really be an issue now, but at the time, like, huge red flag. And let it be known, this isn't the first time he dated someone much younger than him. He was 24 when he dated Shailene McCall, who was 11 years younger than him, and now, well, he's 61 years old and his girlfriend is like 31, so yeah. Jay-Z and Diddy were once referred to as hip-hop royalty to this day, and despite all the controversies, many still give them that title. The rappers both rose to fame in the 90s and have maintained a very close friendship over the years. After both beating jail time in 1999 for their involvement in separate crimes, the duo are now facing more legal allegations. In 2024, a woman accused the rap legends of essaying her at a house party in 2000 when she was just a young woman. Now, both Combs and Jay have denied the allegations, but was the 1999 incident just a big red flag for worse to come? In December of 1999, Jay was arrested and charged with attacking Lance Rivera during a heated argument in a Manhattan nightclub. Lance is a record producer and music executive who began his musical career when he met neighborhood rapper Christopher Wallace, better known as Biggie Smalls. After hearing Biggie perform, Rivera offered to finance his musical career, and that opened the door to more connections in the industry. Jay-Z turned himself into the police for the incident and was placed under arrest before being released on $50,000 bail. Jay initially pleaded not guilty, but later copped out to third-degree battery in exchange for 3 years probation. In his 2010 book, Decoded, Jay spoke about the incident, admitting that he angrily approached Rivera but wasn't responsible for the attack. Now, fast forward to May 2023, Rivera said Jay was not the one who attacked him, telling DJ Vlad, "I don't know where people got Jay-Z attacked me from, because if anybody knows Jay-Z, Jay-Z's a nice guy." He went on to say, "I ended up getting surrounded by a bunch of people. It was probably like 10 weapons that I knew of, and I ended up getting hurt." Rivera confirmed that Jay-Z was there and that they had had a conversation right before he got hit in the head with a champagne bottle. Now, many fans have speculated whether Jay was really responsible or if Rivera lied back then or is maybe lying now. Now, one friend at the party, Chris Scotti, he said that he thought Jay punched Rivera and was actually shocked to see it. However, many people think that Rivera is getting paid now to say Jay actually never did it, and that saying things like Jay is a really nice guy is a way to help Jay's image right now, since it's been quite damaged recently. So some people have even speculated that Jay's paid Rivera to say these things now. Rivera has said for the record that everyone who was there has a different story on what actually happened, but only me and Jay know what really went on. To me, that kind of leaves things unanswered. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't feel you though. Something is off, right? Now, fast forwarding back again to October 2024, going as Jane Doe, the woman previously mentioned, filed a lawsuit accusing Combs and an unnamed male celebrity of essaying her at a party. Now, 2 months later, the plaintiff amended the suit to include Jay-Z's name as the male celebrity who also essayed her. According to the revised lawsuit, the woman alleged that she began to feel lightheaded after consuming a drink at the party and went to lie down in a bedroom. Shortly after, the plaintiff claimed both Diddy and Jay entered the room and allegedly began to remove her clothing and held her down, while Combs allegedly essayed her as an unidentified female celebrity watched. Now, Jay aggressively denied the allegations he described as heinous, and on December 8th, 2024, writing a statement that the victim's attorney, Tony Busby, was trying to blackmail him with the lawsuit. This lawsuit has definitely brought up Jay's past lawsuit, and many people online have said we should have taken the first one as a red flag for more to come. Did you know Beyonce fired her father as her manager? Well, if you didn't, now you do. Beyonce is a diva, no doubt, and a lot of choices she's made has been questionable to say the least. But some have raised some alarm bells because many critics have looked at them as red flags, this one being no exception. Beyonce fired her father, Matthew Knowles, as her manager back in 2011. Now, Beyonce's father has overseen her career since she first auditioned for gigs as a kid and a teenager. Now, while the single's mother Tina was her stylist, Matthew managed his daughter's whole solo career in years, and as a member of her R&B group Destiny's Child, he even actually started the original girls group, which he named Girls Time, when she was just 8 years old. Now, Beyonce explained her decision at the time, saying that she was only ending their business relationship and that she still loved and was grateful to him. She said, "I grew up watching both he and my mother manage and own their own businesses. They were hardworking entrepreneurs, and I will continue to follow in their footsteps." Her father was accused, though, of stealing money from Beyonce by Live Nation, which was revealed in court documents in 2011. Now, these allegations prompted her legal team to conduct an audit in October of 2010, which apparently concluded Knowles had taken funds. Knowles denied the allegations and has requested a judge to ask Live Nation the rationale for its claim. The 60-year-old has suggested that promoter was trying to win a larger share of Beyonce's tour revenue. Knowles said he was replaced with a former Live Nation executive. Live Nation have reportedly declined to comment on the issue, and he denied the accusations, and he actually took his daughter's former concert promoter to court, claiming Live Nation soured his relationship with Beyonce by making false statements about him. Matthew insisted this was just a business decision and unrelated to the family drama. He went on to say, "We mutually agreed to part ways in terms of me managing Beyonce, as my focus is in the investment of Music World's Entertainment's growing gospel and inspirational music division. Because of the success of these artists, my focus has to be on gospel now." Beyonce's relationship with her father is also explored in her 2016 album Lemonade. In the section titled Accountability, Beyonce questions potential power struggles she may have had with her father. She also has a song called Daddy Lessons on the album, in which she sings about being taught how to be hardworking or a hardworking young woman. Now, this whole incident caused many fans at the time to question the whole thing and wondered if this was a bad sign of Beyonce being too controlling, and it was labeled as a red flag, with one person saying, "Firing your father who has helped you skyrocket to stardom over accusations of theft is the biggest red flag I've ever seen in a long time. What would he need to steal for?" With another person saying, "Beyonce is an adult now and has had her father's opinions, and she has her own opinions now and the way she wants to do things. Her dad has always been controlling. This was a smart decision." Now, their relationship has been complicated, and he hasn't always been, perfect dad, father of the year, so many people have interpreted this in many different ways. But what are your guys' thoughts though? Beyonce's Ivy Park fashion line allegedly is produced in a sweatshop. This is a huge red flag because, well, unless you're unaware of how sweatshops operate, they're deeply inhumane and their practices are disgusting. Beyonce's much-hyped surprise collaboration with British clothing giant Topshop made headlines around the world when it launched. Topshop's website crashed as people rushed to purchase premium athleisure with prices starting at $14 for sweatbands and going all the way up to $265 for a full-length color block bodysuit. Now, the clothing line was supposed to be a way to push a feel-good woman empowerment ethos and to de-emphasize perfectionism and to value strength over beauty, but the backlash was inevitable. A British tabloid newspaper named The Sun ran an expose describing the Sri Lankan garment workers making the range as sweatshop slaves, earning just 64 cents an hour. Now, reporters visited the site, and one sewing machine operator said that she was unable to survive on her basic wage of 18,500 rupees a month, which is about $126. The newspaper claimed average seamstresses earn about $7 a day and acknowledged that workers at the factory were still being paid above the legal minimum wage of 13,500 rupees a month. But what is being described by The Sun is that it looks like a severe case of exploitation bordering on slavery jury, the reporter highlighted particular concerns, including low pay and limits on the women's movements at night by locking them into their accommodation. Like, the workers reside on site and are subject to curfews, which is odd. A spokesperson for Ivy Park said, "Ivy Park has a rigorous ethical trading program. We are proud of our sustained efforts in terms of factory inspections and audits, and our teams worldwide work very closely with our suppliers and their factories to ensure compliance. We expect our suppliers to meet our code of conduct, and we support them in achieving these requirements." Beyonce hasn't directly spoken out, of course, about all of this, and it's caused a lot of concern from her fans. We are in 2024, girl. Time to start paying people better, am I right? A big red flag that has been brought up many times from Jay-Z and Beyonce's past is their big age gap. When we think of Hollywood power couples, we think of Jay-Z and Beyonce. In fact, the two have been together for so long at this point, it's like hard to remember a time they weren't. This leads to the question though of how long the two have actually been together and when exactly they started dating. Now, the current age difference between the two now would actually not raise any red flags because she's 43 and he's 55, but the red flag was drawn years ago when the two met when Beyonce was just 18, which was probably somewhere between 1999 and 2000. Now, Jay-Z was 30 at the time, but Beyonce has spoken before about how the two stayed friends for a while before things turned romantic. She said in an interview with Oprah, "We were friends first for a year and a half before we went on any dates, and though the two would go on to marry, they actually waited until 2008. Not just because of their 12-year age difference, but because according to Beyonce, she told 17 magazine at the time, "I really don't believe that you will love the same thing at 20 as you do 30. So that was my rule. Before the age of 25, I would never get married. I feel like you have to get to know yourself, know what you want, spend some time by yourself, and be proud of who you are before you can share that with someone else." The power couple quickly began working together professionally, starting with Jay-Z's 2002 track Bonnie and Clyde, followed by Beyonce's smash hit Crazy in Love. As suggested by the song title, it was inspired by Beyonce's deep affection for Jay-Z. Their personal lives often influenced their music, becoming a reoccurring theme throughout their relationship. Now, however, they managed to keep their 2008 wedding ceremony completely private. Many fans have said they feel bad that Beyonce wasn't given a chance to date around and explore her options because she likely felt pressured into being with Jay, and because that's all she knows, that's why she stayed. Fans today have said that back in the day, age gaps were not talked about enough because they were so normalized, like not only in Hollywood but also just in society. And the reality, which might shock a lot of y'all, is that the age gap between Beyonce and Jay-Z is the same age gap between Mr. Kelly and Aaliyah. But no one wants to talk about that, and we won't get into how Jay-Z was initially going after Aaliyah. That's a story for another time. Now, the inconsistencies around the actual numbers have always been a hot topic though, because in 2007, in an interview with Charlie Rose, Jay-Z said he met Beyonce 10 years ago, which would have meant 1997. But Beyonce said she was 18 when they first met and 19 when they first started dating. Beyonce was born September 4th, 1981, so this would actually put their first encounter in late 1999 or early 2000s. Now, many fans have come out and said that Jay and Bey are definitely lying, and she was definitely underage when he was first pursuing her, and they've been doing nothing but lying about it for years to protect their images. Many fans have said she was groomed, and in a popular video that's been watched millions of times, you see Beyonce standing next to Jay saying, "You taught me how to be a woman, you taught me how to be a leader, you taught me how to be a friend, you've given me so much in life." Many people said that he should not have taught you how to be a woman, and that video was like giving predatory vibes.
According to the book William and Harry Behind the Palace Walls, written by royal biographer Katie Nicholl, at one point Prince William felt so claustrophobic in his relationship with Kate that he left for Greece. It was 2004, and at this point Prince William has almost graduated, and this is when he's beginning to feel the claustrophobia. To stop feeling that way, the prince booked a vacation with his friend Guy Pelly. Pelly is now a godparent to Prince Louis, but according to the book, his relationship with Kate wasn't always the best, being described as turbulent. The prince and soon-to-be princess took a break for the summer, and that is when Prince William's vacation took place. The vacation was a boys-only sailing trip. The guests, of course, not the crew. The crew was all women. Allegedly, Kate wasn't surprised to find out that bit of info due to her turbulent relationship with Pelly, who hired the crew in the first place. While on vacation and on a break from his relationship with Kate, William was seen and linked to various women, including former girlfriend Jecca Craig, heiress Isabella Caulfield, Thorpe, and American heiress Anna Sloan. During this time, Kate headed home to Berkshire to stay at her family's home. It was around Christmas of 2004 that the pair got back together. Keep an eye out, this one's for two. Meghan Markle's now famous interview with TV personality Oprah dropped some interesting information, not just about Meghan and Harry's relationship, but also about everyone's favorite future king and queen. It also brought up some things that one might consider red flags. Before this interview was even aired, there was a rumor going around that Meghan made Kate cry. This did not go over well with the public, and soon Meghan was receiving a lot of heat for it. Only, it turns out everything was flipped, and according to Meghan's interview, Kate was the one who made Meghan cry. The original story was reported by the Daily Mail. They claimed that Meghan had been on a phone call with Kate and that Meghan had said Kate had baby brain. At this point in the timeline, Kate had just had her third kid, Prince Louis. Allegedly, this is the comment that offended Kate and I'm assuming would have made her cry in that situation. However, the interview with Oprah and Prince Harry's book Spare have shed a very different light on this entire situation. In the interview, Meghan says that there was an issue with the Flower Girls dresses. We don't know the exact details of what happened, of course, but one thing must have led to another because Meghan ended up crying. Meghan did clarify that she wasn't bringing this situation up to make anyone look bad, just to set the record straight, which is fair. If thousands of people started attacking you for something you didn't do, you would also probably want to set the record straight. She also went on to say that the Princess Kate owned up to it and apologized with flowers and a note, so that's great. Prince Harry's book confirmed the situation, but he did add that Meghan wanted to know why the prince and princess let the rumors spread instead of setting the record straight themselves. So not only are we now dealing with the red flag that is making someone cry over a flower girl dress, but also the red flag that is putting oneself over the truth. Harry explained it well in the book, writing that in the event that the palace had called to get rid of the rumor, they would have been met with questions about what the real story was, and it wouldn't be a good look for the future queen if the true story had been published. And in Harry's words, the monarchy always at all costs had to be protected. The prince and princess took a second break a few years later in 2007. According to the book William and Kate, a royal love story written by Christopher Anderson, Prince William initiated this break over the phone. He called Kate while she was at work and broke up with her. According to the book, William had been having doubts about the relationship. The pair were together throughout college. Just before the breakup, everyone thought a proposal was on the horizon, but according to E! News, this intense media pressure contributed to the couple's split. According to Vanity Fair interview with royal expert Katie Nicole, Prince William had been thinking about ending things with Kate and decided to sit down with his father and grandmother to get their opinion on the idea. Apparently, the two encouraged him not to hurry into anything. The Queen also allegedly said that she didn't want William rushing into any commitment if he wasn't absolutely certain this was the one. We know now that Kate didn't want to break up with William. In their joint TV engagement interview, Kate revealed her side of the breakup, saying, "At the time, I wasn't very happy about it." The couple has since looked back on this time and have said that the break was good for both of them. Kate went on to say that the break actually made me a stronger person. You find out things about yourself that maybe you hadn't realized. I think you can get quite consumed by a relationship when you are younger, and I really valued that time for me as well, although I didn't think it at the time. William wasn't silent by any means and shared his perspective as well, saying, "It was very much trying to find our own way and we were growing up, so it was just a bit of space and it worked out for the better." During this 2007 split, Prince William was spotted and occasionally photographed in various nightclubs with various women. A source told People magazine that when Kate viewed these photos, she had realized that Prince William was not ready to settle down yet. Kate was never linked to as many people during their splits as William. Most of her past relationships also happened before she began dating William. She was also not seen partying as much as her future husband. She did go out, just not as much. Plus, she hadn't wanted to break up at all. Some would consider all this put together a bit of a red flag to have one person seemingly putting more work into the relationship and appearing to value it more than the other. Of course, people have private lives. We have no idea what actually happened on Princess Kate's end or Prince William's during their two splits. The only ex-boyfriend of Kate's that we know she dated while on a break from her relationship with William was Henry Ropner. The pair were linked during William and Kate's 2007 split. Henry is the son of late businessman John Ropner. The family owns a multi-million-dollar shipping management firm. Henry was also a school friend of William's. Of course, Henry and Kate did not stay together. Henry is now married to Natasha Sinclair, also the child of a businessman. Prince William has kept his partying nature alive. At his friend's wedding that was deemed the royal wedding of the North, William was seen tearing out the dance floor with his friend. Somehow, someway, way, Prince William ended up getting hit in the mouth so hard he lost his tooth, or part of it at least. While all this was happening, Princess Kate was at home pregnant with the couple's first child, Prince George. Thankfully, Prince William received immediate medical attention. According to a guest present, William was allegedly joking that if Kate went into labor that night, he'd have to smile for the cameras with a missing tooth, with another guest allegedly saying that William made sure the tooth was repaired because he was worried Kate was going to go completely spare. There are a couple things here that might constitute the red flag assignment. For one, Princess Kate was again home while Prince William was out dancing the night away. For two, from the witness accounts, it seems Prince William was more scared of Princess Kate's reaction than the injury itself. For your average couple, leaving a pregnant wife at home and being scared of your partner are not good signs, but something tells me palace life is different. Princess Kate has a bunch of people to help her while William is away, and if she did blow up at William for being toothless, it would just be because they're supposed to be the picture-perfect family, and a lack of tooth will definitely alter that. I would say, though, maybe the biggest red flag is the rumors of infidelity on Prince William's end. How do you cheat on Princess Kate? Sorry, but look at her. She's perfect. Let me be clear, we have no idea if this rumor is true. Kensington Palace never commented on it. The rumor started a few years ago when a bunch of media outfits started reporting that Princess Kate had a falling out with longtime friend Rose Hanbury, and the reason was because Prince William and Rose had an affair. Allegedly, Princess Kate had asked Prince William to have Hanbury phased out of their inner friend circle, and of course the only reason someone could ever have to request something like that is infidelity, obviously. Allegedly, William was reluctant to do so because he is good friends with Rose's husband, David Rock Savage. That's a great name. By regular relationship standards, your partner not being willing to let go of friends that make you uncomfortable, some people would consider that another red flag, but hey, again, royal relationships are probably a bit different. Back to the alleged infidelity red flag though, an inside source told In Touch that when the rumors of infidelity reached Princess Kate, she immediately confronted Prince William. His alleged response caused quite a few eyebrows to raise. Apparently he laughed it off, but did confirm that there was nothing to it, allegedly. The reason this theory has revived itself years later is because Princess Kate hasn't had a public royal appearance since her abdominal surgery, which was planned but looks suspicious. She has been seen out, but lots of people don't believe the person in the videos are her. Plus, anyone who is keeping up with pop culture news has probably heard all about that Mother's Day photo debacle. Point is, the internet has decided the princess is missing, and now there are hundreds of theories as to why, with one of the most popular having to do with the infidelity rumor. This resurgence in the rumor's popularity has actually caused Rose Hanbury to comment. It's a surprising turn, as the palace has declined commenting on the situation. Hanbury, speaking through her lawyers, she said the rumors are completely false, echoing Prince William's alleged response to Princess Kate all those years ago. Regarding Princess Kate's disappearance as defined by the internet, many people think it's a red flag that the palace, and particularly Prince William, have said nothing. Many people think the prince should be reassuring the public that his wife is okay, not staying silent. Many people are so stressed because of all the wild theories circulating about why Kate is out of the public eye. There's even a website dedicated to it all called whereisKateMiddleton.com. So yeah, people are stressed. One big theory is that there has been some royal foul play involved, which is a major accusation to make, wow, but it's still been made by somebody online. With this theory in particular, many find Prince William's silence worrying and a red flag. This next kind of almost bonus red flag is pure speculation, like there is literally one source for this, so please take this with more than one grain of salt. Apparently, Prince William's infidelity betrayal caused Princess Kate to head to her parents' home in Berkshire and cry on the bathroom floor. At least, that is what the Globe reported. No one should be making Princess Kate collapse on the bathroom floor if this is true. Allegedly, Kate's mother had found her and called William, and when he got there, Kate got so mad at him and he left. Now, I'm not saying palace life isn't dramatic and interesting, I'm sure it is, but even I'm skeptical about this story. It sounds like something the Netflix show The Crown might use for inspiration though.
Number 10. How they met. In an interview with Harper's Bazaar UK in 2019, Sophie spoke about their meeting and she basically said they got set up. She explained that they had a lot of mutual friends and they had been trying to introduce them for quite some time. Apparently they were following each other on Instagram and he direct messaged her one fine day out of the blue. Soon after the meeting, he invited her to to meet up with his tour that was passing through the UK. She said that the two of them had an instant connection, even though she hadn't expected to like him. She said he didn't bring security, he brought a friend, and they drank just as hard as the rest of us. I remember us two spending only a couple of minutes on the dance, and then we found a space in the far corner and we just talked. Sophie went on to say that they talked for hours and hours, but that she was never bored. She felt that the conversation wasn't contrived, it wasn't small talk. From her point of view, it was just easy. She said soon they were inseparable, and then she went on tour with him. So at that point, it seemed like she had really fallen hard for this dude, and marriage came very quickly after that. Like very quickly, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Number 9, age is but a number. Joe was 28 years old when he popped the question to his then 21-year-old girlfriend Sophie. A lot of people believe that age is just a number. Many didn't find this to be a big deal at first. An insider close to the couple revealed that they were madly in love, and while Sophie is a bit younger than he is, she grew up in a small English town, so it's not completely out of the ordinary for an age difference to be glossed over. Many fans also came to her defense, citing her mental maturity. While she may have been 21, she was forced to grow up very fast, and because of that, she was probably closer to like a 30-year-old mentally speaking. The red flag is that much like celebrities like Leonardo DiCaprio or Al Pacino, Joe tends to date people much younger than himself, like supermodel Gigi Hadid. His oldest girlfriend was Taylor Swift. She was a whole 4 months older than him. Wow, make way for grandma! Despite how uncomfortable many fans found the age gap to be, the couple did not care, and really, that's what matters. Number 8, Flirty McGurty. When these two first got together, it was believed that Joe had all of the leverage. Why? Well, Sophie was into him for quite some time, but she was aware that at the time, Joe was not known for his commitment skills. When they first met, he was a player, and according to several women, he was seeing them simultaneously and without each other's knowledge. Joe's tone shifted though when he met Sophie. By December of 2016, he was becoming a one-woman kind of guy. According to Sophie, they were intoxicated with each other and they started dating exclusively. However, it appears that he was playing the field for so long that he's forgotten to turn off his game. Joe was still flirting with women at his shows, and while it may have been accidental, the fact that he's not aware of what he's doing was cause for concern. Not only has Joe flirted with other people in the past, but apparently his ex Sophie did as well, with one of Joe's close friends whose jaw literally dropped when he saw her in real life. Number 7, the private PDA? Despite crying out to the public to just leave them alone, Sophie and Joe were known for their aggressive PDA. Whether it's getting cozy at an awards show, or at a Kings of Leon's concert, or during a shopping trip. Page 6 reported that in May of 2017, the couple went into a dressing room together in a Soho boutique. According to the report, the couple entered the change room and a customer noticed both of them in bare feet below the door. Now, while it's super creepy that someone was just peeking under doors in Soho, it was clear that Sophie was trying on clothes for Joe in the privacy of their own little room. When they exited, they noticed the couple to be giggly and very touchy-feely. Now, while being close isn't a bad thing per se, these two have constantly asked the world to ignore them and stop focusing on their love lives. Well, hey man, then stop licking your wife in public. Number 6, in and out. Las Vegas weddings. Quick, easy, and everlasting. Joe and Sophie tied the knot in Las Vegas after publicly claiming several times that they were in no rush to get married. After telling the world they'd be taking time off for themselves following their engagement, it was not less than a month later that they tied the knot and attended the Billboard Music Awards right after getting their license, like on the exact same day. They went to a little wedding chapel in Las Vegas that's famous for its star weddings, like Britney Spears' marriage to her friend Jason Alexander for 2 days. Not to mention, the wedding featured some huge Vegas cliches. There was an Elvis impersonator literally officiating the thing. Many speculate that Joe was trying to prove something to his brothers by throwing the exact opposite of their weddings. Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra had an extravagant $1 million wedding spanning multiple days. The only people in attendance for Joe and Sophie were Joe's brothers, DJ Khaled and Diplo. They also didn't wear the traditional dress and suit, instead opting for slacks and jeans. To cap it all off, they used ring pops instead of real rings to seal the deal. Man, I feel like I'm describing a dream that I had. Number 5, Sophie was hesitant. Sophie Turner previously admitted to OK Australia in 2016 that she's never dated anyone who she didn't know before or who is in the industry. Her reasoning, well, in addition to being more focused on her career than her love life at the time, she claimed that their lifestyles were a contributing factor. Joe and Sophie had different ideas of what was fun. She went on to say how on-set romances are amazing, but they tend to be very temporary when it comes to their time together, so that was a big fear for her. The logistics seemed to be her main concern as well. If she was filming in Australia and he was on tour in the States, how would that work? They'd never see each other. After getting together officially with Joe, Sophie did admit that she felt like she was in a fishbowl. Frustratingly for her, the smallest thing would be made into headline news. If she stubbed her toe on the sidewalk, it was in the front page. Her frustrations are legitimate, but why maintain this charade for so long if you're uncomfortable from the start? Number 4. Short and sweet. Before being engaged, the couple only dated for a very short time. Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner were first linked after attending a Halloween party together in 2016. The singer showed up dressed as a Dalmatian, while his love interest sported some pink sequins bunny ears, according to People magazine. Less than a week later, they were spotted looking very comfortable at the pre-MTV European Music Awards event in the Netherlands, where Kings of Leon's performed. Less than a year after getting together, Sophie was spotted with a ring on her finger, and the engagement was confirmed. Many people get engaged early in their relationship, but as you've seen through this video, this was a case of rushing into things a little too quickly considering some of the other entries on this list. Number 3. She's messing with a gold digger. According to an inside source close to the couple, Joe was beyond excited when he started dating Sophie, and it sounds like it's because of her money. According to the source, one of the main reasons that Joe is so smitten with his ex-man wife is because she is able to provide for herself and for him. Apparently, Sophie does not let Joe pay for most things, something the musician is not used to. When speaking about his wife in interviews, Joe kinda just backed up the whole gold digger theory, as the first and foremost thing that he mentions is how much he loves her independence. He literally said, "She buys me stuff all the time. I love it." While many praised Sophie for her efforts, many people started pointing out the red flag and expressing their discomfort knowing that Joe Jonas doesn't pay the bill when he's out with his lady. Maybe that's why they're getting divorced. Maybe she kept the tabs and the bill finally came due. Number 2. Different love languages. According to Sophie herself, she learned that a majority of what she knows about physical intimacy was from her time on the HBO series Game of Thrones. I'm not sure why this needs to be said, but I'm gonna say it. Don't treat Game of Thrones as something to learn from. Dragons aren't real. They're not real, Nate. Thanks to the show, it may have skewed her view on what proper intimacy looks like. Meanwhile, Joe just seems to love chit-chatting about his private parts. Seriously, like every chance this guy gets, it's genitalia. He boasted to Vulture in December of 2013 about removing his purity ring, which himself and his brothers Kevin and Nick rocked during their Disney days. In October of 2016, he then talked about the size of his little dinghy compared to that of his brothers, which is just too much information. Very uncomfortable. He goes on to recount the time that he lost his V card and about becoming a little bit too excited while filming music videos with Ashley Graham and Charlotte McKinney. Sophie has expressed her disappointment in this lack of restraint and has begged him to quit numerous times, but he persists and now they're divorced. And at number 1, Joe took off his wedding ring first. In the weeks leading up to this divorce announcement, Joe was photographed without his wedding ring quite a few times. One of those moments was as far back as August 11th, when he was picking up an iced coffee in New York City. But since then, he's made a point of wearing it again, even as the couple have officially filed for divorce. On Monday, Joe posted a black and white photo on Instagram that showed him looking at the camera and holding a cup with his wedding band prominently on full display. Then, just this morning, he posted a statement to Instagram claiming that it was from the two of them. It said, "After 4 wonderful years of marriage, we have mutually decided to amicably end our marriage. There are many speculative narratives as to why, but truly this is a united decision and we sincerely hope that everyone can respect our wishes for privacy for us and our children." This is quite a shock considering that the news only broke a few days ago. Sources spoke to TMZ and said that Joe had his people contact at least 2 divorce lawyers in LA, and the couple has had serious problems in their relationship for at least 6 months.
First off, we have Sean and Camila. While they have been friends for years, it wasn't until July 2019 when Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello announced they were dating. The couple had already collaborated on several hit songs together, including their smash hit Senorita, and it seems as if working on music so frequently is what eventually led them to form a relationship. But since going public with their romance, fans haven't been convinced that their pairing is genuine, with many speculating whether the whole thing was just one big PR stunt to further promote their solo careers. Given that they've had a lot of success with their collaborations, pairing up and telling the world that a relationship came out of their frequent studio sessions isn't that hard to believe, but fans have a lot of reasons to believe this romance is nothing but smoke and mirrors. Once their second single, Senorita, was released in June 2019, both singers appeared very affectionate towards each other both on stage and behind the scenes. The following weeks, Camila and Sean were seen everywhere, sharing plenty of date nights as their song continued to climb the charts, eventually reaching the top spot on the Billboard Hot 100 and selling well over 4 million units in the US alone. By July, the pair went public with their romance, but it wasn't long before people started speculating whether their supposed love for one another was a PR stunt. Fans on social media were quick to voice their opinions about the news of Camila and Sean dating, with one person saying, quote, "Which was the worst attempt at a fake relationship PR stunt to promote a collaboration? Zed dating Selena Gomez or Sean dating Camila?" Another writing, "Are you guys done promoting Senorita yet?" Next up, we have Lindsay Lohan and Samantha Ronson, an English DJ. Perhaps Samantha wanted a little taste of fame when she got into a tumultuous relationship with Lindsay Lohan. Lindsay and Samantha made headlines during their relationship, which went down in absolute flames in 2009. Videos of their dramatic fights even hit the internet, including one where they tearfully fought outside of Samantha's home. Then, in a tweet, Lindsay accused Samantha of cheating on her. Quote, "Being cheated on does wonders to you. I'm doing this publicly because you and your friends call People magazine. So, you win. You broke my heart. Now go away. I loved you," she tweeted, adding, "Please leave me alone and stop staying in the room below me. You've woken me and my mother up. Go to bed. Keep cheating. You win." Next up, we have Jesse James and Sandra Bullock. Sandra Bullock was already one of the world's highest paid actresses before they started dating. In 2013, she got paid $70 million for the movie Gravity. So I'm sure ex Jesse James wanted in on those riches. Jesse and Sandra Bullock's almost 5-year marriage went down in flames when the world found out he cheated on her with multiple women. And as of 2017, it sounds like he still doesn't think it's such a big deal. In general, both women and men cheat. It's part of life, he told the Daily Mail. We have a feeling that Sandra would disagree. Next, we have Tori Spelling and Dean McDermott. Tori and Dean have had a pretty rocky relationship, and all the ups and downs of their more than 10-year marriage have been broadcast for the entire world to see thanks to their reality stardom. In 2014, Dean famously cheated on Tori, and the woman he cheated with, Emily Goodhand, spilled all the details in an interview with Us Weekly. Dean later ended up going to rehab for intimacy addiction, we'll call it, and he and Tori are still married to this day. The one-night stand with Emily Goodhand allegedly took place after a group of friends met up at a bar in Toronto, where Dean was on a promotional tour for his hosting job on the show Chopped. Emily was a friend of a friend, and the two were introduced. Her occupation was not disclosed. "He seems like a cool guy," Emily said. "I thought he was very handsome." They became friendly over an 8-hour meal at a restaurant, sitting side by side. "We were just having fun and hanging out," Emily added. When heading towards the bar at his hotel, he was flirting, she added, and she explained that she was attracted to him because his personality was, quote, "very charming." She explained later that she felt she could trust him because he opened up to her and was talking about his kids and his work with her. She also said that they knew a lot of the same people, so we had that in common, she says. During drinks at his Fairmont hotel, Dean did not openly flirt with Emily as there were other friends around them, but later the two exchanged phone numbers and he slipped his card key with his room number into her purse. "We just looked at each other," Emily said. After slyly leaving with friends and making it seem as if she was going home, Emily instead went to Dean's hotel room. At first he wasn't there, but then she texted him and he showed up within seconds. "He wanted to make me feel good," she explained after he flooded her with compliments. Then the time for talking was over. Next, we have Jessica Simpson and Nick Lachey. After less than 4 years of marriage and a reality show, Newlyweds, Nick and Jessica on MTV, the couple found themselves in the middle of an extremely public divorce. At first, Jessica Simpson and Nick separated, and then in 2005, Jessica filed for divorce. During a 2015 interview on CNBC's Closing Bell, she revealed that her biggest financial mistake was marrying Nick, which makes sense since she had to pay him $12 million thanks to no prenup. "The biggest money mistakes? I don't know. For some reason, I thought of my first marriage," she said, according to MSNBC. Next up, we have Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore. This relationship was mutually beneficial as it kept both actors relevant through various tabloid headlines. Their relationship and marriage were super high profile, mainly because of their 15-year age difference, but it all came came to an end in 2011 after 6 years of marriage, reportedly because Ashton cheated on Demi with Sarah Leal, according to Us Weekly. In 2018, Ashton revealed on Dax Shepard's podcast he didn't eat for a week after their split. Right after I got divorced, I went to the mountains for a week by myself, he said. I did no food, no drink, just water and tea. I took all my computers away, my phone, my everything. I was there by myself, so there was no talking. I just had a notepad, a pen, and water and tea for a week. Next, we have Ariana and Pete Davidson. The world was shocked when just weeks after they started dating, Ariana and Pete announced their engagement, complete with a ring and matching tattoos. But it didn't last long. By October, it was over. And as Ariana told Vogue in the August 2019 issue, their whole relationship was, quote, highly unrealistic. I met Pete and it was an amazing distraction, she says. It was frivolous and fun and insane and highly unrealistic, and I loved him, and I didn't know him. A couple months after their split, Ariana appeared to take a jab at her ex-fiance, writing on Twitter, quote, for somebody who claims to hate relevancy, you sure love clinging to it, huh? Moments later, Grande tweeted, thank you, next. The mysterious diss came just a few hours after Saturday Night Live released a promo video for that weekend's episode in which Pete Davidson jokingly proposed to singer Maggie Rogers. Hey Maggie, I'm Pete. You want to get married? Davidson says in the clip as Jonah Hill cringes while standing in between them. Next, we have Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob Thornton. When Billy Bob and Angelina first got together in 2000, they were known for their quick, passionate love and the fact that they wore vials of each other's blood around their necks. Not weird at all. But they only stayed married for 3 years, and in 2018, he told HFPA in Conversation podcast that they would have stayed together if what they wanted out of life wasn't so vastly different. We just had different lifestyles, he says. Hers is a global lifestyle and mine is an agoraphobic lifestyle. So that's the only reason we're probably not still together maybe. There was a different path in life that we wanted to take. Now let's discuss Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Nicole and Tom were married for 11 years, and when they divorced in 2001, Tom got custody of both of their children. In 2019, reports from the Daily Mail surfaced claiming that Tom was banning Nicole from their 24-year-old son Connor's wedding. Rumor has it that Tom's faith in Scientology is what made them split up, but Nicole told Who magazine she has no regrets. There were times following the divorce when I thought, wow, this is the loneliest existence. But with Tom, it was a fantastic decade, she told the magazine. I wish all the people that have been involved in my life well, because it's very important to me to be in a place of forgiveness and love. Lastly, we have Miley Cyrus and Luke Hemsworth. Fans think they initially got together just to promote their new movie. Cyrus and Hemsworth met in 2009 on the set of The Last Song, the movie adaptation of the popular Nicholas Sparks novel. Shortly after filming Wrapped, the two confirmed their romance when they had a PDA-filled goodbye at the airport. Actor Alex Emanuel, who watched their quote full-on makeout, said the ultra-romantic exchange was like a scene out of an old movie where the guy is getting on a train and they're saying their goodbyes. After an on and off relationship for 10 years and the actors getting married, they finally split up in 2019. Miley's rep exclusively confirmed to People that the couple had split up. Liam and Miley have agreed to separate at this time, the rep said in a statement. The rep continued in the statement, ever evolving, changing as partners and individuals. They have decided that this is what is best while they both focus on themselves and careers. They still remain dedicated parents to all of their animals while lovingly taking this time apart. Please respect their process and their privacy. 3 days later, Hemsworth addressed the separation in an Instagram post, writing, just a quick note to say that Miley and I have recently separated and I wish her nothing but health and happiness going forward.
Coming number 10, we have the bizarre clips. Recently, Britney Spears took to her Instagram to post a very bizarre video where she talked about everything from fashions to fans calling the cops for deleting her Instagram. The whole video ended up being under a minute long, and throughout it, she kept talking in a semi-Australian and British accent. What started out with Britney talking about a dress she made and getting help from a friend to sew it, then she ended up changing it and switched it from talking about a dress that was sent to her by a company while she began to run all over her room. She then randomly shifted her story once more to talk about a story TMZ broke earlier when fans called the cops to Britney's house to perform a welfare check after she deleted her Instagram, saying, "So guys, I just want you to know, if I shut down my Instagram, do not call the cops." But the whole thing just seemed really random, and it seemed like the star was just hinting at something. Number 9. The intervention. On February 9th, TMZ released an article that claimed Britney Spears' friends and family planned an intervention for the star as they were scared the star was out of control. Recently, Britney has been struggling with her mental health and substance abuse, among other problems. And now, people close to her are planning an intervention as her loved ones fear she may pass away if things don't change. Multiple sources with direct knowledge would then tell TMZ that the people around Britney have become alarmed with her erratic behavior. And they also told the media outlet that she has been taking medications to hype herself up, but she's really just been flying off the handle while increasing these medications regularly. And not taking the medication, she actually needs to stabilize her. The situation has gotten so bad that Britney's manager has even rented a house in LA for several months, and the plan is to take the pop star to the house where her husband, manager, interventionalist, and doctors will be present, and they will attempt to convince the star that she needs help. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Number 8. Complex medical issues. It appears like Britney Spears is reportedly facing complex medical issues, as sources who have been working closely with Britney told Page 6 on February 10th that things were not really going well, when they said nobody outside the very small conservatorship circle knows what Britney's medical status really is. If people knew Britney's actual medical status, I think it would reveal that her mental problems are far more severe than people think. The insider would also go on to agree that regardless of the pop star's mental condition, it really isn't necessarily appropriate for her to be under a conservatorship, as there are far less harsh ways to handle her current situation. With there being growing reports of Britney planning to abandon an intervention that was planned for the star has only caused more concern after she went online to say there's obviously a lot of people who don't wish her well. Number 7. A rare outing. So back in January, Britney caused quite a scene on a Friday night in an LA restaurant. It's said that the pop star had such a bizarre meltdown that it even prompted her husband to storm out of the restaurant. Eyewitnesses would tell TMZ that Britney and her husband Sam showed up with a bodyguard at a Joey restaurant location on Woodland Hills, which was packed with people who immediately recognized the star. From the start of the dinner, apparently, it was a bust for Britney, as fans in the restaurant just kept pulling out their cell phones and taking footage of the star, and when it started to get on her nerves, things quickly turned sour. Eyewitnesses would then tell the media outlet that Britney became manic as she was seen yelling and talking gibberish, and that her speech just became completely unrecognizable. To the point Sam became extremely upset, stormed out of the restaurant, and if things couldn't get any more concerning, TMZ went on to release a clip of Britney in the restaurant where she could be seen sitting alone at the table, speaking incoherently. Number 6. Wants privacy. So on January 26, Britney Spears started to make headlines once more again after she took to her Twitter account to put her fans in their place, as she politely asked them to respect her in her privacy going forward. When the singer took to her Twitter to discuss an incident to which apparently police were called to her house after she deleted her Instagram account, the star would say, "As everyone knows, the police were called to my home based on some prank phone calls. I love and adore my fans, but this time things went a little too far and my privacy was invaded." The star then went on to note that the police never entered her home, but they came to her gate and quickly realized that there was no issue and left immediately. But the whole situation made her feel like she was being gaslighted and bullied once the incident made its way to the news. She then went on to say during this time in her life, she truly hopes the public and her fans who care so much about her can respect her privacy moving forward, and then signed off her post with "All the love, B." Number 5. The mental breakdown. So on February 10th, Britney Spears once again had to assure her overprotective fans that her loneliness isn't affecting her overall health when she finally took the time to address the rumors that stated she was struggling with her own mental health and needed an intervention. While she admitted that she was taking medication to help combat her depression, the clip posted to her Instagram page would come just a day after TMZ quoted a source in regular contact with Britney who warned the media outlet that they were afraid that the star may pass away sometime soon. In the video, Britney would go on to say, "I'm here, I'm alive, Yeah, I'm very much alive and well, and I've got my fur here. She then went on to show the camera her new white shawls and then saying, you see, I'm feeling myself. But this all just seemed like the star was just having another weird mental breakdown, as before she ended the video, she went on to say, I'm here, I'm happy, I'm well, that's it. And then she went on to say, skip, 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 and she signed off. Number 4. The welfare check. So back in January, Britney deleted her Instagram again, and it caused some major concern from her fans. TMZ would then go on to report that the sheriff's office then received several calls from fans who felt like the deleted account indicated that Britney was in trouble. When the police finally made the final call to make a visit to Britney's Thousand Oaks, California home, they were determined that there was no sign of danger. The whole thing just seemed a little weird, as no one ever confirmed if deputies spoke to Britney directly during the welfare check. Also, just before the star deleted her Instagram, she changed her name on her Instagram to River Red, and then she posted a very odd video of herself dancing. It also became very unclear if Britney was referring to the 1998 movie River Red, but it's also worth noting that this isn't the first time the star has deleted her Instagram and has caused major concern from her fans and family over the matter. Number 3. The smudged makeup. Lately, it just seems like Britney Spears' face looks a little dirty. And while the star did clap back at fans who pointed this out, it almost looks like she does it because she's trying to make an attempt to cover a black eye. The star would also take to her Instagram story to say, I'm sorry my face looks dirty, but I've had an emotional day and I have no makeup on. I know most people don't like the way I do my makeup, but honestly, I have the best skincare routine. However, when the singer posted a photo where it looked like she was sporting a black eye in the photo, it caused fans to point out that the photo may be indicating that she's using her social media pages to signal for help. And I don't blame her fans, as her smudge makeup look does look like she is looking for help, as it looks like she's having a mental breakdown, or that she cried just before she went on the camera to film a video to try to prove that she's doing alright. Number 2. Jamie Lynn Spears. So back in January, Britney came for her little sister Jamie Lynn Spears yet again after Jamie Lynn complained about how hard it was being related to a superstar on Fox News reality series Special Forces World's Toughest Test. After watching the episode, Britney would head over to her Instagram to say, are we really gonna say it was hard to be my sister? Really? Britney then went on to remind her followers that once she became famous, her loved ones were all treated to spa days and champagne while she was barred from enjoying such simple pleasures as coffee, and how she was forced to perform day after day. Britney then went on to say, we teach her the meaning of mean and then throw her away in the end with no self-rights. You want me to share it on television? I'd rather spit in their faces and trash them on Instagram because that's all my family has ever been to me. Britney then went on to note that she suffered severe nerve damage from her controversial conservatorship and that her family did nothing but hurt her, as she went on to lose 15 years of her life. It's clear Britney is still struggling with her past, and she's trying to warn us that these things are still on her mind as her family continues to drag her name. And coming at number 1 today, we have the random statement. So on February 22nd, Britney made this rare appearance on a radio station, K2U 103.5, where she revealed that Madonna was originally asking her and Gwen Stefani to be part of the infamous 2003 spectacle during the MTV Video Awards, to which Madonna individually kissed Christina Aguilera and Britney, as Justin Timberlake, who had recently just split from Britney, looked on from the audience very confused. The whole moment just seemed a way too me moment, as it would come just a month after Jennifer Lopez said she too originally had been approached by Madonna for the steamy performance. It just seems like Madonna and Britney wanted whoever they could to get up on the stage for the performance, as they wanted to be one giant party. But honestly, they got everyone they wanted up on that stage for that incident, it probably would have just been one really weird party. And she went on also to shade Christina Aguilera with Pink when they made some Lady Marmalade comments. Coming in number 10, we have Fled LA. On March 28th, Britney Spears would be seen without her wedding ring after rumors started circulating online that she and her husband Sam were facing marriage troubles. The pop star looked disheveled as she climbed out of the backseat of a chauffeured SUV before boarding a private jet in Los Angeles. In photographs obtained by the Daily Mail, Britney could be seen caught looking sad while trying to enjoy her day while grasping onto a teddy bear before boarding a private jet. Thanks to her Instagram account, we would learn that Britney is currently taking a vacation in Hollywood with her longtime manager, Kate Hudson, with the news confirming that almost a year after the couple got married, after 5 years of dating, it makes you wonder if Sam really cared about Britney, or was he just after her massive fortune? Number 9. Sam takes off his wedding band. Just days after Britney fled LA to focus on her health and well-being, Sam would be spotted out without his wedding bands while he was running errands near Britney in his Thousand Oaks home on March 30th. With his bare index finger being visible as he pulled out his keys from his pocket while running errands in Los Angeles, Britney would seem unfazed by her husband's actions as she continues to soak up in the sun in her Instagram pictures while she's on vacation with her longtime friend and longtime manager, Kate Hudson. With the couple's relationship constantly being under scrutiny from the public, their split would come to a shock as many as earlier this month, Britney had us all raising our eyebrows and had us questioning if she was really happy in her third marriage after she made a post remembering all the good times she had before she got married to Sam and how happy they were together before they married each other. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel so you never have to miss what we might just cover next. Number 8. The restaurant meltdown. Back in January, TMZ would publish an article. In the article, Britney Spears could be seen causing a scene in an LA restaurant. While the pop star was having a bizarre meltdown after Sam told her to behave, things got a little more strange, and after a while it prompted her husband to storm out of the restaurant. Eyewitnesses would then tell TMZ that Britney and Sam showed up with a bodyguard at a Joey's restaurant in Woodland Hills, which was packed full of people that immediately recognized Britney. And from the start, the dinner was a total bust for Britney as everyone in the restaurant continued to pull out their phones to take videos and photos of the star. Britney became extremely angry at the fact that no one was respecting her privacy, and soon things went south very fast. Eyewitnesses would then say that she started having a manic episode, as out of nowhere she just started yelling and talking in gibberish. Her husband then left the restaurant instead of helping her and getting her out of the public's eye. 2 minutes later, Britney herself would get up and leave the restaurant with her bodyguard, who then he returned to pay for the couple's bill. Number 7. Wedding doubts. Back in June of 2022, People magazine would cover an article about Britney's wedding and how she may have had some doubts before the wedding, as the star apparently had a panic attack just before she was set to walk down the aisle. The article would come just after Britney took to her Instagram to share a number of photos from the big day, where she would write in one when she posted, "We did it. We got married. I was so nervous all morning, but then at 2 p.m. it really hit me. We're getting married. I had a panic attack and then I got it together. The crew who created our home into literally a dream castle were fantastic. The ceremony was a dream and the party was even better." While Britney was described as being happy on the big day, she finally made the decision to walk down the aisle. We all couldn't help though but wonder if the star herself was having doubts about walking down the aisle in the first place. Otherwise, why would she freak out and have a panic attack just hours before getting married? Maybe she realized that her relationship wasn't as perfect as it seemed. Number 6. Slammed her ex. If there's one thing you should never do in a relationship, is you should never slam your partner's ex-partners, especially if your partner shares kids with that said person. Well, back in August, things took a sharp turn for Britney after Sam stepped into her and Kevin's drama after he made some claims about Britney and her relationship with her sons, Sean and Jaden. After Kevin claimed that the boys had decided that they didn't want to see their mother and how they made the decision not to go to her wedding, Sam would jump into the mix by clapping back by saying it's not valid, that his statement was invalid regarding the kids keeping their distance from Britney, and it was irresponsible for him to make that statement publicly. The boys were very smart and that they would be 18 soon, and that it was their own decision to eventually realize that the tough part was having a father who wasn't working and that hadn't worked in 15 years, and that he wasn't really a good role model. It seems like her family has a problem with Sam and his tensions, and this could be why her kids are having to take a step back from their relationship with their mother, and that's why they haven't seen her since she got married to Sam. Number 5. A fake or real intervention. So in February, we all found out that Britney's close family and friends were really worried about the star's overall health, and with it, they were trying to plan an intervention for her. Except it turns out someone would ruin the intervention by telling the star that something was in the works for her, and that person ended up being Sam. With multiple media outlets claiming that Britney's friends and family were concerned for her overall health, Sam would force Britney to admit that she was fine, and he would make his own own statement that would say, "My wife is in full control of her life and will continue to make all of her decisions involving her care regardless of the circumstances. Speculation of her health is inappropriate and it should end immediately." However, it seems like there was truth to the interventions, as a former personal trainer to Britney verified that Britney's friends and family were scared for her well-being. Number 4, crisis talks. With rumors spreading online like wildfire claiming that Britney and her husband Sam are headed towards a divorce, with the Report International the news would post in the article, they would claim that an inside source revealed to the outlet that things between Sam and Britney weren't going as well as everyone expected, and that the couple were also in a crisis talk to help save their marriage. With the insiders sharing that the couple has been rowing constantly, they would also say Britney is still angry and frustrated about the way she was treated all those years, and often takes it out on Sam. It's having a huge impact on their marriage, which is hanging on by a thread, with Sam feeling burnt out with his wife, and now anytime she acts up, he bolts as fast as he can, which leaves Britney feeling even more lost and upset, which just isn't husband material if you ask me. Number 3, left for a month. Back in November, Britney would be left holding Sam even closer than she ever had before after he left home for a month. As soon as Sam returned, Britney would share her excitement over her husband's return after being away for work by posting a workout video of her man on social media. What was only supposed to be a week away from home ended up being a whole month. And for Sam being away from Britney for a whole month, it was really hard on the star as she had to go through a lot of things on her own. It was also really hard to believe that Sam's work trip went on from being a week away from home to a whole month, and that made things even more frustrating for the pop star. And then when she asked to come visit him, he dodged her comments, and it even left Britney to joke in her own comment section on her Instagram page about how her husband was gone and how she should break up with him and just date herself. But seriously, what was he doing away from home for a whole month? Because it definitely wasn't just work. Number 2, addresses concerns. Britney has been sharing little Easter eggs for a while now that her marriage wasn't exactly perfect, especially when she deactivated her Instagram account randomly back in December. Then the sudden move would come after the star posted a series of bizarre posts, which began with Britney sharing several heartfelt tributes towards her family members that she has publicly feuded with in the past. Once Britney's account was deactivated altogether, people would start to suspect that Sam was behind Britney's bizarre Instagram activity. Fans then started to accuse the actor of being controlling, and that he's been controlling Britney since he started dating her back in 2016. Sam then came out to try to deny all the rumors after a fan asked him if he was managing Britney's account, to which he said he would never control somebody that had been controlled for 13 years. However, have you noticed recently Britney's acting out in ways that she did when her father controlled her? So her actions say otherwise, and that's probably why she looks so free right now while she's on vacation with her friend. And coming in at number 1, we have break silent about the marriage. Just after Britney had a major meltdown in a restaurant while she was on a date with her husband. After reports claimed that he stormed out of the restaurant, he would finally break his silence about his marriage with Britney Spears by telling everyone they shouldn't believe everything they read online. Then, when Britney went on to take a break from her social media account, he would then tell the public again that she was doing this because social media can be traumatizing. Sometimes it's good to take a break. She has her voice and is a free woman. I have respect for her privacy. I protect it at all times. Thank you to all of her protective fans. But seriously, is anyone else finding his post to be really sus, like something is up with this guy? And now that the two have taken off their wedding bands, we're going to see a lot of his lies come flooding out.
Number 10, the TMZ documentary. Earlier this year, TMZ released a documentary surrounding Britney's life and relationship to Sam. Throughout the doc, it's revealed that the relationship may seem fine on the outside, but in reality, they had been having problems for a very, very long time. According to the documentary, Sam and Britney would fight constantly to the point where Sam's bed became the pull-out sofa in the living room. The doc also took aim at Britney's bad habits, claiming that she was hooked on caffeine, but not like, oh my god, I love coffee, you know? It was more like, I want coffee now! Apparently, she had a rather strong craving for Red Bull and would reportedly drink it by the gallon. Her need for caffeine and high-energy substances led them to speculate that Britney was trying to cope with the difficult emotions regarding the relationship. Britney came out and claimed that she never drank energy drinks, sticking mainly to green teas and watermelon juice. Meanwhile, Sam denied several things from that documentary, but he didn't deny the caffeine control whole problem. Number 9. The cheating allegations. One major reveal from these two getting a divorce is that some proof has been revealed that shows the couple did in fact fight a lot. A few months ago, TMZ actually reported that Sam had accused Brittany of infidelity, causing them to have a nasty verbal spat, leaving Sam out of the house and in need of a place to stay. According to the article, Sam had seen messages between Brittany and a contactless phone number that were flirtatious in nature. When he confronted her about them, she was more mad than anything else. Sam went through her phone, which was, hey, not cool. The fact that they were both so quick to anger rather than solving the issue like adults was a major red flag for fans and was the first real heads up that these two were probably heading for disaster. Number 8. The overcompensation. Now, there have been a few times where this couple has flaunted their success in the face of the world, whether it be their extravagant trips to Maui or their wedding ceremony. Money seems to make the world go round for these two, but their overcompensation may be a cry for help. The pair have always been seen with something expensive either behind them or beneath them. For instance, when they were married a little over 14 months ago, the ceremony was drenched in money. The wedding dress that Brittany was wearing was a white Versace gown with a long flowing veil. Sam was also in a Versace suit, and in attendance were roughly 100 guests, including Drew Barrymore and Selena Gomez, and even Madonna showed up to this thing. Everyone looked so friendly and cozy, and then they drove away in a beautiful Rolls Royce. Now, I understand wanting to spend a lot of money on your big day, but these guys partied so hard. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars in goodies at this thing. Apparently, the ceremony was not all smooth sailing though, as a few hours prior to the start, Brittany's ex-husband Jason Alexander made his way onto the property where he was not invited. A security team took him down and held him until the cops arrived. Now, whether it was the universe or Jason's jealousy, the rocky start to their ceremony was certainly a warning that this was not going to work out. Number 7. Sam's typecasting. Brittany is of course a pop singing sensation, which means that she's filmed a few music videos in her time. One of the first red flags came very early on in their relationship. They met on set of her music video for the song Slumber Party as her love interest on the song Slumber Party, where he played her love interest and arm candy. Sam had previously been featured in a music video for Fifth Harmony where he was also a hunky silent man, but this time he was a construction worker. Spending so much time with Sam as her man in the video must have convinced her that he was her one and only. Following the rap, these two continued to see each other constantly, with many paparazzo spotting them out at dinner or shopping. But it was revealed in the TMZ documentary previously mentioned that Brittany continued to treat him as some pretty face that she was meant to direct. He recalls several fights over the way that he was being spoken to or the way that things were being done. Over the following months, anytime they were photographed together, they just looked awkward, like they're posing for a picture that they just really don't want to take. Number 6. The New York Times defense. Asghari. Asghari spoke out to defend Brittany after a New York Times documentary took a closer look at her life and career amid her legal battles against her father. Her father, Jamie Spears, removed as her conservator. He told people it was important to understand that Sam had zero respect for someone trying to control their relationship and constantly throwing obstacles in their way. He wrote to his Instagram story in February of 2021 that, in his opinion, Jamie is a total Dick Van Dyke. Not really, he just said. He also said, I won't get too deep into details because he respected his own privacy and he did not come to this country to be held back from expressing his opinions. The comments came a day after he gave a statement to People magazine amid social media speculation about Brittany. He held a very solid defense and maintained that any and all rumors about himself or Brittany were just not true. The rumors, of course, were that the couple had been suffering some kind of an issue, but it was behind the scenes. Of course, it turned out every single one of the rumors were true, with the possible infidelity scandal being the only one that's yet to be proven. So, the big question is, why did Sam deny the allegations so hard if he knew that there was something to them? Why spend more time with Brittany when he seemed to have some idea that it wasn't working out? This was all before they were even engaged. So why would Sam double down? These are all questions that I wish I could answer, but until Sam or Brittany respond to my emails, I got nothing. Number 5. Sam's painful smile. Since the split was announced, more and more articles have come out of the woodwork containing various pictures from over the years. Now, this entry is for entertainment purposes. I didn't find anything to back up this theory, but can we just agree that this man looks uncomfortable like half of the time he's with Brittany? In a ton of pictures, you can see he has this nice smile, but there are some where he just looks disheveled, like Brittany just stepped on his toes moments before capturing the moment. My theory is that Sam has been trying to send us subtle messages, literally photographing himself crying for help. Now, I know what you're thinking, but hear me out. This guy is a professional model. It is his job to smile and look good on camera, but for some reason when Britney is around, his instincts go away and instead he goes to, please go away. There are several photos of them in the most beautiful places in the world where one should not be able to wipe the smile off of their face. But Sam looks like he just smelled something terrible and it might be Britney. I don't know if there is much to that one, but hey, you never know. And yes, I'm aware I just spent a couple minutes roasting a model. No need to remind me I'm not one in the comments. Number 4, the workout takes. Britney's husband Sam is of course involved in the fitness world. Just look at this guy. His body is fueled by protein powder and Joe Rogan's podcast. But Sam actually used to be a bit of a heavyset man, going through a massive weight loss transformation before ever meeting Britney. His story seemed to inspire her, as throughout the majority of 2019 and 2020, Britney and Sam were chronicling their fitness journey as a couple online, sharing workout clips and publicly tracking their goals. While doing a small interview for the Associated Press, the couple told the outlet that they took over 40 takes of their intense workout, with Britney claiming to have been in an enormous amount of pain. However, the fact that they cared about getting the right take so much is a massive red flag. Instead of just working out together and bonding, they decided to get as much clout as they could. The more uploads for these two, the better. Sam was barely bothered by the workout. In fact, the entire time you can see him silently judging Britney. If they were truly in love, Sam would have seen her pain and made her comfortable, but instead, she was made to suffer. Number 3, they couldn't even share a bike together. Taking one of the top spots on our list is the most concerning and disturbing red flag of all. These guys had a chance to share a tandem bike together, and they didn't. What? In June 2019, Britney posted a picture of herself and Sam on bikes riding through a park with the caption, "I'm so blessed to have this in my neighborhood." To which Sam cheekily commented, "Do you mean the lake or that handsome gentleman?" There are 2 red flags here. The first, of course, being that the pair are simply riding bikes together and not on a 2-person bike like they do in the movies. The second is Britney's wording. In the post, she never actually says anything nice about her hubby. She responds to his comment, but it wasn't filled with love, it was filled with sarcasm. As I will mention later in this list, when it comes time to post things about lovey-dovey stuff, Britney has a tendency to forget about Sam. I have no idea if some of these things are true on this list. This is for entertainment purposes, but man, I wish I had a direct line to Britney Spears. That would be a very interesting phone call. Number 2, Sam sleeps on the couch. When it comes to a lover's quarrel, Sam and Britney are expert fire starters, able to rile each other up in an instant. One of the major reveals since the announcement of their split was the confirmation that there was a significant fight at some point in recent history. A story revealed in the TMZ documentary that Sam was spending most nights on the couch, wishing he could figure out what he did wrong. They had been having issues over the public image being presented by news outlets because they were somehow getting crucial information that caused severe stress for the couple. Whenever they would try to deal with their problems though, it ended in a massive blowout. Not long after the TMZ documentary was released, Sam was seen spiraling in public. Photos have since been wiped from the internet, but the idea of Sam sitting somewhere sad is not a fun sight. Britney was probably in the exact same state, which may explain some of her more questionable behavior this past year. Don't believe me? Just check out her TikTok. And at number 1, he loves her, but she doesn't love him. One major sign that this relationship was not working out were the several posts made about each other and the huge differences between them. Whenever Sam posts something about Britney, it's like he's trying to write her a poem every single time. It's so eloquent and well thought out. Whereas when Britney posts the photo, it's just like, luckiest girl around, #part date. This poor dude is laying awake at night trying to come up with a sweet way to wish his girl a happy birthday online, but Britney's the type to just send a cake emoji and a little winky face. Through the majority of their relationship, there are dozens of examples of Sam trying to be a sweet man and express himself when Britney is just giving him very little back. Sure, if it's a special occasion or something, she'll make a nice big post or snap a pic, but it's nothing major. Throughout their entire relationship, it's very clear who is putting in the most effort, which is why the news of her possibly cheating on him is devastating to fans. Number 10, Leo DiCaprio. Leo has had several younger partners over the years. He's never dated anyone older than him or even close to his age. Earlier this year, a Twitter user actually took the time to create a chart showcasing the age gap slowly growing between himself and his newest partners. He is currently dating a woman by the name of Camilla Morone, who is 22 years younger than Leo. According to the chart, he prefers women in their early to mid-20s, but he hasn't stayed in a relationship with anyone past the age of 25. He's actually broken up with 3 women just because they turned 25. Like, how messed up is that? Like they expired or something. That's not a thing. Despite severe online backlash from internet trolls, Camila hit back at the criticism by sharing several photos of other couples with much larger gaps than hers and Leo's. As you will see throughout the rest of this list, the statement is very true. While other entries will be a bit more wholesome, Leo's story of love is clouded with anxiety. Oddly enough, Camila actually dumped Leo herself before turning 25, claiming that Leo wanted a family and she wanted to focus on her career, but come on, you just wanted to beat Leo to it, didn't you? Number 9. Jeff Goldblum and Emily Livingston. Jeff Goldblum is one of those celebrities that just kinda like plays himself in movies, and we love every minute of it. He even has a TV show where he does just that, called The World According to Jeff Goldblum. It's tremendous, you should check it out. In 2013, Jeff met Olympic gymnast Emily Livingston at a gym. He saw her from across the room and was instantly entranced. He started a conversation, and it must have gone pretty well because about a year later they were married. At the time, he was 62 and she was 31. That's right, there was a 31-year age gap between them. Much respect to Jeff for still going to a gym in his 60s though, we can only be so lucky. And the fact that he met a woman that he loves there is just like a little bonus. Many news outlets began to question the relationship, calling into question Jeff's behavior. But since day one, there has been nothing but love and respect between the two who share a genuine connection with each other. Their relationship has stood the test of time, as not only are they still together to this day, they've had 2 children together, Charlie Ocean and River Joe. Even at the age of 70 years old, Jeff is the proudest papa that we've seen in a long time. Number 8. Nicolas Cage and Alice Kim. Nicolas Cage is a man that should need no introduction, but honestly his career has just been all over the place, so let's chat about it for a minute. Nicolas is famous for making some very questionable acting choices that have teetered between fantastic and just god-awful burn my eyes out now. While his luck in the film industry has been solid, his love life not so much. That is until he met Alice Kim in 2004 while she was working as a waitress in Los Angeles. Kim was 19 at the time and Nicholas was 20 years older than her. He told The Guardian, "When my mother-in-law came to the house for the first time, before saying hello or nice to meet you, all I got was, 'She's too young.'" At that point they knew the relationship would be an uphill battle, but they powered through, with Alice even starring in Nick's 2007 flick Next alongside Julianne Moore and Jessica Biel. They split in 2016, but during their time together they had a son named Cal L. Coppola Cage, which is somehow both the strangest and most epic name I have ever heard. Number 7. Kris Jenner and Corey Gamble. Kardashian momager Kris Jenner, much like her daughters, has had a rocky love life to say the least. Kris divorced Caitlyn Jenner in 2014 and decided to take a trip to Ibiza to cool off. She was attending a friend's party when she ran into Corey Gamble, a former talent agent who was working as Justin Bieber's tour manager at the time. Sparks flew and the couple decided to continue their escapades, first being spotted together in October 2014 at a music festival. The couple were inseparable to the point where a year later, Corey was invited to be a part of the reality drama series Keeping Up with the Kardashians, following Kris and her family's day-to-day operations. Or something like that, I don't know, I don't watch it. However, her kids weren't so stoked about the idea of Corey being their new papa, seeing as he was 24 years younger than their mother. Despite backlash from the kids, the relationship continued and they're currently going strong to this day. Number 6. Patrick Stewart and Sunny Ozell. Sir Patrick Stewart is a prime example of a man dating much younger women. Star Trek star and future wheelchair-bound telepath met his wife Sunny Ozell, a singer, in 2008 while out for dinner one night. Ozell was a singer in the States and doing very well for herself. She approached Patrick Stewart about his current production of Macbeth. She wanted to see it in Brooklyn, but it was sold out till the end of its run. Well, Patrick then told her that they would be moving the show to Broadway soon, and gave her his number so that he could set her up with some seats. Patrick has stated in interviews that there may have been an ulterior motive, and thankfully it appears that that was the situation on both sides. Despite the 38-year age difference between them, the couple began seeing each other not long after Macbeth's Broadway premiere, and they were married in 2013. They are still together to this day and are genuinely one of the most adorable couples in Hollywood. They act like college sweethearts whenever they're together. And Stewart, who is now 82, has made it clear that his relationship with Sonny has given him a new outlook and has made life perpetually interesting. Number 5. Florence Pugh and Zach Braff. Florence Pugh has been carving a path in Hollywood as a force to be reckoned with. She's funny, she's serious, she can fight, she's got it all! And what she also has is a thing for older funny dudes. Zach Braff is probably best known for being in the TV series Scrubs from 2001 to 2010, but I know him as the voice of Chicken Little. Zach first contacted Pugh on Instagram to praise her for her role in Lady Macbeth. He said everything about the project was beautiful, from the cinematography to Florence herself. She reached out in a response and the couple were spotted holding hands in April of 2019. Despite their 12-year age difference, they seemed to have a solid relationship and were going strong until 2022 when things just kind of fizzled out. Although they split, Zach actually wrote a character in his directorial debut feature A Good Person with Florence in mind, and they worked very well together despite their past. Number 4. Sarah Paulson and Holland Taylor. American Horror Story fans surely recognize Sarah as various characters throughout the series, appearing in 95 episodes. She starred in a slew of thriller and horror movies over the years, but one Holland Taylor was able to look past the scary exterior. You may recognize Taylor from the movie Legally Blonde, the sitcom 2.5 Men, or perhaps from the highly underrated Disney comedy George of the Jungle. The two met at a party in 2005. At the time, Paulson was dating fellow actress Sherry Jones, best known for her role in the series Succession. Despite there being a 32-year age difference between Sarah and Holland, Paulson claims that she was instantly taken back by Taylor's beauty, quoted as saying she was probably the most beautifully exquisite woman she had ever seen. Come on guys, find you a partner that says that kind of stuff. While this would be their first interaction, it wasn't until 10 years later in 2015 that the couple would reunite while working on a project for Martha Plimpton. They slid into each other's DMs and eventually into the sheets. They've been together since their reconnection in 2015 and are going strong despite some backlash on their age difference. Number 3. Mary-Kate Olsen. Kate may have grown up on the small screen with her twin sister Ashley, but nowadays she spends her time with a new life partner. His name is Olivier Sarkozy, the former French president's half-brother. Yeah, that guy definitely sounds like a catfish. Olsen, seen here being held hostage by Olivier at a basketball game, is 17 years younger than her spouse. They were married in 2015, and around the same time, her sister Ashley was also dating someone much older than her, director Bennett Miller, who is 19 years her senior. Number 2. Dick Van Dyke and Arlene Silver. Dick Van Dyke stole the hearts of millions when he played chimney sweep Bert in the original Mary Poppins movie from 1964. Fun fact, in 1964, his current wife wasn't even alive yet. He starred in several classic flicks over the years, well into his 70s, even starring alongside Ben Stiller in Night at the Museum in 2006. Van, because I'm not allowed to call him by his first or last name for pretty obvious reasons, met wife and makeup artist Arlene Silver at the Screen Actors Guild Award in 2006. Despite their 46-year age difference, it seemed that their connection was too strong to care. They were married in 2012 and are still going strong to this day, making them one of the few Hollywood couples to make it in Hollywood. Hey, that's something they should be very proud of. And at number 1, Sam and Aaron Taylor Johnson. Many viewers will recognize Aaron's face. He's been a leading man in several movies over the years and a very strong supporting actor as showcased in his recent role as Tangerine in Bullet Train, alongside Brad Pitt and Brian Tyree Henry. In 2009, when he was just 19, Aaron played legendary musician John Lennon in a biopic called Nowhere Boy. The film told the story of a young John Lennon pre-Beatles fame during his adolescence with a focus on his relationship between his family and his journey to becoming a Beatle. The film was directed by a woman named Samantha Taylor Wood, who was 42 at the time. Samantha is a producer and director, best known for her 2015 romantic thriller, 50 Shades of Grey. It would appear that Aaron's performance as John, particularly the steamy sections, caught her attention in quite a few ways, and the pair began seeing each other on the down low. 2 years later, they were married and now share each other's last names, Taylor Johnson, and currently live with their 4 kids in Los Angeles. A happy ending to a happy list. Number 10. Jeff Goldblum and Emily Livingston. Jeff Goldblum is one of those celebrities that just kind of plays himself in movies, and we just love every minute of it. He's even got his own TV show where he kind of just does that, called The World According to Jeff Goldblum. You should really check it out if you haven't. In 2013, Jeff met Olympic gymnast Emily Livingston at a gym. He saw her from across the room and was instantly entranced. He started a conversation that must have gone pretty well because a year later they were married. At the time, he was 62 and she 31, leaving an, yeah, that's right, 31-year age gap between them. Much respect to Jeff for still going to the gym in his 60s, though we can all only be so lucky. The fact that he met a woman that he loves is just a little bonus on top. Many news outlets began to question the relationship, calling into question Jeff's behavior, but since day one there has been nothing but love and respect between these two who share a genuine connection with each other. Their relationship has stood the test of time, as not only are they still together to this day, but they've had 2 children together, Charlie Ocean and River Joe. Even at the age of 70 years old, Jeff is the proudest papa we have seen in a long time. Number 9. Nick Cage and Alice Kim. Nicolas Cage is a man that should need no introduction, but honestly, his career has been all over the place, so let's talk about it for a minute. Nicolas is famous for making some questionable acting choices that have teetered between fantastic and just god-awful. Please get rid of it. While his luck in the film industry has been solid, his love life, not so much. That is until he met Alice Kim in 2004 while she was working as a waitress in Los Angeles. Kim was 19 at the time, and Nick was 20 years older than her. He told The Guardian that, "When my mother-in-law came to the house for the first time, before saying hello or nice to meet you, all I got was, 'She's too young.'" I'm sorry, that was a horrible impression, but I'm not doing my own voice. It's bad for Nick Cage's face. At that point, he knew the relationship would be an uphill battle, but they powered through, with Alice even starring in Nick's 2007 flick Next alongside Julianne Moore and Jessica Biel. They split in 2016, but during their time together, they had a son named Cal L. Coppola Cage, which is somehow both the strangest and coolest name I have ever heard. Number 7. Al Pacino and Noor Alfallah. Noor has been making headlines recently after it was announced that she would be bearing Al Pacino's spawn. The 29-year-old film producer was confirmed via Al's publicist that Noor and Al had been in a secret relationship for roughly a year. At some point, we're assuming probably like 9 months prior to a few weeks ago, Noor became pregnant, which Al didn't take all that well. Upon initially hearing the news, Al had just a little bit of a freak out and he briefly broke up with Noor, instead returning to his ex-girlfriend Beverly D'Angelo. Despite his little pound and pounce, Al eventually returned to Noor with the intention of raising his newborn baby. This man is 82 years old. He may be a new dad, but it's probably not going to be for very long, right? Like, Al looks more and more disheveled when appearing in paparazzi pics these days, or when he's even alongside anybody, like anyone at all. He just looks so bad. So we're not sure what leads him to believe that he's about to be the dad of the year when he'll be lucky to even make it to dad of the month. Number 6. Kris Jenner and Corey Gamble. Kardashian momager Kris Jenner, much like her daughters, has had a rocky love life to say the least. Kris divorced Caitlyn Jenner in 2014 and decided to take a trip to Ibiza to cool off. While she was attending a friend's party, she ran into Corey Gamble, a former talent agent who was working as Justin Bieber's tour manager at the time. Sparks flew and the couple decided to continue their escapades, first being spotted together in October 2014 at a music festival together. The couple were inseparable to the point where a year later, Corey was invited to be a part of the reality drama series Keeping Up with the Kardashians, following Kris and her family's day-to-day operations. I don't know, it's trash, I just don't watch it. However, her kids weren't so stoked about the idea of Corey being their new papa, seeing he was 24 years younger than their mother. Despite backlash from the kids though, the relationship continued and they're still going strong to this day, so I don't know, good for them. Number 5. Patrick Stewart and Sunny Ozell. Sir Patrick Stewart is a prime example of a man dating a much younger woman. The Star Trek star and future wheelchair-bound telepath met his wife Sunny Ozell, who is a singer, in 2008 while out for dinner one night. Ozell is a singer in the States and was doing very well for herself at the time. She approached Patrick about his current production of Macbeth. She wanted to see it in Brooklyn, but it was sold out until the end of its run. Patrick then told her that they would be moving the show to Broadway soon, and he gave her his number so that he could, set her up with some seats for the show. Patrick has stated in interviews that there may have been an ulterior motive, and thankfully appears that that was the situation on both sides. Despite the 38-year age difference, the couple couple began seeing each other not long after Macbeth's Broadway premiere, and they got married in 2013. They're still together to this day and are genuinely one of the most adorable couples in Hollywood. They act like college sweethearts whenever they're together, and Stewart, who's now 82, has made it clear that his relationship with Sonny has given him a new outlook and has made his life perpetually more interesting. I mean, just look at the dude in interviews. He literally lights up. It's beautiful. Number 4, Dick Van Dyke and Arlene Silver. Dick Van Dyke stole the hearts of millions when he played chimney sweep and inventor Bert in the original Mary Poppins movie from 1964. Fun fact, in 1964, his current wife wasn't even alive yet. He starred in several classic flicks over the years, well into his 70s, even starring alongside Ben Stiller in the Night at the Museum series in 2006. Van, because I'm not allowed to call him by his first or last names for pretty obvious reasons, met his wife and makeup artist Arlene Silver at the Screen Actors Guild Award in 2006. Despite their 46-year age difference, it seemed that their connection was too strong to care. They were married in 2012 and are still going strong to this day, making them one of the few Hollywood couples to make it, and that's something that they should be proud of. Number 3, Sarah Paulson and Holland Taylor. American Horror Story fans surely recognize Sarah as various characters throughout the series, appearing in 95 episodes. She starred in a slew of thriller and horror movies over the past few years, but one Holland Taylor was able to look past that scary exterior. You may recognize Taylor from movies like Legally Blonde, the sitcom 2.5 Men, or perhaps George of the Jungle, the Disney comedy. The two met at a party in 2005. At the time, Paulson was dating fellow actress Sherry Jones, best known for her role in the series Succession. Despite there being a 32-year age difference between Sarah and Holland, Paulson claims that she was instantly taken back by Taylor's beauty, quoted as saying she was probably the most beautifully exquisite woman that she had ever seen. I'm sorry, this is so nice. While this would be their first interaction, it wasn't until 10 years later in 2015 that the couple would reunite while working on a project for Martha Plimpton. They slid into each other's DMs and eventually into the sheets. They've been together since their reconnection in 2015 and are going strong despite some backlash on their age difference. Number 2, Mary-Kate Olsen. Now, Kate may have grown up on the small screen with her twin sister Ashley, but nowadays she spends her time with a new life partner. His name is Olivier Sarkozy, the former French president's half-brother, which sounds completely made up. That dude's probably a catfish. Olsen, who is seen regularly in photos looking like a hostage being held by Olivier, is 17 years younger than her spouse. They were married in 2015, and around the same time, her sister Ashley was also dating someone who was much older than her, the director Bennett Miller, who is 19 years her senior. Mary-Kate and Ashley used to travel the world in glamour, and it would appear that along the way they picked up some finely aged Frenchmen and directors. Ooh la la. And at number 1, it's Sam and Aaron Taylor Johnson. Many viewers will recognize Aaron's face. He's been a leading man in several movies over the years and a strong supporting actor, as showcased in his recent role as Tangerine in the movie Bullet Train alongside Brad Pitt and Brian Tyree Henry. In 2009, when he was just 19, Aaron played legendary musician John Lennon in a biopic called Nowhere Boy. The film told the story of a young John Lennon pre-Beatles fame during his adolescence, with a focus on his relationship with his family and his journey to becoming a Beatle. The film was directed by a woman named Samantha Taylor Wood, who was 42 at the time. Samantha is a producer and director, probably best known for her work on the romantic thriller series 50 Shades of Grey. It would appear that Aaron's performances as John, particularly the steamy sections, caught her attention in quite a few ways, and the pair began seeing each other on the down low. 2 years later, they were married and now share each other's last names, Taylor Johnson, and currently live with their 4 kids in Los Angeles, which is a happy ending to a happy list. I guess, I don't know. Those are the top 10 Hollywood relationships with huge age gaps. Who did we miss? Leave a comment down below and let us know if you would like to see a part 2 to this. Thank you for checking out our content, and if you stuck around to the end, hey, how's it going? You rock.
Starting off our list today at number 10, we have Millie Bobby Brown. Millie Bobby Brown has just revealed that she is now engaged to her boyfriend that she has been in a relationship with for 2.5 years, Jake Bon Jovi. The Stranger Things actress, who is 19, announced the news earlier Tuesday alongside Jake, who is the son of legendary singer Jon Bon Jovi. Showing off her glimmering rock with a monochrome picture, the teenage star beamed from ear to ear while in the arms of her new new fiance, when she went on to caption her post by saying, "I've loved you 3 summers now, honey, I want them all." Jake also shared an announcement post on his own page, simply writing "forever" alongside 2 snaps of the couple. The announcement would confirm some speculation that's been circulating online for the last couple of weeks after Millie was seen flashing a glimpse of the ring in her recent post. With the two connecting on Instagram and becoming friends through the platform before they started dating, it still has a lot of people questioning how appropriate their relationship really is. Number 9. Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian's marriages have always been pretty controversial, especially to her first husband, Damon Thomas. And this is probably because the star admitted that she was under the influence when she made the decision to marry the music producer, when she was just 19 years old. With the star admitting on an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians that she made some pretty bad decisions in the past due to her substance use, she would elaborate on her use to her younger sister Kendall Jenner and the father of her sister Kourtney Kardashian's children, Scott Disick. When she said, "I did it once and got married, I did it again and made an X-rated tape," like everything bad would happen. However, the most disturbing part is the fact that Damon was 30 when he married Kim at the age of 19. Kim would eventually divorce the music producer, citing physical and emotional trauma on Thomas's part, and they would separate in 2003. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel so you never have to miss out on what we might just cover next. Coming back to our list, in the number 8 spot, we have Drew Barrymore. You know what's funnier than a 72-day marriage, a 19-day one, but lucky for Drew, no one actually seems to talk about it. Drew's transformation from a child star to a credible actress may have been a long process, but she got there in the end somewhat unscathed. However, one thing that didn't come out of her troubled past unscathed was her love life, as the actress has been married 3 times in such a short amount of time. With her mother encouraging her at a young age to have a typical celebrity life, attending parties even though she was only 10. She was always accompanying her mother to nightclubs, and by the age of 10 she even turned to alcohol and substances to cope with all of her trauma. By the age of 19, Drew would meet Jerry Thomas, who was 31 years old at the time, after she walked into a bar he owned, with the two separating just 19 days after. Drew would then go on to get married 2 more times, and after both those times Drew would finally vow off dating, until last year when she revealed after 6 years of not dating she was finally dating again. Number 7. Hailey Bieber. So I think we can all agree Hailey and Justin Bieber got married not only way too young but also way too fast, and that's probably why we see the couple struggling from time to time to cope with the problems that are surrounding their marriage. With Hailey opening up about reflecting on her decision to marry Justin Bieber when she was only 21 years old back in 2021, she would then tell Insider, "I was married when I was 21, 2 months before I turned 22, which is insanely young. Sounds almost ridiculous when you say it out loud. Although I do think for somebody like me and somebody like Justin, it's different. We've seen a lot for our age. We both lived enough life to know that's what we wanted." But are we really sure this is exactly what Justin wanted? Because we all know Hailey wanted to marry him since she was an obsessed fan, forcing her parents to introduce her to the star. With Hailey admitting that she had a desire to settle down early as a result of her parents' story, Justin has even gone on to admit that her parents definitely arranged his marriage now that he thinks about it. Coming at number 6, we have Aaliyah. Just 2 years after Aaliyah signed a record deal with her uncle in Detroit when she was just 12 years old, she teamed up with R. Kelly to make her first record, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. Not long after Aaliyah and Kelly entered into a relationship, by the time Aaliyah turned 15 years old, and she would remarry Kelly, who was 27 at the time, as a scheme he hatched to protect himself as he feared that he impregnated her. When her parents discovered their marriage, they would quickly have it annulled, but the scandal went on to tarnish Aaliyah's reputation more than Kelly's, as no one really considered her to be one of Kelly's first victims. In 2019, Kelly would also face charges with scheming with others to pay for a fake ID for an unnamed female a day before he married Aaliyah. And the revised indictment accused Kelly of paying a bribe in exchange for a fraudulent identification for someone identified only as Jane Doe on August 30th, 1994. A day later, Kelly married Aaliyah in a secret ceremony that he arranged in a hotel in Chicago. At the time, the U.S. Attorney's Office declined to comment about whom the ID was meant for, and the indictment didn't mention the wedding, but a person familiar with the investigation would confirm the Jane Doe was Aaliyah. However, that still didn't stop Kelly and his attorneys from maintaining the idea that he was unaware of Aaliyah's age when they were married, and the license he gave her for the wedding said that she was 18. Number 5. Marilyn Monroe. It's clear that Marilyn Monroe lived a really tough life. As many fans of Marilyn know, she did not grow up with her parents, as her mother Gladys Pearl Baker was not prepared to raise a child. With her mother later being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, as a result, she had to give Marilyn to a foster family. Marilyn would then go on to be raised in numerous foster homes and orphanages, and eventually she lived in the home of her mother's friend's house, Grace Goddard, and her husband, Irwin Doc Goddard. During high school, however, in 1942, right as Marilyn was turning 16, Doc's job relocated him out of the state, and due to California's protection laws, he wouldn't be able to bring Monroe along with him. This would then force her to go back to the orphanage. As a result, Marilyn would then settle by marrying her neighbor, James Doherty, who was 21 years old, so she could avoid being sent back to the orphanage. Monroe then dropped out of school to become a housewife. James later enlisted in the Marines, and the couple would finally divorce by 1946. And coming in number 4, we have Milla Jovovich. In the early 90s, Milla Jovovich was in a hurry to grow up. The model and actress got her big break in movies in 1993 when she landed a role in a cult comedy classic called Dazed and Confused. Years later, she told the Daily Mail that the flick also marked a big break in her love life because she decided to elope with her co-star and boyfriend Shawn Andrews, who was only 21 years old. With the two getting hitched in Las Vegas when Milla was only 16 years old, the Residence Evil star would later reveal she wasn't even into actors and she just did it to prove a point to her mom and to score a bank card. Later, Milla would even open up about her relationship when she said, "I was a big girl as far as I was concerned, and I wanted to establish myself as an adult, and I was working like one and being treated like one by everyone else. It wasn't about being in love." The pair then went on to get married in secret in 1992, and just 2 months later, according to the director of Dazed and Confused, he would state he believed that the marriage ended after Milla's mother had it annulled. Number 3. Courtney Stodden. Back in 2022, Courtney Stodden would speak out about being married to actor Doug Hutchinson when they were 16 and Doug was 51 by saying they were exploited. Courtney, who uses the pronouns they them, would go on to say they exchanged vows with Doug in Las Vegas back in 2011 with parental consent, as Nevada's law at the time stated those under 18 could get married but only with parental consent. And with there being no minimum limit in the state at the time, parental consent and a judge sign-off was required for anyone under the age of 16. Recounting the experience when they appeared on an episode of the Call Her Daddy podcast, Courtney, who's divorced from the Lost actor that was finalized in 2022, told the host that their relationship actually started over email and things quickly progressed. Doug then went on to convince Courtney's parents that the pair should get married in 1 week after they all met in person. When Courtney went on to speak about her mother, they would highlight that their mother was receiving a lot of hate and they could understand why, because it was wrong for their mom to sign them away to a man who was 34 years older than them. With nothing preparing them for the life they had entered into, they just wanted people to know that the relationship wasn't okay, and someone should have realized that she wasn't mature enough to make her own decisions. Number 2. Demi Moore. Demi Moore's first marriage was to musician Freddie Moore when the actress was just 17 years old, with Demi giving fans an inside look of her 3 marriages in her memoir Inside Out. In the book, she would recall her and Freddie's marriage, which only lasted until 1984, with Demi admitting that she was very unfaithful to the musician who was 29, especially on the night before they were set to say I do. She would go on to say, "The night before we got married, instead of working on my videos, I was calling a guy I'd met on a movie set. I snuck out of my own bachelorette party and went to his apartment." Demi then went on to note that the reason she did this was because she was having doubts and she couldn't face the fact that she was actually getting married because she was trying to distract herself from grieving the passing of her father. Because she felt like there was no room to question what was really in motion. She felt like the only way she could get out of her marriage was to sabotage it. Eventually, the two went on to get a divorce, and Demi would keep her married name as her stage name. And coming in at number 1 today, we have Bindi Irwin. Bindi Irwin and Chandler Powell have a movie-worth romance. With the pair meeting as teenagers in late 2013, they stayed in touch for a couple of years before they became an official couple in 2015. Chandler would then move to Australia to be with Bindi, and later he would ask her to marry him in 2019. The couple then finally got married the following year when she was 21 and he was 23, and then by 2021 they would welcome their daughter Grace. Bindi, alongside her brother and mom, have continued working for her late father Steve Irwin, who is known most for his stage name the Crocodile Hunter. For years, Steve traveled across the globe to protect animals and help preserve the environment before his passing. Now Bindi does the work with her own family, and even Chandler has become equally passionate about the wildlife, and they have been showing their daughter how to have passion for it as well. With the couple meeting in the Australia Zoo to go on to welcome their daughter and allowing her to grow up in her grandfather's legacy, I think when it comes to this marriage, Steve Irwin would be extremely proud.
Starting off our list at number 10 is Green Lantern. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively seem to be the perfect couple these days, looking all cute and stuff all over the media with their perfect looking kids. I'm not jealous or anything, but their relationship was a bit of a tangled story in the beginning. The two of them met when they were working together on the movie Green Lantern, which is when it was suspected they had a thing for each other. Paparazzi kept getting pictures of them being all cozy together while filming, and they were often seen hanging around New York. Here comes the tangles. Ryan was actually married to Scarlett Johansson at the time, and Blake was in a relationship with her Gossip Girl love Penn Bagley. They always denied the accusation and claimed to be just friends, but it caused a lot of controversy for the relationships, which both eventually ended. Shortly after filming ended, Lively broke up with Penn in 2010, and later in 2011 Scarlett and Ryan got divorced. Coincidence? I think not. Blake and Ryan ended up getting married in 2012 and are still going strong. It's a shame that it took a failed marriage to get there though. At number 9 is Dreamhouse. Daniel Craig and Rachel Weisz met on the set of Dreamhouse and were co-stars and lovers throughout their time filming together. However, it was a huge scandal because they were both with other people at the time, Daniel being engaged to his partner. Reports said they were both having affairs, which is probably why they ended their relationships with their partners before the movie even hit theaters. This movie not only ruined one relationship, but two, which is a huge blow. When speaking about it, they don't come out and admit that the movie is what ended the relationships, but Rachel speaks about what she was doing wrong even before meeting Daniel. She said, I quote, "I worried about so many things and it was hard for me to feel happy or understand what made me happy. So I guess when she met Daniel, he made her happy." Shortly after filming ended, Rachel and Craig went public as a couple and were married just 7 months later. Next up at number 8 is Days of Thunder. The classic 1990 sport movie was filled with a lot of drama, not only in the script but in the personal life of the actors. When the movie began filming, Tom Cruise was married to Mimi Rogers. He took the lead in the NASCAR movie and starred alongside the beautiful Nicole Kidman. Apparently Tom was already having some relationship issues with Mimi when he started filming the movie, but his eyes for Nicole Kidman ended up being the nail in the coffin. His on-set love affair with Nicole caused a whole whirlwind in Hollywood. She was just 22 years old at the time and said that her jaw dropped the moment she laid eyes on him. Tom and Mimi ended up getting a divorce just 1 month into the production process, and Tom and Nicole married less than 1 year after meeting, so Tom was clearly wasting no time. The love affair was making headlines, but Nicole never had an issue admitting her love for him. She once told Vanity Fair, I quote, "He basically swept me off my feet. I fell madly, passionately in love, and as happens when you fall in love, my whole plan in terms of what I wanted for my life, I was like, forget this. This is it. I was consumed by it willingly." And so were all the media outlets. Swiping the number 7 spot is Geely. You remember that random crime romance movie that starred Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck? You actually might not remember because it was a total flop. The 2003 movie got a 6% on Rotten Tomatoes and only earned back $7.3 million of its $54 million budget. But one thing that was gained from this movie was a romance between the two actors. However, this ended the relationship between Jennifer Lopez and Chris Judd. Back in the day, the pop star was married to the dance and choreographer who fell in love on the set of her Love Don't Cost a Thing music video. But they came to an end when she later starred in Geely and began having a little thing for Ben, or so they say. Lopez ended up filing for a divorce in order to pursue a relationship with Affleck, and the only reason people say this is because of the timeline timeline and how quickly she went from her marriage to another relationship. They ended in 2012, and not long after, Jen and Ben began dating publicly. Shortly into dating, they were engaged, showing off the $2.5 million ring, but the engagement was called off in 2004 before they ever got married, so there was no real winner in this situation. Up next at number 6 is House of Wax. Yes, the god-awful movie that Paris Hilton tried to make an acting career out of. At the time the movie was filmed, Chad Michael Murray was married to his One Tree Hill co-star Sophia Bush. He was considered a heartthrob at the time, as was Sophia, and it seemed like they were a perfect match. One Tree Hill fans went crazy. They loved that their characters on the show fell in love off screen too. But their love affair didn't last long after Chad starred in House of Wax with Paris Hilton. Reports were made saying that Paris and Chad hooked up during their time together on set, despite the fact that he was married. It didn't take long for rumors to spread, and the press jumped on the love triangle story. Sophia ended up filing for divorce, and during an interview she was asked about the situation, and she replied with, I quote, "That's such an interesting question, but my mother once said to me that if you don't have anything nice to say, not to say anything at all." Boom. My mom says the same thing. Halfway through our list at number 5 is Proof of Life. Another high profile couple that crashed and burned because of a movie was Meg Ryan and Dennis Quaid. Meg starred alongside Russell Crowe when filming Proof of Life, and as we know, Crowe was always considered to be the bad boy type in Hollywood. Maybe that's why Meg was attracted to him. But really, the only person she should have had eyes on was her husband at the time, Dennis, seeing as they were married for a decade at that point. Meg ended up having an affair, hooking up with Russell through filming time, and the scandal spread like wildfire. She was painted all over the media as a cheater, but she still claims the story was never told right. It's been said that Dennis had cheated on her many times, and they were already having issues when she started to film. The love affair between Meg and Russell didn't last long, and I don't think it's fair to just blame the movie for this. I'm looking at you, Meg. Coming in at number 4 is Titanic. At the time the iconic movie was being filmed, the director James Cameron was married to the Terminator star Linda Hamilton, but a scandal occurred on the set of the movie, and surprisingly it didn't include the two main actors. The director and his wife were together for many years at the time, even though it was his 3rd marriage at that point. News broke that he was having an affair with Susie Amos, and Linda up and left him. However, there was a period of time when Cameron went back to Linda, but it didn't last long, and he was once again back in the arms of his lover Susie. The two of them eventually got married, and it became his 4th and final marriage. Although one marriage was shattered, another one was gained, and it was one that lasted. James and Susie are still married to this day, at the time of this recording of course, and they have 3 children together. Linda once opened up about it and confirmed that he wasn't actually cheating on her. She said, I quote, "Titanic was the most painful thing in the world, but this wasn't because Jim was cheating on me. Jim went off with Susie because we were taking a break from each other, and he was free to go with her. It was a painful time because we had had a relationship where I'd push him away, then he'd push me away. Frankly, most of our relationship was us taking a big break." Well, there you have it folks, straight from the horse's mouth, he is not a cheater. Alright guys, at number 3 is Daredevil. So when Daredevil was filming, both Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck were in committed relationships. This was the time when Ben was with J-Lo and Jennifer had a long-term relationship with Scott Foley. Neither of the actors have admitted to hooking up on set, but comments have been made by Ben, who later said he fell in love with Garner while working with her on the movie. His exact words were, I quote, "That's where I found my wife. We met on Pearl Harbor, which people hate, but we fell in love on Daredevil." They may have fallen in love on set, but it did take a while for them to ever become an official item. It wasn't like this huge big love affair scandal, and it didn't seem to affect Ben and J-Lo because they were still together a year after the movie was filmed. A relationship that it did seem to affect was Jennifer and Scott's, who ended up splitting just 2 months after. It was only a matter of time before Ben and Garner got together though, 1 year later to be precise. I can hardly keep up with Ben's love life on this list. In spot number 2 is Mr. and Miss Smith. Many people will remember this movie as Happier Times because it's when Brangelina was born. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie met on the set of this movie and ended up becoming the golden couple of the century. Only downfall was that Brad was actually married to Jennifer Aniston at the time that all of this was going down. It was the big debate in Hollywood whether Brad was having an affair or not. Angelina and Brad both denied that they ever had an affair while he was still married, but that argument fell apart when she admitted during an interview that she couldn't wait for her children to be old enough to see the movie where she fell in love with their father. At that point, people were calling her a homewrecker, and everyone thought that Brad was a little scummy. When asked about the possible love affair later on, Jolie said, I quote, "It took until really the end of the shoot for us, I think, to realize that it might mean something more than we'd earlier allowed ourselves to believe, and both knowing that the reality of that was a big thing, something that was going to take a lot of serious consideration." Yeah, taking into consideration that he has a wife is definitely definitely something serious. Taking the #1 spot on our list is Snow White and the Huntsman. I feel like I've told this story a lot on our channel, but that's because it was so damn scandalous. This was the movie that shattered the hearts of Twilight fans because it introduced Twilight actress Kristen Stewart to the director Rupert Sanders. At the time she was filming this movie, she was dating her Twilight co-star Robert Pattinson. Fans were shipping hard for them for years, so when they finally got together, it was incredibly exciting. But all of that was ruined when images surfaced of Kristen and Rupert making out. Not only did this ruin the Twilight couple, but it also destroyed Rupert's relationship, who was married to the mother of his 2 children. This one is a double whammy. Both relationships shattered, and although we blame the 2 people involved, we can't help but realize that if they didn't work on this movie together, it probably wouldn't have happened.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
We support victims.
It's not because I think In the Crease is good, but because Josh told me like
The road to marital bliss hasn't always run smoothly for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Kunis was disproportionately aged to Kutcher's 19 years old when they met on the set of That 70s Show back in 1998, an age difference that adds a retrospective ick factor to their constant on-screen makeouts. And while there may have been a spark of something by the time the show ended, both stars were busy following independent dating lives, including Kutcher's 8-year marriage to actress Demi Moore. All told, Ashton and Mila had known each other for 14 years before they finally began exploring a romantic relationship back in 2012. Since then, they've welcomed 2 offspring and have been admired as Hollywood's, power couple. But is their relationship as solid as it first appears? People grow and change, so hey, maybe the idea of once a cheater, always a cheater may not hold true. Still, cheating is a red flag that demands close attention in future relationships. For instance, matchmaker Susan Trombetti pointed at Ashton's history of infidelity as a persistent warning sign in his current marriage. She mentioned who can forget him cheating on Demi Moore on their anniversary. So Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore were married between 2005 to 2013, and according to Demi's memoir, he cheated on her at least twice. Whatever arrangements that he and Demi shared and agreed on prior didn't include that for sure, as evidenced by how physically devastated and hurt Demi was. Trombetti further pointed out that Kutcher even lied to other women entangled in his love triangle, assuring one falsely that he and Moore were separated. One of the most challenging parts of dating a celebrity is likely dealing with tabloid rumors, and this was definitely true for Ashton and Mila back in 2013 when gossip columnists began to wonder whether or not he was actually really being faithful to her. As Hollywood Life reported at the time, a woman named Sarah Leal claimed to have proof that Ashton was dating a friend of a friend. Apparently one of her co-workers sent her a photograph of Ashton in his PJs, and oof, it was an intimate photo, to say the least. In an interview, Leal contemplated the significance of the photograph in question. She said, sure, it could be an innocent picture, but I also think it's possible he's not dating Mila exclusively, not just because of that photo, but because he's cheated before. And that would definitely be a red flag for me if I were dating someone who had cheated on their wife. I would hate for Mila to have the same experience as Demi. And although it's impossible to verify these allegations, it's worth noting that Leal's been previously honest with the press. In 2011, she told US Weekly that Kutcher had pursued her while he was still married to Demi Moore, which those claims were confirmed. But the real crux here is Ashton Kutcher's lack of trustworthiness and pattern of lying, both of which are bona fide relationship enders. Once again, going back to our matchmaking expert, how can we believe any relationship he has? It might be easier to swallow if Ashton had shown any signs of changing his ways or pursuing clear personal growth, but as has been observed, he rushed into things with Mila so soon after his divorce that there was definitely no time wasted in processing such behavior or changing as a person. Healthy relationships require mutual respect, which has been a fundamental component of this romance. As one celeb critic has pointed out, Ashton cites his admiration for Mila as the main point of falling in love with her and accelerating the relationship. And while that sounds like a good thing, the loss of that respect could pose a serious red flag. Losing respect and admiration for each other kind of erodes the bond and love for each other. And unfortunately, the couple's mutual admiration may be on its way down. In a 2021 appearance on Hot Ones, Mila slammed Ashton for comments made during his own appearance on the program. She first fact-checked his preparation for the role of Steve Jobs in Jobs, which involved extremely and unhealthy measures. She was like, yeah, he's downplaying it. He was so dumb. He only ate grapes at one point. It's so stupid. He ended up in the hospital twice with pancreatitis. It was really dumb. And well, honesty between sweethearts is refreshing. It's an awfully blunt way to talk about your hubby on camera. And that wasn't the end of raking Ashton over the coals. She called him a liar about getting rid of his That 70s Show wardrobe, shouting at Ashton as he waited off screen. Now sure, these comments were delivered delivered with a smile, but even seemingly harmless jokes can be signs of problematic behavior or more deeply rooted relationship issues. So look, this romance kind of escaped any kind of criticism for a long time, despite the whole Demi love chaos kerfuffle. However, outrage did erupt over the couple's role in the trial of their former That 70s Show co-star, Danny Masterson, putting a new spotlight on this couple and their life together. To make things brief and to be internet safe, folks, Danny was convicted of some pretty heinous crimes. He's been sentenced to 30 years in prison. That's all I can say. Mila and Ashton, among others, wrote letters of support for Masterson's character in hopes of lightening his sentence. And as one expert explained, this couple was united in writing their letter to the judge, trying to show leniency towards their friend. And when the letter became public, there was a large outcry and criticism of the couple. And then the two released an apology video. Now, copies of the video are still easy to find. We have a copy of it. But while issuing a quick apology seems like the right first step, expert critics point to the video as cloaking some deeper red flags here, because it did not seem to the experts that Mila was speaking from her heart on such a critical issue. There might be a rift in the couple's values and responses to crises. In the long run, such dissonance could create more severe lesions in the relationship. One person summed it up best, saying, "They need to be aware of being divided on issues that truly matter. For all couples, celebrity or otherwise, retaining some individuality and meaningful interests outside your relationship is kind of important." And unfortunately for Mila and Ashton, the fallout from their letters during this trial has also impacted their external sources of fulfillment. So following all the outrage, and rightfully so, both halves of the couple resigned from their positions in the organization that Ashton co-founded, literally to stop crimes of this nature, which is kind of a doozy for us to hear. It must have been a doozy for him. Apparently his position as board chair was truly significant to him, and a lot of people were concerned that Ashton lost something that gave his life meaning and purpose beyond acting or producing entertainment. And missing that crucial sense of purpose could put a strain on Ashton, and by proxy, this relationship. Possibly being lost without a rudder and a goal of passionate significance could cause any marriage to greatly suffer and be negatively affected. In other words, this couple might need to redirect their passion and fulfillment somewhere else, or risk long-term damage to their overall happiness. Meaning and purpose are the motivation to arise every day and live a fulfilling life, and without those cornerstones, it could spell trouble for happiness in this household. There's no shame in forming parasocial relationships with your favorite celebrities, but how well do you really know them? So, in wake of the whole trial, a lot of fans have had doubts about the authenticity of Ashton and Mila. Going back to our celebrity matchmaker from earlier, she shared some hints about public sentiment following the debacle and what it might indicate. Because for one thing, going back to that video apology, it's been controversial to say the least. It's a half-hearted attempt at an apology, and it had to be awful and devastating for any victims to see. It also just came across as self-serving, insincere, and it was really like, we're just trying to save our reputation, which is kind of a far cry from the image of the genuine sweethearts that the couple had previously cultivated, and naturally calls into question how much of their public life is reliable. A disconnect between public persona and personal life can be a huge relationship red flag, not to mention that such a visible fall from grace would put pressure on any couple, because being a hypocrite is just an example of how you can't trust who anybody really is. Actions speak louder than words. So, in other words, while it all may seem, good and fine and dandy from an outsider's perspective, we really don't know these guys, or the true state of their relationship. So when it came time to film the 5th episode in season 1 of That 70s Show, Mila was feeling nervous because she had already read the script and she knew she was gonna have to kiss somebody. But here's the problem. She was the youngest person in the cast. She had never been kissed. Ashton was a 19-year-old Calvin Klein model and an actor whose age made him much too old to be smooching somebody so young. Well, years later on the Rosie O'Donnell show, Ashton himself would admit, Mila was a certain age when they started the show, and everybody's like, okay, you guys are gonna be making out in this scene. And he's thinking like, wait, this is slightly illegal. Well, despite that, apparently Ashton attempted to French kiss Mila during the scene because Danny Masterson bet him $20 he wouldn't do it. So Mila mentioned that she had to close her mouth to prevent Ashton from slipping her the tongue. Just so gross. So gross. As far as first kisses go, this one showed no respect for Mila's feelings. It was just, ugh.
At number 10, Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber. I remember when Selena and Justin were the talk of the town. Everyone was obsessed with their relationship, asking them questions about it, whether they were together on the red carpet or alone on a shopping trip. They started dating in 2011 when they were still teenagers, and from that point they had a rocky time together. They were on and off again for a while before finally ending things for good in 2018 when Hailey Baldwin came along. Already people were aware of how toxic Selena and Justin's relationship was, simply because of how many times they had public breakups and makeups, but in early 2020, Selena came forward to talk more in depth about their relationship and how she experienced mistreatment. Selena said that she was, quote, a victim of certain abuse, saying that what she felt was emotional mistreatment from Justin. She also went on to say that it took her a long time to find strength in her experiences and to shake her, quote, victim mentality. Justin never released a statement in response, but in late 2019, he did open up about his actions in past relationships, saying that he became, quote, resentful and disrespectful to women and angry. We don't know at which point this started happening in their relationship, but it's good to see that they are both doing better since moving on. At number 9, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Now, having a list of toxic celebrity relationships, you already know we're going to include Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's tumultuous relationship. A lot was uncovered during their massive court case last year that basically exposed Amber for having hurt Johnny while they were together. We heard stories about Amber severing Johnny's finger with a glass bottle, many of the fights they had, and even recordings of Amber antagonizing and hurting Johnny. There were instances of physical abuse as well as verbal and emotional, showing the world how toxic things really were. We found out about how Amber had been cheating on Johnny and how she allegedly went out of her way to outshine him in their industry, always being ready to make big headlines to overshadow him. When one of the recordings showing Amber admitting to hurting her husband were released, it said that it, quote, exposes that Miss Heard perpetrated serial violence against Mr. Depp. This went on for far too long, showing us that the toxicity ran deep and it made a mess of everything. At number 8, Tina and Ike Turner. Ike and Tina Turner were a powerhouse couple in the eyes of the media as well as fans, but behind the scenes things were very messy and toxic. They first met while Tina was still a teenager and they soon hit it off and started performing together. Soon their duo catapulted them to stardom, bringing them a lot of success, but because they were so close, things got very toxic. They got married in 1962 and stayed together for the following decade, but Tina was living her life in pain. In her book, Tina wrote about how Ike was an abusive partner, saying, quote, he threw hot coffee in my face, giving me third-degree burns. He used my nose as a punching bag so many times that I could taste blood running down my throat when I sang. He broke my jaw and I couldn't remember what it was like to not have a black eye, end quote. Things got so bad that Tina wanted to end her life, but thankfully she survived her attempt and she used her survival as fuel to get the strength to leave Ike and this toxic life behind. They eventually went their separate ways, with Tina becoming a bigger star and becoming an advocate, raising awareness about abuse. At number 7, Emma Roberts and Evan Peters. American Horror Story stars Emma Roberts and Evan Peters had a very tumultuous relationship that unfolded in the public eye. Though they both moved on, there was a time when their toxic relationship took over their lives. They started dating in 2012 and they had their share of makeups, breakups, ups and downs until they officially ended things in 2019. Their relationship had its faults. People said that their attitudes towards each other would change a lot, going from having a lovely time together to not speaking to one another for days. Sources also said that while working together on American Horror Story, they would make life on set a living hell. An insider revealed that, quote, as soon as the director yells cut, Emma and Evan are making out. That is, if they're not screaming at each other, end quote. In 2013, they had an abuse scandal after Emma was arrested on domestic charges after the couple got into a heated argument. Though the incident left Evan with a bloody nose, they tried to move past it and carry on with their relationship. They weren't at all a good couple and it's best that they are no longer together. At number 6, Rob Kardashian and Blac Chyna. One toxic relationship that was broadcast to the world was that between Rob Kardashian and Blac Chyna. Though the relationship was pretty short-lived, things were still messy, toxic, and very public. The two got together in January 2016, and just a few months later in April of that year, they announced their engagement. Fast forward to November of 2016, and they welcomed their daughter Dream into the world. Things ended as quickly as they started, and by February of 2017, they announced that they had split after trying to make things work for the sake of their daughter. During their relationship, they showed fans a glimpse into their lives as part of their reality show, Rob and Chyna. During this time, sources said that they fought a lot and their actions were fueled by anger and revenge, and there were even allegations of domestic violence. This toxicity wasn't just exclusive to their relationship, however, as it also bled into the Kardashian family as well. They've been going head to head in legal battles and things have just been rocky ever since, showing that sometimes people really aren't meant to be together. At number 5, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. Brangelina used to be one of the hottest celebrity matches in Hollywood. Once upon a time, they were seen as the industry's it couple, having spanned over 10 years and raising many kids together, but their divorce is where things got toxic and messy. When the couple announced they were calling it quits in 2016, a lot of people wondered why, and one of the answers given was because of a dispute that Brad had allegedly had with Angelina about his substance abuse that resulted in Brad getting into an altercation with their oldest son, Maddox. It was alleged that Brad was abusive, and though an investigation cleared him of said allegations, Angie is now saying that she's prepared to show proof that Brad was in fact hurting his family. Recently, Angelina came forward saying that she is willing to offer her children's testimony against Brad as proof, and this could blow the doors off their relationship, giving us more information about how toxic things really were. At number 4, Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. With the recent divorce announcement from Kim Kardashian and Kanye West, we are finding out more about the demise of their marriage. It turns out they felt that their relationship was crumbling towards the end of last year, and the couple decided to seek different living arrangements, spending time apart as a result of, quote, downright toxicity in their marriage. Though they said they wanted to make things work, according to sources, it reached a point where, quote, bickering turned into nasty blow-ups and confrontations, end quote. They didn't want to expose their kids to this kind of negativity, and they took some time apart, but that time apart is looking to be a lot longer now. After Kanye reportedly blew up at Kim, they were never able to patch things up after that, and so they filed for divorce. Before all of this happened, they seemed to have been on good terms as they supported one another through every bump in the road, but in recent months, their support and good conversation turned cold and apparently evolved into them only speaking when necessary and only talking about menial things like what to have for dinner. I'm wishing them all the best in the days to come as they sort out their affairs. At number 3, Eminem and Kim Mathers. When asked about some toxic relationships they know of, a surprising amount of people reference rapper Eminem and his ex-wife Kim Mathers. Eminem, whose real name is Marshall Mathers, met Kim in a youth home in 1988 when they were teenagers. From that point, they stayed by each other's side, even living together at his mother's home. From that point until 1999, the two had a rocky relationship, being on and off again. And in 1995, they had a daughter, and later on, they got married. Their wedding took place on June 14, 1999, just before Marshall's first major tour as his career was taking off. Kim said that this tour took the greatest toll on their marriage, saying, quote, when Marshall's tour first started is when his ego went poof, like he was a god. That's what he thought. I was just told that I should be grateful that he still talks to me. You know how many women throw themselves at him, and I pretty much felt like a piece of crap, end quote. From then, their marriage went downhill as they were met with cheating scandals and mental health struggles. Eventually, they got a divorce in 2000, remarried in 2006, then divorced again, this time ending things for good. They're reportedly still friends, but being in a romantic relationship just was too toxic for them. At number 2, Mel Gibson and Oksana Grigorova. Mel Gibson is probably one of the most hated people in Hollywood. I think it's safe to make that assumption after all the scandals he's been in surrounding his hate for so many people. Mel has been in a toxic relationship before, and many of us are aware of the horrible ways he's treated people, especially his former partner, Oksana Grigorova. The two had a very messy breakup in 2010, and at this time, an audio recording came out that showed Mel yelling at Oksana and saying horrible things to her about her body because he was mad that she allegedly lied to him about having breast implants. In the recording, Mel was heard saying horrible things about how he hated the way she looked, claiming she looked provocative and inappropriate, and even saying that if she were to be taken advantage of, it would be her fault for looking the way she did. This was a nasty, swear word-ridden rant that honestly no one deserves to hear. If this recording didn't paint enough of a toxic picture, then I don't know what would. And finally, at number 1, Mike Tyson and Robin Givens. Back in the late 80s, Mike Tyson was dating model Robin Givens. Shortly after they started dating, Robin announced that she was pregnant with Mike's child, and so he married her to, quote, do the right thing. Mike had given Robin and her mother $15 million in order to get themselves settled in a nice house, and it seemed like Mike took care of them. But after a few months passed, Mike noticed that Robin's pregnancy wasn't progressing, and that's when she told him that she actually had lost a baby months prior and just didn't tell him. He was hurt by this discovery, but still stayed by her side. It wasn't until their famous Barbara Walters interview came out that things really cracked for the couple and things got toxic.
The interview was originally supposed to be an exclusive with Mike, but apparently just before getting started, Robin pulled Barbara aside to tell her that she had some things she wanted to say, and then proceeded to speak out about how Mike had allegedly been hurting her, saying that she was being mistreated in the relationship. They soon divorced after, but people believe that the whole truth wasn't uncovered. Sources say that Robin was manipulating Mike and that things had been toxic because of her, but Mike just let it happen. It's confusing and messy, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. At number 10, Chris Brown and Rihanna. One of the most toxic relationships out there was that between Chris Brown and Rihanna. No one is quick to forget that incident that happened after the pre-Grammys party in 2009. Though they were seen as the industry's it couple, things were far from perfect and were clearly very negative and toxic. On the night before the Grammy Awards, Chris and Rihanna got into a serious physical altercation which left Rihanna hospitalized from her injuries. Chris was labeled as a monster for what he did that night. A police investigation was conducted and Chris pled guilty to felony assault. As a result, he was sentenced to 5 years probation and 6 months community service. A lot of people believe that he should have been given a harsher sentence because of how severely he hurt his girlfriend, but what do you guys think? Did he deserve more punishment or did he get what he deserved? At number 9, Mariah Carey and James Packer. Apparently, Mariah Carey is a horrible person. In the past, we've heard stories from people who've worked with the singer saying how she is so mean behind the scenes, but apparently the same goes in her romantic relationships as well. Yeah, maybe all she wants for Christmas is you, but at what cost? According to some sources, her relationship with James Packer was the most toxic. She allegedly treated him like garbage, even throwing his personal items, including his laptop, out of a window, all because he played a Beyonce song. Their relationship ended just before they were set to get married because she, quote, wasn't happy with his behavior, but James' management fired back, claiming that Mariah was twisting things. Bottom line is that things were toxic and needed to end. At number 8, Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio. I couldn't imagine the pressure of being an A-list star. The public's eyes are always on you, from your everyday outings to your love life. Having a relationship must also be very difficult when you're famous because everyone feels entitled to having an opinion on your love life. When one of Hollywood's biggest stars, Marilyn Monroe, got married to Joe DiMaggio, it was a very big deal. Everyone thought that the actress and the athlete looked like a beautiful match who were deeply in love, having met and married within a relatively short amount of time. Really, at the time, they were hashtag relationship goals. They got married in a quiet City Hall ceremony in January 1954 and turned a work trip to Japan into their honeymoon as they had to squeeze their special day in between work engagements. But just 9 months later, their spark had faded and their relationship was over. The problem was that Joe allegedly wanted Marilyn to be a stay-at-home wife, but because Marilyn was at the height of her career and she loved her work, she wouldn't agree to that and she just wanted to keep working. Joe also apparently had a hard time coming to terms with his wife's public image, being a Hollywood idol, and apparently her famous subway gate scene was the last straw for him. Their marriage ended with Marilyn citing mental cruelty as one of the reasons behind their divorce because of how toxic things had become. She didn't like how her husband refused to support her, and that's just not the kind of energy she needed in her life. At number 7, Kate Moss and Pete Doherty. There are many ways that a relationship can be toxic. It can be more one-sided or it can be mutual. Kate Moss and Pete Doherty's relationship was one that was toxic from both sides. Though they were engaged at some point, they still had their problems. In an interview, Pete once said that with Kate he was, quote, always dodging bullets. He claimed that Kate had a bad temper, saying that she once accused him out of the blue of having an affair and then verbally and physically assaulted him. On the other hand, Kate had a big problem with Pete's substance abuse, demanding that he quit, but also taunting him with substances of her own. They were an on and off again couple who really just weren't good for each other. They kept going back to each other until around 2007, where they decided to stay apart for good. And it was a very toxic situation, but their breakup was probably for the best. At number 6, Saweetie and Quavo. No one really acknowledged it until recently, but singer Saweetie and rapper Quavo had a very toxic relationship. The pair recently announced their breakup, and though it started off looking like a simple case of two people growing apart, soon the public found out that there was more to the story than once thought. Shortly after announcing their breakup, footage was leaked which showed the former couple fighting in an elevator. The footage showed the two of them in a physical altercation, showing Saweetie trying to strike Quavo, a suitcase being thrown, Quavo falling on top of his girlfriend, and ending with Saweetie limping away. Though this footage was from a year ago, it gave people a different perspective on how their relationship was at the time. Their problems were only just now publicized and sort of exposed the two of them for being toxic. Both Saweetie and Quavo have said that they've moved on from this incident, and Quavo issued a statement assuring that he's never abused his girlfriend. Their breakup has caused some drama within Quavo's family, making this a very toxic situation. At number 5, Luann and Tom D'Agostino. Nothing says toxic like reality TV. Everything on those shows are incredibly toxic, so to have one feature a toxic relationship wouldn't really be much of a surprise. Real Housewives of New York cast members Luann and Tom D'Agostino were once a couple whose poor relationship was broadcast to the world. Apparently, everyone in the cast knew about how toxic things were, and some of them actually warned Luann about Tom, saying that he was untrustworthy and that he was still pining after his ex. This complicated things, but they still carried on with their relationship, and the two got married on New Year's Eve in 2016. Towards the end of the show's 8th season, it was revealed that one of the Real Housewives cast members had photos of Tom kissing another woman just days after his and Luann's engagement party. Soon it became apparent to the public that there were some serious troubles in their relationship. Luann and Tom even got into a heated argument in public at a restaurant, which ended with Luann slapping Tom across the face. This toxic relationship and Tom's constant infidelity was never resolved until the very end. They were only married for 7 months, and those were probably some of the most toxic 7 months of their lives. At number 4, Axl Rose and Erin Everly. Moving on to a toxic relationship from the rock world, we have the tumultuous relationship of Axl Rose and Erin Everly. Their relationship was very publicized and is one that is certainly ingrained in the rock world. The two met at a party in 1986 while Axl, the frontman for Guns N' Roses, was still an up-and-coming musician, and the two formed an instant connection. Erin quickly became one of the most important people in Axl's life, becoming the inspiration for the song Sweet Child of Mine. Despite being a beloved and good-looking match on the outside, they actually had a very toxic relationship, but that didn't stop them from getting married in 1990 in a Las Vegas ceremony. The toxicity started even before they were married because, according to Erin, Axl allegedly threatened to harm himself if she didn't marry him, so already things were off to a pretty rocky start. Their marriage didn't really last very long, as it was annulled in 1991, just 9 months after getting married. Fast forward to 1994, and Erin filed a civil suit against Axl where she alleged that she had been a victim of citing Axl as her attacker. Things have been messy since their split, as Erin has auctioned off memorabilia that she had kept from her days with Axl and the band, looking to rid herself of any trace of her old ties with them, showing us that things really were quite toxic back then. At number 3, Elizabeth Taylor and Conrad Hilton. Elizabeth Taylor was one of Hollywood's most memorable icons. Though she was incredibly successful in her professional life, her love life was not. Because she was married 8 times, she had some regrettable relationships, and some of them caused scandals, but others were just downright toxic. One of her shortest and most toxic marriages was to hotel heir Conrad Hilton. The pair were only married for 205 days before getting their marriage annulled after feeling neglected and abused by her new husband. This was her first marriage, as she was only 18 at the time of her wedding, but shortly after they tied the knot, Liz started to notice how indifferent Conrad was to her, recalling how she would feel hurt by the abusive language her husband was using towards her. During their honeymoon, the two also reportedly fought a lot and spent more time apart than they did together. So things were off to a rough start from the very beginning. Eventually, Liz saw that nothing was going to change with Conrad, and so she made the steps towards ending their marriage. Liz ended up winning her divorce on the grounds of mental cruelty. She also refused alimony and took back her maiden name. Essentially, she erased any connection she had to Conrad, almost pretending like it never happened. She later told news sources that her idea of marriage was naive, and so she regretted her decision to marry him in the first place. At number 2, Jennifer Lopez and Ojani Noah. Jennifer Lopez has been in her fair share of high-profile relationships. She's even been married 3 times. Now, although those marriages didn't really work out, they ended on okay-ish terms, except for her marriage to Ojani Noah, because that ish was just toxic. Their marriage lasted less than a year, but their relationship after their divorce was where things got super toxic. Ojani was seemingly only in the relationship to reap the benefits of being with a celebrity. He spent the time that they were together documenting much of his life with her, as well as her habits behind the scenes, preparing them for his own tea spill, if you will. This relationship was doomed from the start, but J-Lo just didn't see that until it was too late. I mean, you would think that your partner isn't trying to use you for money and clout, so why would you really be expecting that? After their divorce, Noah tried leaking intimate photos and videos of the couple on their honeymoon, and he even had plans to release a tell tell-all book about the singer. It was almost like he was a behind-the-scenes paparazzi. J-Lo actually ended up suing Ojani in 2009 for $10 million, citing that the videos he released as well as the book and movie deals violated an agreement that they had which prohibited him from exposing the singer's life. That is some very toxic behavior. Using someone for your own personal gain is never a good thing. Finally, at number 1, Evan Rachel Wood and Marilyn Manson. Recently, actress Evan Rachel Wood came forward about her extremely toxic relationship with singer Marilyn Manson, as she cited years of manipulation, brainwashing, and pain, outing the singer as her abuser. She opened up about some of the things that she endured and witnessed, like starvation, sleep deprivation, threats, invasion of privacy, as well as anti-Semitism and racism. Sometimes this toxicity would bleed into other people's lives, as Wood alleged that Manson made threats against her loved ones as well. Manson's toxicity was apparent even after their relationship ended, as he said in an interview shortly after their relationship ended that he tried calling Evan while harming himself and then blamed her for his actions, saying, quote, "I wanted to show her the pain she put me through. It was like, I want you to physically see what you've done." Like, that is very disgusting behavior, and it hurts my soul to know that anyone has ever experienced this kind of behavior. From enduring verbal and physical violence, Evan has now spoken out about her experiences, and Manson has lost everything. As a result of the allegations against him, he was dropped by his music label and agent and is under investigation by the LA Sheriff's Department. The actress also condemned the music industry and his label for covering up the many instances of abuse, saying that they were aware of the circumstances behind the scenes. Evan also isn't the only person to come forward with similar allegations. Now the fight for justice is on, and we are hoping for the best for Evan as well as everyone who bravely came forward and those still healing from the trauma. At number 10, Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears. Justin Timberlake was exposed this year after the truth came out about his toxic relationship and breakup with Britney Spears back in the early 2000s. The Framing Britney Spears documentary that was released recently looks into the way the pop star was shown in the media, from paparazzi to interviews, and it dives deep into how this stardom affected her. A big part of the documentary explores Justin Timberlake's role in the media's mistreatment of Britney. After their relationship ended, Justin made Britney look like a villain in the relationship, accusing her of cheating and essentially weaponizing their breakup to boost his career. The media then went on a frenzy, blaming and shaming her when she really didn't deserve it. People's eyes were opened into just how toxic their relationship and subsequent breakup was, and a lot of sympathy has been given towards Britney as the truth has finally come out about the whole thing. For a long time, people saw the pop star as the villain, but now we've learned that she was really just a victim of a toxic relationship. At number 9, Ariel Winter. Modern Family star Ariel Winter has had a toxic relationship with her family, and things were so toxic, in fact, that she was emancipated from them. Her family drama was outed as the court hearing for her emancipation trial went public back in 2012, and it showed the public how she was treated specifically by her mother. It was alleged that Ariel's mom interfered with her daughter's work because of her, quote, harassment and interference. There were reports of her mom not feeding Ariel and dressing her in a way that was inappropriate for someone her age. It was also reported that Ariel's mom had repeatedly laid hands on her child as well. There were a number of testimonies that painted a toxic image of Ariel's family, and she was eventually granted emancipation after a 3-year battle. Some of the most heartbreaking toxic relationships are those between family because they're the ones who are supposed to love you the most, but they can also hurt you the most. At number 8, Chad Johnson and Evelyn Lozada. Chad Johnson, also known as Chad Ochocinco, and ex-wife Evelyn Lozada were only married for 2 months, but so much toxic drama happened in that short amount of time to permanently damage their relationship. Their relationship had been intense for a long time, but it wasn't until after they got married that the world learned just how toxic it was. After dating for less than a year, the two got married in the 4th of July ceremony in 2012, but just 2 months later, there came an incident that shattered their relationship. Evelyn recalled finding a receipt in Chad's car for items that prompted the idea that Chad was cheating. The two fought, and it all ended with Chad seriously injuring his wife. Chad was later arrested for battery and domestic violence, and they divorced shortly after the incident. Evelyn did an interview after the ordeal where she opened up about her feelings on the situation.
You know, I knew that he was lying, and I told him, I never forget telling him, I said, I'm not sticking by you through this. I don't care if my marriage is the laughingstock.
And the two eventually went their separate ways. Overall, the relationship burnt out really quickly, but it was fueled by toxicity, and in the end, no one really deserves to have that in their lives. At number 7, Wiz Khalifa and Amber Rose. Wiz Khalifa and Amber Rose were married for some time after tying the knot in 2013, but after 14 months of marriage, things got toxic, they divorced, and it was a nasty breakup. There were allegations of cheating, and custody of their son was also up for debate. Years later, Amber Rose opened up about her brief marriage to Wiz Khalifa and the toxicity around it, and spoke about her regrets concerning their relationship. She once said how she regretted getting married when she did because they didn't give themselves enough time to grow in their relationship, and this was one of the things that contributed to the hostility. Amber also said that she felt as though they would have had more success in their marriage had they gotten married later in life, calling their wedding a mistake at the time. They took some time and have grown to be friends, so maybe this toxicity has been forgotten about by them, but not so much by their longtime fans. At number 6, Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson. Here we have yet another toxic Kardashian relationship. In one of my previous videos, I talked about how Kim and Kanye's relationship was toxic, but here's another one that contained a bombshell cheating scandal. Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson have had a very difficult relationship. Things were apparently toxic from the very beginning, since it was believed that Tristan was cheating on his ex with Khloe when they first got together, so the infidelity in their relationship was apparent from the get-go. Things were going pretty okay for a while, with Khloe even getting pregnant with Tristan's baby, but in April 2018, just shortly after their daughter True was born, photos of Tristan appearing to cheat were leaked, and TMZ even leaked footage from 2017 showing Tristan kissing women at a club. This was a huge deal, especially as this all came out around the birth of their daughter, but what surprised a lot of people is how quickly Khloe got over it. Things mostly died down after a few weeks, but later in 2019, more cheating allegations came out, detailing how he had been cheating on Khloe again, this time with their longtime family friend Jordyn Woods. This was supposedly the nail in their relationship's coffin, but now in 2021, there have been reports saying Khloe and Tristan are back together, and that Khloe has mostly gotten over his infidelity. This doesn't look good and really just looks like a toxic mess, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens with them. At number 5, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Even though they are one of the industry's most famous couples, that doesn't mean they aren't toxic. Though Queen Bey and Jay-Z are seen by many as a Hollywood power couple, they have also had their troubles and toxicity, and they seem to have started back in 2014. It all started when Solange and Jay-Z got into that big elevator fight at the Met. For a long time, no one really knew what the reason was for this brawl. Some thought it was money, others thought it was family drama, but apparently it was because he had been confronted about an alleged affair he was having with his former business partner's ex-wife. Though no one really acknowledged or spoke about this apparent infidelity, things started to get even more toxic in 2016 after Beyonce released her album Lemonade, where she made several subtle and not so subtle comments on her husband's alleged affair. Of course, instead of talking about it in private, Jay-Z instead released his own album in response, where he apologized to his wife for his infidelity and addressed some of the issues in their relationship. After all of this music drama, the two of them were able to work through their differences and have sought out couples therapy to rebuild their bond. No one knows if this scandal still hangs over their head and if that toxicity is still there, but at least they're trying to work through it civilly. At number 4, Tana Mongeau and Cole Kerrigan. Social media feuds can often bring out the most toxic relationships. Even though they had reportedly been friends for some time, influencers Tana Mongeau and Cole Kerrigan have been caught in a feud after Cole alleged that Tana hacked his social media accounts and tried to sue him for $100,000. Cole called Tana out after sharing a screenshot of a cease and desist text that he was allegedly sent by Tana's lawyer. The text he received essentially warned Cole that he was in violation of a contract that he had signed with Tana and that a breach of contract would subject him to pay $100,000. The contract in question, a non-disclosure agreement, is one that Tana allegedly has her circle of friends sign each year, and so now Cole is apparently in trouble after one of his social media posts violated the terms of said contract. Cole has also claimed that Tana hired someone to hack his social media accounts, where they were then able to delete a number of his accounts, like his YouTube channel and Twitter account. Cole has also claimed that Tana has kicked him out of her house, used him for free makeup services, and would even go through his personal belongings when he wasn't home. Even friends who seem happy on the surface clearly have their dark, toxic secrets as well. At number 3, Meghan Markle and Kate Middleton. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have been the talk of the town ever since their bombshell Oprah interview, and they've been scrutinized for a lot of what they spoke about. One of the biggest things that people have taken away from their interview was their toxic relationship with the royal family. According to sources, one of the most strained relationships is that between Meghan Markle and Kate Middleton. Meghan and Kate have reportedly been on poor terms for quite a long time, with some sources saying that they haven't spoken to each other in over a year. A lot of people say that things are toxic between the two of them, and this narrative was heightened because of the interview. During the interview, Meghan addressed the public's view on her feud with Kate over Princess Charlotte's dress at Meghan's wedding, saying that Kate made her cry over it. Though they eventually patched things up and Kate apologized, they haven't spoken to each other much, and because of the feud between their husbands, it's added even more strain to their relationship. The royal family clearly has a lot of drama going on these days, and even one of the world's most famous families can have its toxicity. Hopefully, Meghan and Kate can one day patch things up for the sake of being rid of this negative energy. At number 2, Cardi B and Offset. Rappers Cardi B and Offset have had a rocky and toxic relationship. Though they've been together for some time now and they have a daughter together, that doesn't mean that their relationship is all sunshine and rainbows. There have really been a few times where their behavior has opened up a lot of fans' eyes and have labeled their relationship as toxic. Rumors have been a part of their relationship for a while, the most common rumor being about cheating. In September of 2020, Cardi actually filed for divorce from Offset after rumors started circulating that he had cheated on his wife and he had actually gotten another woman pregnant during that time. Fast forward a month to October 2020 and the relationship was patched up after Offset bought Cardi a $300,000 car and a billboard dedicated to her. When Cardi took him back, that's when the internet started talking about how toxic their relationship really was. People were honestly very surprised that Cardi took Offset back even after everything he did to her, with some adding that Offset was using guilt and emotional manipulation to keep her in his life. In response to some fans' comments, Cardi defended her relationship, saying that it wasn't toxic as everyone believes and that she is not in an abusive relationship. Does the fact that she's defending her husband make you think that they are in fact toxic or just misunderstood? Let me know down in the comments. Finally, at number 1, Kourtney Kardashian and Scott Disick. The Kardashians have seen their fair share of toxic relationships, obviously, but out of all of them, Kourtney and Scott's relationship has to be one of, if not the most toxic. Kourtney and Scott have been on and off again since 2006, and even though they've broken up so many times, they can't seem to distance themselves from each other enough. The pair co-parent their 3 kids, but they also cause a lot of drama whether or not they are together. But they've never been completely out of each other's lives, since Scott is also part of the Keeping Up with the Kardashians lineup. Because they've been through so much together, fans continue to ship them, but really, we shouldn't be romanticizing their toxic relationship. In the past, Scott has cheated on Kourtney, and even when they were broken up, has said that he's dated other women, specifically those much younger than him, only to make Kourtney jealous. Kourtney and Scott also struggled with Scott's substance abuse problem, with Kourt once going so far as to tell Scott that if he didn't get help, she wouldn't allow him to see their kid, and for a long time, Scott refused to get help. Things finally ended for good in 2015 when Scott was accused of cheating with one of his exes, and Kourtney just had enough of his infidelity. From that point, they haven't been in an official relationship, but they haven't kept their distance either. Kourtney has made comments about having another kid with Scott even though they aren't together, and Scott has been very vocal about how heartbroken he is to see Kourt in a new relationship.
Number 10, Nigella Lawson and Charles Saatchi. The couple's fight was witnessed by a photographer who stumbled upon celebrity chef Nigella Lawson being choked by none other than her husband, Britain's most high-profile figure, Charles Saatchi. The incident all went down during her birthday lunch, and a now infamous photo was captured of the chilling sight. The photographer, who only went by the name Jean-Paul, told Vanity Fair in 2013 that when Charles grabbed his wife's throat, quote, "It was so violent, with such force that her head snapped backward." The story hit the tabloids at full speed and actually served to open up a much-needed conversation about domestic violence. Their relationship was obviously far from perfect, but the intense controversy that the incident sparked was enough to tear them apart forever. That same year, Charles filed for divorce from Nigella after 10 years of marriage. Funnily enough, he later told the Daily Mail that putting his hands on her throat was merely a gesture, and insisted that there was no pressure applied to her. Yeah, right. Number 9, Kim Kardashian and Kris Humphries.
Their 72-day marriage had certainly shown signs that it was going to end quickly. A few days before Kim divorced Kris on day 68, the couple was spotted arguing in their car while out on a dinner date in Hollywood. The newlywed couple were photographed heading back to Kim's car after dinner, and you could visibly see the tension in the air. Kris looked fed up, and Kim was giving her new husband the death stare while yelling and waving her hands at him as the argument began to escalate. This very public fight was indicative that their relationship was on the rocks, because that same year Kim went on to file for divorce and got the marriage annulled. The Los Angeles Times even reported that Kim had only married him to increase ratings on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. The best part was that Kris asked for a $7 million divorce settlement from his ex-wife. Otherwise, he threatened to make her endure an ugly public trial. But the NBA star ended up walking away with literally nothing. Number 8. Emma Roberts and Evan Peters. The American Horror Story actors first met on the set of Adult World in 2012, and in the short 4 years since then, the two have shared more drama than some of Hollywood's biggest blockbusters. Toxic doesn't even begin to describe their relationship. We're talking about at least 3 breakups and deleting all social media traces of each other. Early on in their relationship, TMZ reported that the two got into a heated argument while staying at a hotel in Montreal that ended up with both stars getting physical. When police arrived, Peters was found with a bloody nose and bite marks on his body, prompting police to take Emma into custody, arresting her for domestic violence. But her then boyfriend decided not to press charges, and they were back together a few hours later. What's really bizarre is that a couple of days after the fight, photos were shared online of Emma clinging to Evan while sobbing into his arms after news broke of the fight. Paparazzi were even able to capture the two hugging one another, with Emma looking extremely upset the whole time. The incident was a bit of a grey area, but many have labeled it as straight up domestic violence. Number 7. Stephen Amell and Cassandra Jean Amell. The couple have been married since 2012, and all seemed well in public until it didn't. The star of CW's Arrow and his wife got into an altercation on a Delta flight from Austin to Los Angeles that ended up with the actor having to be forcibly removed from the flight. Stephen was reportedly screaming at Cassandra while they were seated on the plane and appeared to be intoxicated when a flight attendant asked him to calm down multiple times. When the fight escalated to the point of no return, the actor had to be restrained and removed by an air marshal and 3 flight attendants that worked together to get him off the plane. His wife did not go with him and instead chose to remain on the flight. Big surprise there. With the incident made public, Stephen took to Twitter to try and explain the whole thing and claimed that his emotions got the better of him. Quote, "My wife and I got into an argument. I was asked to lower my voice and I did. Approximately 10 minutes later, I was asked to leave the flight, and I did so immediately. I was not forcibly removed." The whole thing was really absurd because if they needed 4 people to get him off the flight, something about his side of the story just doesn't add up. Number 6. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. Before the former couple split, their relationship was clearly becoming strained, as The Sun reported that the same year that Jolie filed for divorce, they were spotted in Legoland having a major public spat. Onlookers told the magazine that both stars didn't look happy and looked stern-faced, and photos from the incident show Brad actually grabbing Angelina's arm while she pulls away and appears to be screaming at him. The couple filed for divorce in 2016, citing irreconcilable differences. Now the actors are both learning to co-parent their 6 children after years of custody battles and child support drama. According to Daily Mail, Brad has even been seen visiting Angelina's house to spend time with his kids, so it sounds like they are back on good terms. Number 5. Rihanna and Hassan Jamil. The former couple seemed like they were perfect for each other after rumors swirled that the two were engaged in 2017. Although they managed to keep their relationship very private and didn't post many photos together on social media, photos emerged of the two on a trip to Mexico in 2018 that left many fans wondering if they were done for good. The paparazzi captured photos that painted a picture of Rihanna screaming at her former billionaire boyfriend and angrily pointing her finger at him while they were on the poolside. What's interesting about the photos is that in comparison to Rihanna, Jamil looked very calm and almost passive in the argument, which made the whole thing go viral. Because of all the noise online, the singer took to Instagram and posted a meme of a female lion roaring at a male lion with the caption, quote, "When you think you know more about soccer, hashtag World Cup 2018. But even though she had a good sense of humor about the fight, the couple still ended up splitting up in 2020 because allegedly their lives were just too different and it was too hard to maintain a relationship. Number 4, Nicholas Hoult and Jennifer Lawrence. The couple fell in love with each other when they first met on the set of the X-Men movie series and became co-stars. Jennifer played Mystique and Nicholas portrayed Beast. It all seemed to be going well for the pair until they suddenly split in 2014 after dating for nearly 5 years. They did have a really public fight, however, when they were once spotted arguing during a dinner. According to reports, the former couple was at a restaurant together when they started really getting into it. Witnesses claim that the actress was upset about something and even threw her hands into the air at one point. Nicholas apparently also got very frustrated as he started shouting at her. Jennifer had apparently had enough with him and broke down as he stormed out of the restaurant. Seems like it was a bit of a mess, but it's great that the former couple have since been able to move on with their respective partners. Number 3, Simon Cowell and Lauren Silverman. This was not just one explosive fight, but actually several. The lid was really blown off the couple's relationship problems when paparazzi captured photos of them in March last year having a tense argument while walking with their son Eric. According to The Sun, passerbys noticed that the X Factor judge had a face like thunder, and their arguing was so loud almost everyone could hear them. In fact, it was reportedly so bad that Lauren got fed up and had to walk away from Simon, while the former American Idol judge decided to cross the road to the other side to put some distance between them, and he walked the rest of the way on the other side of the street. But that wasn't the first time that the pair had a fight in public. In fact, back in 2013, the couple were seen shouting at each other inside a car in New York City. They were even photographed in the middle of an altercation while sitting in the back of an SBU in broad daylight with their windows down. Simon had his hands in the air and Lauren looked like she was crying. I guess it goes to show you that celebrities really are just normal people. Number 2, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Yes, I'm about to talk about the infamous sushi fight. So in 2016, the paparazzi caught the power couple dining at a sushi park restaurant in LA. And from the photos which surfaced online, we can tell that they really got into it. It showed them having anything but a pleasant sushi date. Beyonce was yelling and waving her finger at Jay-Z while he looked like he was glued to his phone the whole time. They say that it's rude to use your phone at dinner, but even worse, he just seems like he wasn't listening to her at all. The truth is, we'll never know what started the public argument, but it wasn't the first intense fight that they've ever been in. This all took place 2 years after the bizarre elevator fight at the 2014 Met Gala between Jay-Z and Beyonce's sister Solange, when she started attacking him by punching and kicking him in an elevator, all while the bodyguards eventually had to restrain her. It was really quite funny because Beyonce was just standing there and watching it all unfold. The 3 artists did make a joint statement about the incident, which read, quote, "They both have apologized to each other and we have moved forward as a united family." And coming in at number 1, Shia LaBeouf and Mia Goth. The controversial actor Shia LaBeouf has had some seriously messed up allegations brought against him in recent years, but this fight was just so bizarre that it deserves a place on the list. The actor and his former longtime girlfriend Mia Goth, who has recently starred in the horror movie X, got into a heated altercation in Germany in 2015 that was all captured on video. The argument occurred on the streets and got so bad that a few locals had to intervene. Shia was heard shouting, quote, "I don't want to touch a woman, I don't want to hit a woman, but I'm being pushed." He then got into a random person's car and had them drive him to the airport. He later told that same person that if he had stayed there, then he would have taken her life. But they seem to have made up after the fight and even got married in 2016 in Las Vegas, only to split up 2 years later. The relationship was probably a complicated one because in 2020, People magazine reported that the pair was spotted together wearing wedding rings. Hopefully they parted for good because they seem to be extremely toxic together. Number 10, Kirsten Dunst and Garrett Hedlund. This is a great way to start off the list because even though this public fight was embarrassing, it seemed like the couple were able to shrug it off relatively quickly. We're going to talk about the epic couple fight that happened way back in 2012 between actress Kirsten Dunst and her on-the-road co-star Garrett Hedlund, who just recently started dating at the time. Although the actors had plenty in common and things started going well initially, cameras caught the couple having a major argument on their way to a movie theater, which was so intense it looked like it was about more than which movie they were seeing. It looked like something had sparked a pretty big fight as the pair continued to hurl insults at each other on the way. Whatever happened in the car that day, it was probably just a petty argument because they ended up dating for another 4 years. And in 2015, Kirsten said, quote, "We're the same age, we have similar backgrounds, he feels like family to me." But sadly, like most other good things, the relationship came to an end in April of 2016. Number 9. John Mayer and Jessica Simpson. If there's one thing that Hollywood knows by now, it's that John Mayer is a bit of a playboy. His reputation as a womanizer definitely precedes him, so that's why everyone at one point was really surprised to see him with Jessica Simpson. He raised eyebrows when he used the phrase sexual napalm to describe his romance with Simpson and even compared her to a certain illicit substance that he said he couldn't get enough of. The couple dated for a year, but they broke up several times throughout their relationship. In fact, sources close to the couple told people that things were always on and off between the pair and they had arguments constantly. Unfortunately, 2006 marked the year that they decided to finally split for good. The couple was on vacation in Mexico when there were photos snapped of them arguing on the balcony of their room. Jessica looked like she was in tears and it was undoubtedly a breakup. The news of their split came shortly after the photos were released, meaning there's a good chance that the paparazzi actually captured the moment when Jessica and John called things off for good. Number 8. Adrienne Maloof and Sean Stewart. Apart from their almost 20-year age difference, it seemed like there were a myriad of other issues that plagued the brief relationship between Rod Stewart's son, Sean Stewart, and former Real Housewives of Beverly Hills cast member Adrienne Maloof. The couple split up after having a blowout fight on the red carpet. According to eyewitnesses, the duo arrived separately and Adrienne walked the red carpet with an even younger man, 24-year-old Jacob Bush. TMZ spotted the pair fighting next to the red carpet at the charity event, which definitely marked the end of their on-again, off-again relationship. The argument between them got heated and Sean could be seen storming off, telling his ex, "I'm done," when her date tried to approach him. Stewart later claimed to Brandy Glanville on her podcast, quote, "I do want to clear up one rumor. She never broke my heart." But when it came time to explain the bizarre public fight, the reality TV star only told Star Magazine, quote, "I have a lot of changes going on in my life. I went through a period of darkness and I am much happier now than ever. Things are good." Number 7. Bradley Cooper and Irina Shayk. Bradley Cooper and Irina Shayk were one of the power couples in Hollywood. The two dated for nearly 4 years before calling it quits in 2019. However, the two have created many memories which fans fondly remember, even one of them at the famed tennis tournament. Paparazzi caught what looked like a super awkward argument between actor Bradley Cooper and his model girlfriend at the 2016 Wimbledon's men final. In the video footage from that day, Bradley was caught whispering into Irina's ear while she appears to cry and turn her head away from the actor. She appeared to be dabbing tears out of her eyes and then crossed her arms and refused to look at him. In the video, he then went back to watching the tennis and she just sat in silence beside him. While it's not clear why the two were really fighting or what they could have been possibly fighting about, but that didn't stop people online from speculating wildly the way the internet loves to do. Some even suggested that Bradley and Irina were fighting over his ex-girlfriend Suki Waterhouse. Although it feels like you can almost cut the tension with a knife, TMZ later reported that sources close to the couple claimed Irina was simply battling pollen allergies. Well, it really could have been anything. Number 6. Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck. The stars were photographed having a very emotional moment inside a car prior to their divorce. Back in 2016, the pair were arguing in their SUV after dropping their 3 children at school when things started to get really heated. Just looking at the picture that has been circulated online, you can tell that Jennifer was getting very frustrated with whatever Ben was saying, and she proceeded to make hand gestures throughout the argument, probably because she felt like she wasn't being heard. At one point, she can actually be seen breaking down in tears inside the vehicle. But this instance wasn't a one-off, and recently it seems like Ben has a lot of explaining to do. The 49-year-old was caught earlier this year puffing on his cigarette fiercely while appearing to be in another fight with Jennifer on the streets of Los Angeles. The exes appeared to be locked in a heated conversation outside her car just hours after it was revealed that Ben and his now fiancée Jennifer Lopez bought a $50 million home together. The pair rekindled their relationship in April last year, almost immediately after she ended her engagement with Alex Rodriguez. So the timing is definitely interesting. Number 5. Jessie Nelson and Jake Roche. When the former couple arrived together at the album release party for Little Mix's Get Weird in 2015, they were supposed to be in high spirits for the event. But the evening soon took a turn for the worst, as somehow it ended up with Jessie crying. It was reported that Jessie allegedly had a massive fight with her then fiancé before she decided she had had enough and stormed out. A source told the Daily Mirror newspaper that the girls had been having a great night, drinking and even dancing on the tables the whole night until the early hours. But somewhere around the AM, Jessie and Jake had a tiff, and Jake stomped off to a nearby hotel, and Jessie was clearly sobbing and she took a cab home. The singer was spotted leaving the venue in London and hopping into a cab in the early hours of the morning with makeup smudged around her face and eyes bloodshot after the fight. The couple announced their split the following year, so it looked like in this case the fight may have been indicative of a larger issue in their relationship. According to reports, the reason they split was because Jessie wanted to start a family, but Jake, who was only 24, felt that he was too young to be a father and that they had the rest of their lives to have children. Number 4. Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber. Their infamous on and off again relationship was definitely not free from arguments, and some of them were caught on camera. Right before Selena and Justin got on a plane to Paris, they got into a huge fight while at Princess Juliana International Airport in St. Martin, and unfortunately it looked like a massive one. In the video, we see Justin and Selena sitting in their car outside the airport in St. Martin before their Paris flight. Selena storms out of the car, walks into the airport by herself and throws her bag on the floor. Justin didn't immediately follow her, instead he chose to sit in the car for a little bit, which probably made her even more mad. When he did enter a few minutes later, she was chatting with a fan that had a baby, and Justin came over and they silently walked to their flight. You could tell both of them were equally frustrated, but in 2014, this was only one of the many public fights that the couple would go on to have. In fact, after their romantic trip, they went to Paris Fashion Week, which led to more arguing because Justin reportedly went to dinner with Kendall Jenner and partied with her at the same party that Selena was at. She flew out the next morning alone, leaving Justin in Paris, and then deleted him off Instagram. Number 3. Johnny McGade and Courtney Cox. These two are also known for their on-again, off-again relationship, and after getting back together once again after a brief split, the actress and her musician boyfriend were seen arguing outside a West London restaurant and appeared to be exchanging heated words as they dined outside during Courtney's visit to the British capital. In one shot, the former Friends actress can be seen waving her arms and phone in front of Johnny's face, while in another she looks frustrated as she held her head in her hands. Not long after, she gave her then fiancé the silent treatment before getting to her feet to leave the restaurant. For some background, the pair have been engaged, unengaged, and living separately for the majority of their relationship, even though they've been together for 7 years. And so this argument really fueled rumors of more relationship problems. The argument was reportedly about the couple planning their nuptials when they started fighting about the finer details, and insiders told reporters that the couple couldn't agree where they would live, as Johnny supposedly wanted to move back to the UK and Courtney wanted to remain in LA. Number 2. Christopher Hivju and Guy Mulvert. If you forget about Season 8, Game of Thrones was really an epic TV series that took over the world as soon as Season 1 hit and made several of its stars household names. Norwegian actor Christopher was one of the stars who appeared in the series over the years, but it was his public fight with his wife, Gry, who is a photographer, that really got people talking. They say that redheads are known for their temper, so it seems like these two are really perfect for each other. The couple were spotted having a heated argument as they were shopping in Los Angeles, as Gry had reportedly been looking for a new dress. No one really knows what the fight was about, but onlookers claim that their argument lasted for over an hour and escalated very quickly. During the fight, you can see the actor raises his hands in the air in frustration, while his wife, who looks incredibly distraught, has her eyes to the ground the whole time. The fight continued before they both stormed off. Just goes to show you how celebrities are normal people too. Number 1. Shia LaBeouf and Carolyn Foe. Yes, he is back on the list because the actor has a seriously extensive track record of public spats. Shia LaBeouf is fairly well known for his outlandish behavior, where he frequently just takes it way too far by getting kicked out of a performance of Cabaret or being arrested for public drunkenness in 2017. But this fight dates back to 2012 when he and his then girlfriend Carolyn were caught fighting on camera and having a tearful exchange on the side of the road in LA. It was then that rumors started circulating about the extent of Shia's involvement in the sex scenes in Lars von Trier's Nymphomaniac, which were reportedly real. So naturally his girlfriend would be upset. She did not seem too thrilled that her actor boyfriend Shia had shared an intimate scene with his co-star in the movie. But Carolyn was pretty quick to deny the fight, telling the New York Daily News, quote, "It's none of anybody's business. Everything is fine with us. It was nothing affiliated with this movie." Although that might be true, clearly something had caused the couple to have a public screaming match on the side of the road in broad daylight. And just like that, in November the same year, the couple had officially decided to split.
Kicking off our countdown list, number 10 is Britney Spears and Kevin Federline. He was a backup dancer and a rapper when he first met Britney, and after only 3 months of dating, the two of them went and got married, which seemed to do more damage than good to their relationship. Their marriage was not long, it only lasted 2 years, but it was a difficult 2 years for them. Kevin was accused of abandoning his pregnant ex-girlfriend, Shar Jackson, to date the famous and wealthy Britney Spears, who he also had 2 children with during their very short marriage. Their marital problems got so bad that Britney filed for divorce in 2006, citing irreconcilable differences. From there, the two of them had a very vicious battle for custody of their 2 children. Initially, they both filed to have sole legal and physical custody of the kids, but the courts ruled that Kevin should have full custody. On the night of January 3rd in 2008, police were called to her residence as she was refusing to give up her children, who she locked in a room with her. Britney went through a very personal, rough patch in her career, which we all saw, but she did manage to get her life back on track and is able to co-parent in the end. Rolling into number 9 is Khloe Kardashian and Lamar Odom. Their love story moved very fast, which many people were concerned about when it first happened. Back in 2009, they shocked everyone when they announced that they got hitched after just 3 weeks of dating. You literally don't even know someone after 3 weeks. How are you possibly getting married? They were married for 4 years before the divorce papers were submitted and things got really hectic. The world soon learned that Lamar was struggling with substance abuse and had been unfaithful to Khloe on more than one occasion. Despite being on her family reality show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, somehow they were able to hide the fact that he had been going in and out of rehab centers. Things took a really bad turn when Lamar had a near-death experience and was found unconscious inside of a brothel. It is then that we learned he had been cheating on Khloe more than we realized, and that his addiction was a lot more serious than anyone knew. Khloe officially filed for divorce on December 13th, 2013, and the two of them have since moved on with other people. Swiping the number 8 spot is Eminem and Kim Mathers. Reports say that Eminem and his ex-wife Kim were actually married twice. The first time being from 1999 to 2001, and then briefly down the road in 2006. They seemed like a match made in heaven at first, dating for over a decade and having a beautiful daughter together. The two of them actually met at a house party when they were just kids. She was only 13 and he was 15, so they were together before Eminem made a huge name for himself. They actually dated all throughout high school, so when they got married it was really cute because they had the whole high school sweetheart story. But after he became famous, their relationship only ever made press for very negative reasons. It became publicly known that both of them had been disloyal to one another throughout the relationship, and that they both were dealing with substance problems. After they split, sources said that the two of them would fight often and that their fights would get pretty nasty. Eminem also wrote his epic rap called Kim, where he describes what he wishes he could do to her now, and it's very disturbing. You should go listen. Up next, number 7 is Chris Brown and Rihanna. They seem like the music industry's perfect power couple, and from the outside looking in, everything seemed like it was a perfect love story. That was until one fateful night in 2009 when the horrific news broke that he had left her bruised and bleeding after an argument. Rihanna even testified against him in court, which is why fans were so surprised when they tried to give their relationship another shot a few years down the road. After the altercation, Chris was arrested and sentenced to community service and domestic violence counseling. He openly talked about his low point in the relationship and called himself a monster for what he did. But he also admitted that she got physical with him too, and that oftentimes all their arguments turned to violence, whether it was scratching, slapping, pushing, basically everything. So obviously the relationship was extremely toxic, and it was probably for the best that they went their separate ways. Coming in at number 6 is Rob Kardashian and Blac Chyna. Their relationship wasn't long, but it was probably longer than it should have been. They dated from 2016 to 2017 and even got engaged and had a baby girl together during this time. We got to know them as a couple through their own reality TV series called Rob and Chyna, and anyone who watched it could tell that it was a very toxic relationship. The two of them fought all the time and also had a lot of trust issues with each other. The show only lasted one season, because their relationship only lasted one season. Their breakup was a really nasty one as well. She moved out of their home and Rob went online and started attacking her, even posting some of her nude photos for the world to see. After that, they got into a very nasty custody battle, but they did go their separate ways for good, still co-parenting their daughter Dream. I love to see the co-parenting at least. At least. Freaking least you can do if you bring the child into this world. Halfway through at number 5 is Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber. Their relationship is famous for being on and off again, and we all know that any relationship that is known for that is probably a toxic one. Their relationship was a fairy tale love story at first, and many fans thought they were gonna be together forever. I legit thought they were gonna get married. But they were on and off for a total of 6 years, which is a long time for two people to try and figure out if they're gonna work or not. People were surprised to see them spending time together in paparazzi photos, and the two of them were apparently trying to make things work. But then, just a few months later, bam, Justin Bieber is married to Hailey Baldwin. That is when Selena Gomez released a single called Lose You to Love Me, where her lyrics talk about their past relationship, where she said he moved on and replaced her in 2 months. So people are pretty positive that she was referring to his marriage with Hailey. Justin seems really happy and in love with his new wife, and Selena is healthy and happy living on her own, as far as we know. At number 4 is Kourtney Kardashian and Scott Disick. I have 3 Kardashians on this list, and I don't know if that is a good thing or not. Anyone who followed the series Keeping Up with the Kardashians would have seen the ins and outs of their relationship, which was filled with a lot of highs, but also a lot of lows. They started dating back in 2006 after they met at a house party. They dated for almost 10 years, and during that time they welcomed 3 children into their life. But throughout these years, Scott was struggling with an alcohol addiction and was often accused of being unfaithful. It wasn't until 2015, when he was caught in a cheating scandal, that Kourtney finally called it quits and they went their separate ways. They both went on to date other people, but there were times when they were trying to see if they could make it work, but it just wasn't. In recent times, rumors are saying they might be back together right now, or they're at least trying to be, but nothing has been confirmed. It is a lot of on and off, and we can only imagine how hard that is for the kids, especially because they've dated other people, so they're just bringing other people into the kids' lives, you know? Could be a very messy situation. In the 3rd spot is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I think their $100 million lawsuit is enough proof that their relationship is a toxic one. We have learned a lot about the relationship because of it, with each of them bringing forth different evidence against the other, most of their claims being pretty disturbing. Some of their claims have involved domestic violence, alcohol addiction, substance abuse, and apparently Amber pooping on their bed as a funny prank. The lawsuit has been going on for years, and it keeps getting more toxic as time goes on. Amber's reputation has been completely destroyed online, and now she is wanting to sue Johnny and his legal team, claiming that they hired bot accounts to attack her social media pages. The court dates are also now affecting Johnny's film schedule, which he signed a legal contract for, so he might end up in a Warner Brothers lawsuit by the end of all of this. Taking over the 2nd place spot is Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee. The Baywatch star was only married to him from 1995 to 1998, but during their brief relationship, things were less than ideal for them. At the time, they were a rock and roll love story for all ages. They both admit that it was love at first sight for them, but their relationship was a dramatic roller coaster that came crashing down. Despite the issues, they had 2 kids together, which Pamela said was a decision that they made out of true love at that time. But she also admitted that Tommy had often mistreated her and that their relationship was very dark, so they decided to split after just a couple years. Their split caused issues down the road, with their sons feeling torn between them. In March 2018, one of their sons, Brandon, allegedly punched Tommy in the face and knocked him unconscious after he posted a derogatory tweet about his mom. So the family dynamic was very toxic even after the relationship came to an end. Brandon was in the recent The Hills reboot reality series, and he talked about his parents, and he also revealed that he and his dad have been working on their relationship. We've made it to number 1, and we have Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love. One of the biggest love stories of all time, but mainly because there's always been a lot of controversy surrounding their relationship. They got married on February 24th, 1992, just 2 years prior to Kurt's tragic death. They were only dating for months before they decided to tie the knot. But then the tragic news broke that Kurt was found dead in his Seattle home with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reports say that the relationship was a lot more toxic than anyone knew, and that Courtney was the one who introduced heroin to him, which was the start of a very self-destructive lifestyle and relationship. Many people have come up with the theory that she actually had something to do with his death. She claims that all he wanted to do was play his guitar at home and do heroin, and that he had attempted suicide on more than one occasion. But others think that it was part of her plan because she was given more than $50 million after getting a stake in the publishing rights of Nirvana's music. Starting us off at number 10 is Pete Davidson and Ariana Grande. Their relationship was a whirlwind and lasted less than 6 months total. Many people said they were taking things too far when they announced their engagement shortly after they started dating back in May 2018. Reports say it was exactly 24 days after they started officially dating. They were over the top with their engagement in the media, flaunting the news and doing televised interviews about it. They were just an over the top couple in general. Like the one time they caused a scene on the red carpet and ran away from the cameras. I don't know if you guys remember that. But the two of them split not long after their engagement because news broke that Ariana Grande's ex-boyfriend Mac Miller had passed away. Since then, she's gone on to make jokes about their engagement in her lyrics, and he's made jokes about her in his comedy Netflix special. So coming in next, number 9 is Sammy Sweetheart and Ronnie. Anyone who watched Jersey Shore knew how toxic these two were for each other, and their fights were too far pretty much every time. Before entering the Jersey Shore house, Ronnie said he had one rule, and that was to never fall in love at the Jersey Shore. But then he met Sammy and they quickly hooked up and started dating. It took no time at all for them to have a very hot and cold relationship. With a mix of alcohol, the temptation of other people, and 5 other roommates in the house, the two of them were always down each other's throats. Things got so bad that one fight led to Ronnie completely destroying her things and physically breaking her bed, trying to throw it off the top deck, and Sam was on it, like holding on for her life like a spider monkey. Basically, all her stuff was completely ruined. And because of their past relationship and how toxic it was, Sammy is the only housemate that has not returned to do the reboot series, which happened 6 years after that. Swiping the number 8 spot is Shia LaBeouf and Mia Goth. In the last 8 years, they've been on and off on numerous occasions with some pretty nasty splits. They were even married at one point, but then got divorced, and after being apart for 2 years, they came back together just a few months ago. To say their fights were bad is an understatement, and the only reason we know this is because one of them was caught on camera. In 2015, a year before their wedding, they had a huge fight in Germany, and the video footage of the argument went viral online. Some fans were there when it happened and filmed the entire thing, and then stayed with Shia after Mia left in a cab. Shia said to the people on camera if he didn't walk away when he did, then he would have killed her. Later in the video, he even talked to the fans about purchasing a gun in Germany. It was honestly scary stuff, you guys. After I watched the footage, I was like, this is not something to joke about. However, this was all around the time that he was going through an alcohol addiction and also had multiple run-ins with the law. But they are back together, so let's hope that it's different this time around. Best of luck. In spot number 7 is Courtney Cox and Johnny McDade. They first started dating in 2014 and were engaged just 6 months later before they called it off in 2015. So a lot happened in just 1 year. Some would say that getting engaged that soon and ending it that quickly after is already too far for a couple. But then they got back together the following year in 2016 and they have been together ever since. But shortly after they rekindled their relationship, the paparazzi caught them on different occasions fighting in public. One time a heated argument was caught while they were at a restaurant in West London. Every couple fights, let's be honest, but there seems to be a lot of on and off between them throughout the relationship. It just doesn't feel very certain. People have also wondered why they haven't gotten re-engaged by now or even married if things are going strong this time, because they've been together for a few years now. 4 years. Again, like after the first thing. We're moving on to number 6 and we have Kim Kardashian and Kris Humphries. Before Kanye West and Kim took over the media, Kim was once married to Kris Humphries for a whopping 72 days. We got to see a closer look at their relationship because everything was filmed for their reality show Keeping Up with the Kardashians. They were often spotted fighting. Even just before Kim filed for a divorce, the paparazzi caught them fighting and having a huge argument in a car in LA. She yelled at him and left him to find his own ride home. Footage from her reality show Kim and Courtney Take New York also showed footage of Kim punching Kris. She described it as playful banter, but others started to deem it as domestic violence and she faced a ton of backlash for it. We've made it halfway through the countdown and we have Jessie Nelson and Jake Roche. Jessie was having the time of her life while at the release party for her girl group Little Mix. They were releasing their album called Get Weird, but by the end of the party she was left in tears after a huge fight with her fiance. They got into a heated argument during the event, causing Jake to leave and Jessie sitting in a car with mascara running down her face. The end of the argument was caught on camera because tons of paparazzi were there for the event and Jessie had a breakdown right in front of them. Turns out that Jake went to a local hotel alone and she took a cab back to her hotel. But it seemed like they were able to shake it off very quickly because hours into the next morning they posted this affectionate photo on social media. To me, honestly, it just feels like a cover-up. I feel like people post a happy picture after an argument to like confirm like we're okay when they're not. Rolling into number 4 is Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber. It's hard to forget the constant on and off relationship they once had for many years. They started dating when they were young, so we could make more excuses that time around, but then they tried to rekindle the flame in 2012. TMZ reported that they went out on a dinner date and Selena left just 10 minutes in because of something Justin said, and when he tried to go to her house later, apparently she refused to let him in. Then in 2014, they got into a public argument at an airport and she was seen stomping out of a van and throwing her purse on the ground. Justin refused to get out of the car for some time and they went through the airport separately. It's safe to say that it might be for the best that they didn't end up together, even though a lot of fans were really rooting for them. I was. At one point. In the 3rd spot is Beyonce and Jay-Z. They seem to have successfully pulled through a rough patch in their marriage after Jay-Z admitted to cheating on her. But there was a time when people thought they were not gonna make it after pictures were surfacing of them fighting in public during a dinner. But these pictures came right after an infamous elevator fight between Jay-Z and Beyonce's sister, which was all caught on camera. The surveillance footage from an elevator captured her sister physically attacking Jay-Z, and fans thought it was about the cheating scandal that had gone on. The whole thing was really intense and it actually caused a lot of chaos in the media and in their marriage, I'm sure. Beyonce released her album Lemonade shortly after all of this, which basically confirmed the affair publicly and how they chose to work through it. Sniping number 2 on our list is Emma Roberts and Evan Peters. I never followed this couple much, but everything I did see of them in the media was always bad, so I just knew of them for being very toxic. They were together for a long time. They started dating after they met on set in 2012, and only a year into the relationship, Emma was arrested on domestic battery charges. A fight broke out between them and it resulted in Evan getting a bloody nose. Camera caught them having a brutal argument at a Comic-Con party in 2014 where Emma was crying and screaming at Evan in the midst of a large group of people. Then, down the road in 2017, there were cheating rumors going around about Emma with another actor, Hayden Christensen, and they were spotted fighting again in public. Honestly, there's just way too many fights to name, but domestic charges is enough to land them on this list. Finally, at number 1, we have Chris Brown and Rihanna. If you already know the story between them, then you would understand why they are taking number 1 on this list. I mean, what a nightmare that whole thing was. At one point, they were one of the cutest couples in Hollywood, but then things went horribly wrong when Chris laid his hands on Rihanna, causing injuries both physically and mentally. People will never forget the fight between them that happened at the Grammys in 2009 when they had a screaming match inside a rented car, which ended up turning violent. Photos of her battered face went viral, and Chris was later charged with assault. Even after the fight, they did continue to date, which really surprised people. They were on and off between 2012 and 2013, but then they finally realized that they could not maintain a healthy relationship.
Coming in at number 10 today, we have Bella Thorne. So the other day, Bella Thorne opened up about her disturbing experiences of being sexualized as a child when auditioning and meeting with powerful male executives in Hollywood. In a recent conversation with Emily Ratajkowski on the High and Low Emirata podcast, the actor spoke candidly about being rejected for a role at the age of 10 because of an unnamed casting director accusing her of flirting with him. Bella would say, "I had a director give me feedback once and I was 10, and the casting director calls my agent, and then the agent calls my mom, and they're like, so she's not moving forward because the director felt like she was flirting with him and it made him really uncomfortable." Like, first off, if you have to say something like this about a 10-year-old, then the real problem is you being sick, because let's face it, it had nothing to do with the child. Like, why anyone would think a 10-year-old would ever want to flirt with you is beyond me. With Emily adding that she felt like that the director was feeling that way was a real issue, Bella would go on to describe the director's session and how there was little to no chance that she would have behaved inappropriately in any way by saying, "You can't really say or do much. You do the scene, you say hello, you walk out. There's no time to let me go sit on your lap or make you feel uncomfortable. Like, what the F are you talking about, man?" While Bella described how the encounter had stayed with her, making her doubt her own behavior, the whole podcast would go on to highlight how the industry still is with young women, and it's truly disturbing. Number 9, Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman and Jimmy Fallon's streak of awkward interviews always seems to entertain us. Back in 2015, a video would start to go viral after Nicole revealed to Jimmy that she had a crush on him. The realization that they almost could have dated would come after they sat down to recall the first time they met. Jimmy would say, "I don't know if you remember this, but we've met before," to which the actress teased, "Oh, I remember." While the two claimed to have very different versions of the story, the father of two would find his own actually quite embarrassing. Jimmy would recall that he was walking around New York City when a friend called him up to tell him Nicole was with him and was hoping to meet him. As Jimmy would continue to ramble on, Nicole would stop him in his tracks and say, "I just remember I liked you." Jimmy would look visibly shocked and flustered over her admission, and she would then joke, "Not now, I'm married now." However, Nicole would go on to blow Jimmy's mind when she would reveal that when she went over to his house, she thought it was a date, and Jimmy had no clue. Years later, fans still like to rave about this hilarious on-air revelation, and they have taken it to social media to write whenever they feel bad about their past choices. They turn on this clip and laugh at Jimmy because no matter how many times you watch the clip, it still manages to make us all laugh. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Coming in number 8, we have Justin Bieber. So back in 2015, Jennifer Lawrence would turn down a proposition from Justin Bieber after the singer said she was so sexy. Appearing on Watch What Happens Live, Jennifer would answer a question from a caller who mentioned that while Justin was playing a game called Two Bae or Not Bae with capital FM, Jennifer's name would be brought up and Justin would enthusiastically say that he would bae Jennifer, and he would even go on to mention that the Hunger Games actress was sexy and so cute. The caller would then notch things up a bit with just a little bit of spice when they asked Jennifer when she was going to tap that. Not long after, Jennifer would respond by saying, "I'm going to have to say a hard no, but thanks." While Jennifer definitely took it as a compliment, she probably could have let him down a little easier. However, we all had a good laugh watching her shut down the Canadian pop star as fast as she could. Number 7, Drake. It could have been one of the most romantic publicity stunts of the year back in 2016, but it pretty much backfired. When Drake showed up to give Rihanna her award at the VMAs, he would deliver it with a deeply romantic speech that professed his love. They kissed on stage, officially confirmed their relationship, and became the next music
power couple. It could have been wonderful, but that's not how it really happened. During the VMAs, Drake would present Rihanna with her Michael Jackson video Vanguard Award, and he would make a pretty romantic speech as he professed his love for the star by describing Rihanna as someone he has been in love with since he was 22 years old. However, as he went in for a romantic kiss, Rihanna would brutally reject him as she would reach out and push his head towards her neck and turned his grand gesture into a casual hug. Was it a little disappointing? Sure. Did it hurt a tiny part of us that loves romance and happy endings? Definitely. But Rihanna made a brave move rejecting Drake on stage, and she made the right move too. Drake shouldn't have professed his love in a speech about Rihanna's brilliance, and he shouldn't have tried to kiss her either. It was very clear that the moment hadn't been planned, and while Drake may have considered the move romantic, it wasn't fair to put so much pressure on Rihanna to respond the way he wanted her to. Coming in number 6, we have James McVeigh. James McVeigh and Sophie Turner had something going on between them for a hot second before things simmered out in 2014, as things would take a sour turn when the two would break up after a nasty Twitter spat, where James would call Sophie uninteresting. Sophie would clap back by saying, "I apologize for how uninteresting I am on Twitter, but please enjoy these emojis from yours truly." James would then respond to her tweet by saying, "You gonna apologize for how uninteresting you are in real life too?" Sophie would then respond to James by saying, "Wow, harsh words. Please stop texting me. It's getting creepy. I'm sorry, I'm not interested." However, later James would come out to say that the pair actually went their separate ways 6 weeks later after an online poke by saying, "I've been meaning to put this right for years, and for some reason, I haven't. So Sophie and I actually parted ways, and the stuff that was on Twitter was all a joke between me and her, and we were actually still together when we did it all." While everything between the two just seemed to fizzle out, it's clear that James has no bad blood over the incident, as he's actually really happy to see Sophie with Joe Jonas. Number 5, Lindsay Lohan. James Franco once passed on his chance to get with Lindsay Lohan. James will reveal the truth about the incident on Howard Stern's radio show back in 2013, that he rejected getting romantically involved with the troubled starlet a few years back. Stern would say, "You turned down Lindsay Lohan? Back then, she was a lot hotter." James would say, "Oh gosh, poor Lindsay, I haven't talked to her in a while. We were friends." James would then reveal that he had met the star through friends when he was staying at the Chateau Marmont Hotel in West Hollywood, when he said, "My house in LA was being redone, so I did this thing where I was staying at a hotel and she had been living there for a couple of years." While James would go on to say he didn't like to brag about the incident, he would say that even back then Lindsay was having issues and he didn't want to feel weird. He would also state that she was a friend and it was just something he didn't want to do. Number 4, Taylor Swift. So back in 2013, Taylor Swift was on the prowl for Bradley Cooper, and she even asked mutual friend, who ended up being Jennifer Lawrence, to make an introduction. However, the Oscar-nominated actor is said to have politely declined. The reports came on the heels of Cooper's response when he was asked about the rumors that he was dating 22-year-old Silver Lining Playbook star, and Cooper ended up telling Entertainment Tonight that he was old enough to be her dad. While Taylor was hoping to have a better luck with Bradley, who is 15 years older than her, sources would say that he had no intentions of dating the singer ever. Sources would say he thinks she's far too young for him and he wants to date someone his own age. They would then also add that the actor is looking for something serious. And we all know Taylor likes to play the field, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, considering it said that Bradley just parted way with his girlfriend Zoe earlier that month, he could have also rejected Taylor because he was just working out his life. Also, while Taylor has also been pretty open about her failed relationships as subjects on her tracks, he probably chose to opt out so he didn't have to become the next title of her failed love story. At number 3, we have Aziz Ansari. Texting with someone new is almost always awkward and one-sided, whether you're in high school or Hollywood. Back in April of 2011, Aziz Ansari would exchange phone numbers with Blake Lively. The star would then reveal on Howard Stern's radio show that the Gossip Girl star wasn't really interested in too much textual contact. While he was at an event, he would hear that Blake Lively was a fan, so he went up to her and said hi, and they talked for a while. Aziz would also acknowledge that the actor was also really into food. Later, the two would exchange phone numbers, and after their friendly meet, he decided to fire off a text that said, "Hey, it's Aziz. The animal dinners are now over, unfortunately, but I will show you
photos from when I met. It was very tasty. Are you going to the Met Gala? After receiving no response a couple days later at the Met Gala, he would see her and he was like, hey, it's me. And he recalled her bopping around to all these parties with Karl Lagerfeld. So later he was texting her to see where she was at and said, hey, it's Aziz. Please tell Karl he needs to call me. It's been a long time since we broed out. Well, he didn't receive another message. He then said he sent her another message late that night that said, I'm going to the Boom Boom room for the after party. Hopefully this is your number. Either way, good seeing you. He would then finally receive a message from Blake that said, maybe I'll see you, so weird. Karl was just saying how bummed he was to miss you. He would then send her a message on Christmas to wish her happy holidays before he finally decided that she wasn't going to bite back, so he gave up. Poor guy. Number 2, Leonardo DiCaprio. Why it seems like everyone just wants to swoon over Leonardo DiCaprio when it comes to Cara Delevingne. He couldn't charm her. Back in 2013, the Sun reported that Cara snubbed the actor at the Great Gatsby's premiere in Cannes after the actor spent the whole evening chasing her. Now, normally, all Leo has to do is look at a girl and they fall at his feet, though Cara was not having none of it. An inside source would say that Leo actually spent the whole night chasing after her, but at the end of the night, she would essentially just blow him off. While the two are said to have spoken, Leo would end up being pretty forward and he even invited her to a party back at his suite. They both then swapped numbers, but that would end up being it. While Leo tried every trick in the book and apparently kept lunging for her, she kept dodging him, with everyone laughing at the fact that she actually knocked back the biggest actor in the world. An insider would later reveal that Cara actually found him too forward and too old. However, with a joke circulating the internet that claims that Leo doesn't date anyone over 25. And would you really want to find out if this rumor is true? Because personally, I would be heartbroken. Number 1, John Mayer. Somehow John Mayer found a way to proposition Sandra Bullock through a mutual friend or something like that. While the story could be fabricated, it definitely made us all laugh. However, we all know John would be completely down for Sandra. Well, if she would actually have him. John was reportedly trying so hard to fix up his image with Sandra that a mutual friend would say it's just a typical John fashion, because once he's motivated, he just doesn't give up easily. Following a string of high-profile romances that all ended up badly, the singer was so eager to repair his reputation that he thinks that dating America's sweetheart would improve his love them and leave them image. John just likes dating famous women, and who's more famous than Sandra Bullock? Well, John definitely knows that Sandra is probably never going to date him. He did offer her to enter into a friends with benefits situation with him. For Sandra's part, she is definitely amused by the attention and she was flattered and had quite a good laugh when she heard about it. However, she decided to turn John down because she's looking for a long-term relationship, not a booty call. Sandra just wants someone to grow old with, and it's clear that John is not the type of guy who will ever settle down.